Hello, Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen, share the live. If you happen to have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, anything like that, you're open to having that belief questioned. Really, if you're open to questioning that belief, well then go ahead and request on out. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you. I'm not interested in the shouting matches. I don't want to prove you wrong. I just want to know if you even know what it is you believe and why you believe it. If of course, you can question. Welcome in, Tootski. I saw Tootski scroll through. Hello, Jesus is Lard. Mr. Mask, 3 pips. Texas Sniper. Good to see you all. Z-Witch. Danny J, good to see you. J Mills. Hugs. Mix and Angel. So good to see all of you. And if there's anybody whose name I left off, well, welcome in. We're here, as we always are, not to argue or debate, not to tear down or destroy, but to question. Just this. Just to question what it is you believe and why you believe it. Good morning to you too, Mishu. Good to see you. Welcome in, Metallic. Joe, good to see you. I think we're almost ready to take a guess. See if they can question their beliefs. If you are in the queue, keep in mind I am looking to question beliefs, not to debate them or argue, just to see if you can question those beliefs. Looks like our first guest didn't have the patience, but maybe our next guest. Hello, Texas Sniper. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, high 30s, almost 40.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I used to have a belief. I used to be Catholic. I would say my belief now is more so we can achieve as humans in this world.
So you don't have a belief in a higher power or godlike entity, creator?
yeah, in terms of a higher power, I don't see it being something that actually exists, and so yeah, I don't believe in that. Yeah.
You say you don't see it as something that actually exists. Why not?
There's no evidence for it. I'm open for like actual evidence of a higher power, but as far as I've seen, as far as I'm aware, from what I've looked at, and that there is a actual where nothing that shows that there is a higher power in terms of like a god, like a omnipotent being, a supernatural person in this, quote unquote skies above that shows that or that dictates
What might convince you that that exists?
So we have chemistry. We know chemistry exists. We can see how chemistry works. We know how chemistry works. We know physics. Like gravity and all that kind of stuff. So anything beyond that, we are talking about like the supernatural. It would require something that is beyond the possibility of physics and reality to convince me.
So, assuming that something beyond physics or reality had come along to convince you, would you then decide to worship this god?
It would convince me that they are a higher power, and from there, I would consider it. At the very least, I would consider it. Whether they're worthy
you to worship.
Yeah, they would have to show that they're worthy of worship. Like, for example, if it's an evil god that shows up, and like they show that they're a god and they're evil and they're horrible, and they treat their like our reality as just like slaves or whatever. Sure, they're a supernatural being and they're evil. That's not worship worthy. So God and they're evil, like and
if you had to choose, what kind of god would you want to worship?
a benevolent one. So something that's like something that is that's earned the worship.
What is it that earns worship?
It depends, and obviously it's going to be case by case from person to person. But for me, like for example, for me, like I consider like the golden rule as like a baseline example, just general baseline example. If they don't pass the golden rule, I don't think that they are worthy of worship.
If a god doesn't pass the golden rule, the rule that you treat others as you would like to be treated, so that God should treat other people with the worship and reverence that it wants in return, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Or at least like in something of that accord, like hey, this is my thing that I bestow upon y'all, your people, as your god. This is my golden rule, So, something of that accord would be like show evidence of their existence. A golden that like, hey, this guy exists. He's a god. He told me the golden rule exists. That's two totally different things.
I think I understand, but can you think of any better standard than the golden rule, or any flaws within it?
Um, I mean, I think the golden rule is a good baseline standard to work from, and then from there, more framework can come from. So like, unless if you want to get like down in the dirties of like frameworks of good and bad and evils and all of that stuff, I think the golden rule is a good baseline.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be better to treat people the way they want to be treated rather than the way you want to be treated?
Like if they ask that, sure, yeah, that would be part of the golden rule. Like if they ask for this, I would want to be treated how I asked, so that would be incorporated into that. So yes.
Interesting. I wonder if that might be an expansion or even a change in the rule as it's known. But I appreciate you, Texas, for coming up and answering the questions you did as honestly as you did. I'm going to move on to a new guest. I do appreciate you, though. Keep asking questions. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, if you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, that is what I'm doing here. Not here to argue with you or tell you you're wrong. I'm not interested in a debate. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if so, well then what is it you believe in? Why do you believe it? In a debate. Hello, Chutch. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 26.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power?
Yeah, I think I grew up
for TikTok god
and I've been questioning them my whole life.
You grew up Catholic. You know,
I think most likely. Yeah, basically.
When you say you believe in God, what God is it?
So now through the all the self-research that I've been doing, now I think I have, and I think
what God is it?
So now through the all the self-research that I've been doing, now I think I have a but everybody deciphers it, right? I do see it. I don't know if you heard of how that resonates the most with me now.
So for you, God is something you call source.
Yeah, source frequency. See it
is something you call source. Is frequency.
So the frequency is the most with me now. Yeah. So the frequency is all around us. Is all around us. Is how our world actually operates. That last guy that was here, he actually made a few valid points about things.
I'm here to ask you about what you believe, not.
Oh yeah. Source frequency is basically it's unconditional love. It's the energy that built everything.
Clear, frequency is
valid point. Source frequency itself, actual frequency.
Yeah. Slow down. You're saying the definition of frequency is frequency.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
Well, no, when you said what is frequency, I can't explain it more than what it is. It's frequency is what it is. Like when frequency in music or frequency that you see in everything has a frequency to it, like we do.
Are you sure everything has a frequency?
I'm positive. All living things and non-living things have a frequency. I'm positive.
You're positive?
Yeah.
What is it you mean that all things have a frequency? What is the thing that is frequent?
So all living things have a frequency, right? We all have a spiritual energy to us, and we all vibrate at a different frequency. For example, word of caution. So the people that don't believe in aliens, right? Aliens vibrate.
Can you tell me what frequency a 9-volt battery?
A 9-volt battery
vibrates at? Yeah.
No, I wouldn't know something like that. I don't know what frequency batteries vibrate. I just know that we're supposed to elevate our frequency.
We're supposed to elevate our frequency.
Correct.
What is it? So we need to increase the rate at which we vibrate?
Figuratively and metaphorically, yes. We are supposed to raise our frequency collectively as a society. Correct.
So we're supposed to vibrate faster. Is that what you mean?
Spiritually, not physically like Flash, but
What is it
spiritually.
that's actually vibrating?
I would say is your consciousness and awareness.
Your consciousness and awareness
Correct.
vibrates at a particular frequency, and you want
Yeah.
that frequency to vibrate faster.
I wouldn't say vibrate. I wouldn't say faster because I wouldn't
Isn't
say
that what a
faster.
higher frequency is? A faster
Yeah,
rate of something.
yeah, but when you put labels on it like faster or slower, you might take away what it really means. Because when you're
Do we
vibrating
not
at a
take away what it means when we talk about vibration and frequency? Does that not detract from whatever it is? Isn't that
no,
why we're talking about faster and slower? Because of the
no, yeah,
increased and decreased rate of vibration.
yeah, but I don't think increasing your vibration is a state of being fast or slow. Is a state of being, like your emotions, the way you feel
So
about things, the way you see things.
increased vibrations don't go at higher frequencies. They don't go faster.
Well, I'm trying to say one thing don't got to do with the other. Like speed, it's because you're
Why
trying to
would we
correlate
call it-
speed with vibrating.
Why would we call it a higher frequency?
That's just what we would. I mean, that's just something that we would call it. I don't think there's something like it's like saying what would we call gravity? Gravity. It's just something
Is
we
it
call it.
possible, right? Is it possible that when we talk about higher frequencies, that you're not actually talking about things moving at a faster?
No, yes. If that's what you're, yeah. I'm not talking
If
about
you're saying
moving
if you're
fast.
saying that a higher frequency,
Mm-hmm.
then why would you use the word higher frequency, which implies
So higher
something
frequency
going faster?
is what is being used to awaken everybody. That's the word that's being used to help.
Is it
That's just the
actually
word
awakening, or is
that
it
we're supposed to say.
confusing?
It's the right word we're supposed to say.
Why are we supposed to say it?
So there's no other word you can put in it for that because I'm literally telling you exactly what you have to do. It's raise your
Telling
vibrational
me-
frequency.
Yeah, you're
Literally.
telling me to raise my vibrational frequency, which
Mm-hmm.
you're saying does not mean to wiggle faster.
Does not mean to wiggle
I'm not-
faster.
I'm not hearing how
Okay.
increased vibrational frequency. If frequency is the rate at which something occurs, and you're talking about vibrations, right? So
Yeah.
if the rate of vibration is increased, that would mean that it goes faster, right?
Yeah, and I love that you're saying
So
this
then-
because I'm really a science guy, and this is why I always question my beliefs because I always try to tackle everything with science. But the more you really dive into what this world is, you'll realize that the science that we've been taught, like I don't want to mention the last guy, but like gravity or everything, like when we stick to those beliefs that we've been taught, we won't be able to expand our mind to believe other things.
You're saying we won't be able to expand our mind to believe.
Yeah, expand like to
other
believe
things.
something else that
Does
we're
that
not
mean
used to
we
believing.
wouldn't? Would that mean that we wouldn't be able to be susceptible to being fooled or confused by
That's actually
misused
spot on.
words?
That's actually spot on. Correct.
So then, does that mean that you are, by using vibrational frequency, potentially confused by words that don't mean what you want them to?
Nah. No, I don't. I'm not confused. I feel like once you understand, we are all come from the same place, and we are all the same, and like we are all truly
You say
divine,
once I
infinite creatures.
understand that. You'd already
Yeah.
said that we come from some source. Vibration is all you've
Mm-hmm.
talked about is increasing my frequency without going faster. It sounds like you're using words in ways that they're not meant to be used. So I'm not sure. Even
No,
what
and
you're
I
talking
and I
about
understand
when
that.
you-
I understand
like at
that
this
because
point-
when you're not used to hearing a certain word
Oh no!
in a
Let
sentence,
me back up, Chad.
go ahead.
I'm very used to hearing these words. I'm not following what you're meaning because I'm trying to understand what you mean. And you have said that increasing the vibrational frequency does not mean wiggling faster. So I'm really trying to understand how this has anything
Okay.
to do with vibrations or
All right.
frequencies if it doesn't have to do with
So-
the rate at which something vibrates.
Okay. So when you had these conversations and because you said you heard about it before, so when you heard about it, most people that tell you that they're relating to moving faster.
That's what they're saying?
Most people don't know what they're talking about when they talk about vibration and frequencies, and that's something I don't want to put on you, Church, but so far it
No,
doesn't
I
seem like you
understand.
even understand.
No, keep in mind, you can speak freely. I won't take no judgment either way. You know, you can speak freely of your volition. All right? You understand?
Church, when you talk about increasing vibrational frequencies, are you only talking about increasing amplitude and not the rate?
I'm only talking about increasing spiritual and conscious awareness.
What is spiritual?
Okay. And I only have to say, in reality, it's not spiritual because the word we use spiritual is for something like a phenomenon, like a religion. And in reality, this is not religion. This is just our basic life. Like, this is really our day-to-day reality. This is the reality we live in.
Do you
we
not
live in a
think
world
that
that's
religious
dictated by
stop?
frequency.
Do you not think that religious fundamentalists think that spirits and demons and ghosts are their day-to-day life that they live? You're sounding just like a religious zealot. You're just using weird words that you're not using correctly. It's actually kind of distressing. I don't think you hear exactly how closed-minded you sound right now.
Well, I don't think I sound closed-minded, but that's okay if you feel that way, because that's the part about being human and being nature is agree to disagree when we don't agree, and that's fine.
Judge, you've said that you need to increase your vibrational frequency.
Correct. That's the
You've said
correct. Putting yourself in a state of unconditional love.
so. It has nothing to do with amplitude or speed.
No.
So then why would you use the word vibration if it doesn't have to do with vibration?
Because this world and the reality we live in is dictated by frequency.
How do you know that? What makes you believe that?
What makes me believe that is your question was, can you question your belief? And I've been questioning my belief my whole life. So
You're not telling me that you're questioning your belief. You're
no,
just
I mean, I'm getting
repeating
to my
random-
answer.
Stop. You're just repeating random spiritual jargon that doesn't actually mean the things you think it means, and we've borne that out by trying to understand what you mean by frequency, which eventually doesn't have anything to do with amplitude or rate of repetition, but instead has something to do with
I understand.
unconditional love.
Yeah,
So
but
this
you
whole
right now
time
are
you've been
saying that what I'm saying is not valid because the word I'm choosing
Church, it's
doesn't
not that I'm
connect to how
saying
you
what you're
define it,
saying is-
and that's fine.
Nope, it's not that I'm not. It's not that I'm saying what you're saying is not valid. I'm asking repeatedly if you even understand the words you're using.
Is that what
And it
you're
doesn't
saying?
sound
Since you're not
like-
equating
it doesn't
vibrating
sound
to
like-
moving faster, you shouldn't be using the
doesn't
word because it doesn't make sense in your
sound
sentence,
like-
right?
Yeah. So what does the word vibration mean?
That's what I'm saying. You're equating vibration to speed and stuff, but I'm telling you that
I was
this world
equating
dictates on frequency.
I was equating frequency to speed. See how you keep interchangeably using the word frequency and vibration as though they literally mean the same thing. You sound like you're speaking in nonsense gibberish. It doesn't follow, Judge. So what does frequency mean?
Frequency. You just have to raise your spiritual frequency, your awareness of your
frequency
surrounding.
mean? You're just
Basically, all right,
preaching
like
at
the
me.
light spectrum,
You're not
right?
even
Let's take
answering
the
the
light spectrum.
question, so I'm going to go ahead and mute you because you're talking over me excitedly, and it's not getting us anywhere. I said, what does frequency mean? If you can't answer it, it's really easy. There's a beautiful answer that comes out when you don't know. It sounds like this.
So give me
I
your
don't
definition
know.
to frequency. I'd rather you give me your.
I'm not doing that, Church. I asked you a question. If you can't answer the question, there's this beautiful phrase that you can speak before you interrupted me before I was going to say it. So it sounds like this. I don't know. If you said that, then it wouldn't sound like you were so ridiculous.
No, I do understand what you're saying, and
What am I saying?
understand your post by can you question your belief? And
I'm saying-
if I give you the scientific dictionary definition of frequency, it's not going to change what I'm telling you.
Do you think that I'm asking for a scientific dictionary definition of frequency? Is that what I'm asking
Well,
for?
Well, you're saying I'm misusing the words, and you keep equating them to speed when we're not talking about speed at all.
Can you tell me then what you mean when you say frequency? What does it
Okay.
mean?
We are spiritual creatures, and the whole reality that we live in, earth, water, everything, operates on frequency.
What is frequency?
It's just the reality that we operate in. That's what
What is
frequencies are.
frequency?
It's literally
What
life
is
energy. It's
frequency?
everything.
What is frequency?
Frequency is energy.
What is energy?
And what do you mean? What is energy? Energy is life. Energy is what creates and what creates and destroys everything.
Give me a phone.
You're saying energy creates life.
Energy is what creates and destroys everything that we know and believe in this reality. Is what flows everything.
So energy is what does it? What is it? It is. What is energy?
What is energy in general?
Creates. You're telling me things it does. What is it?
What is energy? Energy is just a source. It's just a source of power. I would say
Source
that's energy.
of power. What
Correct.
power?
Energy. What energy is the source of power? I would say what type of energy we're talking about. There's all type of energy. There's solar
Okay, well, then I
energy.
guess
There's
we gotta
spiritual.
back up. What is power?
What is power? Power would be something that you use to strengthen something.
So power is something you use to strengthen something. Energy
Yeah.
is a source of something you use to strengthen.
Yeah.
That's what energy is. In all cases, energy is just something that's used to strengthen.
Okay.
I'm asking,
Is the
is
rate
that what you mean?
of which energy is used.
Yes,
If there's
that's what
somebody
I'm
else-
saying. What
if
energy
there's
is?
somebody
Energy
else
is
who'd
something
like
that
to
usually
talk,
powers
I'm gonna
something
need
up.
their
For
age
sure.
also. If there's somebody else there who'd like to talk, I'm going to need their age also. Then maybe they should come up with their own account, and then we could have a one-on-one conversation.
It's
Who'd
something
like
that
to
usually
talk there who'd like to talk, and then getting anywhere. You don't seem to understand that when I'm asking for you to tell me what you mean by a word, I want to know what you mean by the word, not just getting anything. That when I'm at word, not just what that word can do. I don't need its. I just want to know what words, its marvel, super energy, or frequency, or vibration, which all seem to be used in the exact same way for you, which I think you should probably look into. Maybe there's some reason you're doing that. It might have something to do with repeated vocabulary in certain circles, where I don't know is apparently a bad word. Vocabulary. Well, I thought we had a guest. I guess this is as good a time as anybody to remind everybody to tap the screen. We're at 14,000 likes. We could be doing a lot better. Also, share the live. Don't forget, you can go down to the little share option and repost the live. Anybody on your following list would and catch this on their FYP. Great with a live. And if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, if you are open to having that belief questioned, well, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here looking for a debate or an argument. I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I am just trying to see if you can question those beliefs. If you can, well, then maybe we'll get to ask all the questions on the screen and more. Like, what is your belief and why do you believe it? What is the benefit of that belief? On this. What is the cost? Think about the questions asked and not not just regurgitate about the questions asked and not just regurgitate seemed to make it very difficult for our previous guests to explore their own beliefs and not the person in the background. The person in the background. Okay, well, Indeciva, you're not quite connecting there. You can always try again. And of course, TikTok's given me a few strange connection issues on my own, so maybe it was on my end. You can, of course, request again, and if anybody else does have a belief, go ahead and request on up. Request on up. Oh, is our frequency is too low, apparently. Is that what's happening? Somebody needs to raise the treble. Find that I mean, I could raise the frequency, but wouldn't that increase the speed of the modulation? Wouldn't that somehow make the vibration faster? I could raise the volume, the intensity of the frequency, but that doesn't speak so much to frequency as it does to the height of the wave, the amplitude. Z says, how do you measure yours? I ask the wizard in the mirror, and he uses energy salad. It's a new thing the kids are doing. I don't pay attention to what those kids are doing, apparently, Z, because I don't know what the dressing for an energy salad would be. Well, hello there, Redfish. Welcome in. I think you got both names wrong, so good job. That had to be intentional. Look at me telling someone they're wrong. We've started the subs in the chat. Sup all. But now we're waiting for a believer, for a questioner, for a questioning believer with questionable beliefs. Can you question your beliefs? If you can, well then what is that belief? Is it something old or something new? Is it something you've always had? Something you've just found? Did you create it yourself? Do you feel like it's from something that's always been, and yet you have some insight that no one else could? Vijay says that the music sounds more like the beginning of a Disney movie than a medieval tavern. Well, it was darker. I did change it. We could go back to the tavern. That is my favorite. I just don't want to wear the audience out. Yeah, we all know this ditty. Thank you, Z-Witch. Also, thank you, Joe and Angel. Thank you, 3 Pips, and thank you, Joe, for helping with our first goal. I think we can take a new guest if we've got any in queue. Oh, and of course they disappeared before I can get there. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you. I don't want to burgle your god, although there is plenty of room in the shed. I do want to know if you even can question your beliefs, and if so, well, what is that belief? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 22.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And what god do you believe in?
I believe in the God
Or god do you
created the world and everything in it.
the God that created the world and everything in it? Which God is that?
The God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob.
I see. And which book do you use to understand that God? The Quran, the Bible?
The Holy Bible.
I see. Which Bible is that?
The Holy Bible, it has some translations, like a couple translations, but it's the same Bible.
You say it has a couple translations.
Like the New King James, the New International Version, and yeah. But the same Bible, yes.
Is it a Catholic Bible, a Ethiopian Bible, or a Protestant Bible?
It's like Christianity.
Christianity. So would that be 66 books instead of 72 or 80?
It would be somewhere around 60 something books.
I see. So, and do you believe, well, I guess the first question I should ask is, have you read that book all the way through?
Yes, I've read from Genesis to Revelations, the entire
I see.
Bible.
And do you believe it to be entirely true and literal as written?
Yes.
So you believe in a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, global
Yes.
flood, all those things actually happened.
Yes.
Why do you believe that?
I believe it because I am in the 2025th year that's been calculated for American terms. And I believe it because of what Jesus Christ has shown towards me.
You said you believe it because of the 2025th year that's been calculated in America's terms. I'm not sure what you mean by that. What does that have to do with you believing a 6-day creation, or Adam and Eve being the first humans?
Well, I'm not sure. I guess other nations calculate time a little bit differently, but just I choose to look back at history, and the book of the Bible has counted history thousands of years before.
You're saying it counted history thousands and thousands of years before. What does that mean?
It means that the Bible can speak of something that went on before our time.
You're saying it can speak of something that went on before our time. I'm trying to understand why you believe a 6-day creation.
A 6-day creation. So, what do you speak of? Is it the
Genesis
creation?
1.
The creation of the separation of the waters, and that there was a firmament, and then there became dry land, and there was the land, and then there was a light that shone light. You know,
I think
the
you got it out
sun.
of order. You missed a part. The plants came before the light. But real quick, I'm gonna thank Everlasting God Stopper and Donna B for helping with our goal. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. The light you speak of, was that the one that denoted the day, and the other light that made the night? Because that would have been day 4, right? But what I'm asking is, if you believe literally in the 6-day creation, why you believe that?
I believe it because God, the Father, our God, my God, created the earth.
You're saying you believe the 6-day creation because it says that your God created the thing. Is it because it's in the Bible? Is that why you believe it?
No, it's more than that.
Oh,
The word I believe in and I trust, but it's more than that. It's more like a blind faith, just to know that something
so you
is
just
true.
believe it because you believe it. You claim you know that it's true. Which one is true? Is it the creation story in Genesis 1 or the contradicting one in Genesis 2?
I think that the Bible
You think that the Bible did what? If you leave the app, I can't hear you. So it just looks like a teacup and you've gone silent. I was asking which creation story in Genesis was true. Is it the one in chapter 1 or the one that contradicts that in chapter 2? Oh. Well, if you were looking for a way to leave the app, you could have said something. I could help you. But if you're just like got a phone call or a low battery warning, you'll have to clear that before I hear you again. matter if it was something I asked. Well, no matter. If anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned. Go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to debate or argue. I just want to know if you even can question your beliefs. Well, then, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, Ja. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
47.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Well, I've got lots of thoughts and questions in my head, but my thing is, this is God, and man, I've never felt love like I had before without the dog that I had. And I've been a Catholic, I've been a Lutheran, I even live in, well, I live in the South now, so John the Baptist is what they do around here. But simple
John, do you remember
love
the question
is
that
all
I
it
asked
is.
you? I asked if you believed in a god or gods or a higher power or anything like that. You said dog backwards is God. You haven't felt the kind of love that you have except for with a dog.
Yeah.
Are you
And
saying a dog
honest.
is God or love is God?
I think love is all there is.
I see. So rather than quoting Beatles songs,
I think
so rather than quiz,
I've done it my whole life.
okay. So you believe there is a God? Or
I
is it
do.
just a word you apply to? Word you apply to?
Other question. Well, I'm gonna
Well,
come
I
back
asked
to
you
this
a question. I had asked you a question. Could you maybe here's the better question, John. How many drinks have you had tonight? I had drinks have you had tonight?
I haven't had any.
Wow,
Thank you.
impressive.
Maybe I should get one.
I don't know, John. It sounds like we're not quite coherent at the moment. So
Why would a god make a devil? I mean, it's yin and yang. I get that
that's
kind
the
of
kind
stuff.
of question that I think is a great question to ask in the comments. Had nothing to do with what I was asking you. Also kind of coherent that I think is a great question to ask in the comments. Had nothing to do with what I was asking you. I had asked you about the creation stories, right? I think which one was true. You said that you knew it was true because the Lord God said. So I was asking, was it the one in Genesis 1, the one or the contradiction?
I believe that God doesn't change. Since the beginning of time and before the beginning of our time, I think that God does not change and his word is everlasting.
Right. So if his word is everlasting and he doesn't change, then which
Time last.
and he does the lasting one? Is it the one in Genesis 1 when he gives a very particular order of how he creates things? Or is it the one in Genesis 2 when he gives a unique, different order?
I think it's the word where God has a certain standard for his standard. God has a standard for all people that love him and claim to want to abide in him and claim to want.
The question I asked.
The question that you asked was, is it Do you understand like the God from Genesis this or Genesis that? This or Genesis that?
Not quite the question I asked. I was asking you about the order of creation. You said that you believed the order in Genesis because it was from God. And I was asking you which one. Which Genesis? Well, you started to say them earlier. You were talking about he was ordered to say them earlier. You were talking about he between the heavens and the earth, divided the waters, created dry land. But if you keep going, on day 3, he gets to the plants, right? Or 3, he gets to the plants, right? And then the next day he does the sun and the moon, and then he does the animals. And then after that he does the people, right? So you have plants, animals, people in that order. In the next chapter, it starts off to say that before there were plants, he creates a man. Then after that, he creates animals. And then after that, he creates a woman. And then after that, he creates a woman. So the orders given in Genesis 1 so the orders given in Genesis 1 and 2, true order from God.
The true order from God, I don't know exactly, but I can only read about it in the Bible. It was a very many years ago.
So read about it in the Bible, and you read that the order in Genesis 1 was different than the order in Genesis 2. Would you still think that one of those was necessarily from God?
Of the creation of the world?
Genesis.
That was it from God?
Yes, if the order of the creation is different from one chapter to the next, is one of those chapters from God and the other one not?
No, it's all from God.
The order is one of those
From God, for a certain reason, and it was so that we could read and learn that all of these things did come from one God. So the Bible was come from God.
the creation of everything was given to us from God, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Does it matter if the book contradicts it to us from? Does it matter if the book contradicts itself?
Well, and that's why a person has to have the Holy Spirit to guide them. So I can't even think of a contradiction right now, but I know
I just
that
gave you an example. Gave you an example. I just gave you an example. Bellissima, did you hear the example I gave you of a
No,
contradiction? So you weren't listening to me then?
I'm listening, but I did not hear a contradiction that you gave so far.
Oh, I'll do that again. So in Genesis 1, I'll do that again. So in Genesis 1, it gives a creation order, right? Do you hear me? Certainly. Can you repeat it back? Plants on day 3, right?
Okay.
Cool. So, and then animals on day 5, right? Plant, right?
Okay.
And then humans on day 6, man and woman at the same time, right? Genesis 1, right? You read it. Right, you read. So you know what I'm talking about when I say that it was plants and then animals and then people, right?
Plants, animals, and people. Okay.
Excellent. And then in Genesis, excellent. And then in Genesis 2, around 2:5, it starts with before there were plants on the earth, right?
Okay.
And he makes a man. One person, X for any.
Out of the dust of the earth. Yep. Okay.
And then he makes plants, doesn't he?
I thought you said that he made plants before.
Right, we did that in chapter 1. This is what a contradiction looks like, Bellissima. Keep up. So keep up. So we did the contradiction part now. We had the first chapter says it's plants first, animals, and then people. And
So
the
what are we
second chapter,
there?
hang on, don't interrupt. The second chapter says first. He makes a man from the dust. That is what I'm talking about when I say there's a contradiction. Do you understand? So the second chapter says before there were plants, he makes a man, and then he makes plants, and then he makes a woman. So the order is then, is it not?
What are you talking about? I'm sorry.
Is it?
I'm sorry. I'm not following like what your point is exactly
So
about.
Bellissima, do you speak English?
Your point is in this.
Can you repeat back to me the order from Genesis 1? Can you repeat back to me the orders, plants, animals, people? Is that the right order, or was it something different? Can you
That Jesus Christ was there from the beginning, and the world
I
was.
see. So somebody's kicked you in the head before. I'm just going to move on to somebody who's actually capable of coherent thought and comment to somebody wild. That was inappropriate of me to say. I apologize. But wow. We're going to try maybe another guest.
Hello.
Hello, Aradia. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, 26.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I think so. It's a little different. I was raised in 3 different religions, per se.
You were raised in 3 different religions. Do you believe
Yeah,
do you
I
believe that
was
one of those gods exists?
no. Actually, I think like Earth is God. God. That's my idea of it.
So you don't believe that any of the earth itself is a god?
Yeah,
The earth itself.
if you know.
Okay. So for you, because it provides what we need and is where life was born, at least our life, for you, then therefore it is a god.
Yeah.
Is this more of a fun idea, a way to use the word God without up to the way it's generally intended?
Yes. Outside of like the 3 main religions, Judaism,
Is it useful to you in any way is it
Judaism.
as God, though you don't intend it that way?
Yes, 100%. I think just in respect to the earth around me and the people around me, you know, like just in respect,
I don't
holding
know.
those morals of other religions, but also in the way we exist with the earth.
How does it help you hold morals of other religions to call the earth God?
I think most religions, and then also, I guess, quote unquote, the fear of God, right? But the morals within each religion, I guess you could say the main 3. I was born into Catholicism, we converted to pagan, and then we converted to Buddhism. or Buddhism, right?
How is it
So,
useful for you to call the earth God?
in respect to Buddhism around us, because
how
if
does
Earth
that
is
show
God and like
respect?
helped create us, right? Like we
What do you
love
mean
and
help?
coexist and respect it. You know what I mean?
What do you mean by helped? No, I don't know
Environments,
what do you mean by helped? No, I don't. Us. What did it do to help us?
evolution, right?
What did the earth do to help evolution?
It had the perfect atmosphere to create the first.
Do you think that earth?
Atmosphere to create the first.
Do you think it intended?
Maybe not.
So if it didn't intend to have an atmosphere that fostered life or evolution, then why would you refer to it as fostered life?
Because it created us. I'm so sorry. I feel like we're going in circles here.
We are. I'm
Yeah.
curious in what way you think it created us.
Through evolution.
So you think the earth created us through evolution, like it
So
created us through evolution?
no, it just had
Then
the
why do you give it
perfect.
the credit by saying it created us?
Because we evolved from it.
So in which way is that?
No.
So in which way is that it deserving credit?
So like we came from our parents, right? And then our parents came from our grandparents. So
Does
like
that
in
make them
respect,
gods?
parents, I think we all have a piece of earth within us, right?
I don't know
And
what
we
you mean.
create parent that,
I don't know
and
what
we
you mean.
create.
A piece of earth within us.
Yeah, because if we evolved all the way back from the first molecule or bacteria, you know,
No, I don't.
are you familiar with evolution?
Intention and refer to that which facilitates it as God. Don't you? Which facilitates it as God.
Oh no, I don't think there was any intention, right?
Well, then
You know
why
what I mean?
if
There was
some mind intending to create us if it does not have sentience to desire or require respect or devotion, then why give it that?
okay, so you think that
What I think doesn't matter. I'm asking you why you do what you do in your beliefs.
yeah, okay. Okay, I think we're stuck on this idea of calling the earth quote unquote a god, right? And referring to it as a god. I think you quote unquote, assuming that I mean it quite literally as a creator,
I only
right?
saw
But I
what
think
you
I'm
have
trying to
said.
say it in a more
Then are you using God in a figurative way to refer to the earth? If you don't mean that it intended our creation.
I think because it relates to most people, it relates theistic. So I guess the best way for me to describe my beliefs
is what
are
you're doing
in a way of
deception
comparing
then.
it to monotheistic
Yeah,
people.
is that not in a way kind of deceptive? Kind of deceptive? A way to fool others who have a belief in a God into thinking you're on the same team.
It could be perceived that way. I never thought about it like that.
So you don't
I appreciate that school of thought. I do.
So from what I'm hearing, then you don't actually personify the earth and think of it as an entity who intends your want to grant it some level of respect. And so therefore use the title of God without the implication.
Dang. I like how you think.
I wonder why you do it.
What do you think?
I wonder why you do that. Why do you, or do you, care what other emotional or religious thinking?
Okay, I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that?
Do you care what other people think of you in regards to your religiosity?
No. No, I think it's been so beat that all over the place, you know what I mean? I don't think that I've cared too much. I don't think that I've, you know what I mean?
So you don't actually believe that a God exists. Why not?
That's a good question.
This.
That's a good. I don't know. I definitely think that you're right in the sense that I've put. Definitely think that you're right in the sense that I've put other passions. Why don't I believe in a God? I don't know. I think it's hard to think or understand that someone would create Earth and only Earth, and that there's like nothing else out there. You know what I mean? I think it's a quinkadink. Think, there's a lot of corrupt religions. Yeah, that I don't necessarily fall in line with. And like I said, I do think religion was a set of morals to abide by for a utopian existence under rule of a god. Religion exists. Yeah.
What might convince you that
I die. And you know what I mean? I go to heaven or hell type deal, you know? Like I go to heaven or hell.
if you end up faced with heaven as you imagine it, you overseeing it, demanding your devotion, would you give it that devotion? Knowing would you give?
You said, would I give in to that devotion knowing that it existed?
Yeah, would you devote? Yeah, would you devote or worship a god just based on its existence? Or would you need something more from it?
Yeah, 100.
Would you need in order to worship the god that you once imagined was there?
I don't think I would need anything. Right? Like, what do you mean? Like, I would need proof or
Would you?
need proof or I thought you already asked, like,
Yeah, I was asking.
died,
I guess you're
then-
saying you would worship it if you came to realize it existed.
I guess just knowing in itself. You already I guess just knowing in itself. You know what I mean? I don't think I'd have yeah, I guess I don't know what to say. That's it.
What kind of god would you most want to worship if you had to choose one?
If I had to choose one, definitely on the Native American line. Or no, I don't want to say choose, but Native religions, Native Indigenous peoples. I guess again connected, but peoples. I guess again connected to the earth and respecting what's around you in life.
So some kind of indigenous earth spirit.
Yeah. Let's say Gaia, right? That's a.
Does it matter to you if a god exists or not?
No, not necessarily. All I have is this time on earth, you know what I mean? Why don't you just try being good and make the best of it? But good is subjective, right? What is good, what is bad?
Does a
So
God
Jesus
have
is
to
Lard
exist?
said a pantheist. What is that?
A pantheist would be somebody,
Pantheist.
panentheism. That would be somebody who believes everything is God and more. So there's something is God and more. Like a God outside of the universe that is also the universe.
Heard. Okay. Heard. Okay.
Slightly different than pantheism, which would be just a God that is the universe.
Okay.
Does a God have to exist for it to be meaningful?
For life to be meaningful?
For God to be meaningful, does it have to exist?
No.
With God. Why not?
Because it's still meaningful today and we don't know if God exists or not.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I don't know if I have any more questions for you, but I appreciate you coming up and answering.
Thank you for your
did.
help.
Yeah.
All
I
right,
hope you
bye-bye.
keep asking questions. Maybe next time
Yes or no?
I have it. Yeah, we'll have more questions, and who knows, you might have different answers. But in the meantime, I want to thank everybody for tapping the screen. We're up to thank everybody for tapping the screen. We're up to 27,000 likes. That's amazing. Thank you guys for sharing out the live. Don't forget about that repost button. Well, then we should be able to get quite a few more people in here open to questioning their beliefs and challenging their assumptions. Well, look at that. A wild filly red has appeared. Hello, filly.
Wild Philly Red. Hi, Thrayle. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Just questioning beliefs like I always do.
Mm-hmm.
Questionably, probably.
Mm.
We had an interesting guest who believed, well, not really in any gods, but described the earth in a godlike way.
Mm-hmm.
And a guest before that who had an extreme devotion to the Bible without the ability to question or even, I think, comprehend questions.
Mm.
It was unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
But now we have, nobody with a belief that I can see requesting unless, well, we have a few repeat requests. Have you spoken to either of those guests before?
Let me take a look. I don't think I've spoken to either of them.
I'll start where I think well, now we have a new request. And more. I think we'll just talk about the requests.
Just talk about the requests, and I guess it'll fill up.
It will. So we'll remind everybody that we're not here to debate, that we just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it if you can question that. And then I think we're going to take a new guest whose name I haven't seen before. Hello, Maxwell.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me up.
Yeah, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 31. Or 32.
Oh, happy birthday. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And which god is that?
I believe in the Christian God.
And have you read your Bible?
I did about 6 years ago from cover to cover, and I'm currently rereading it again.
Do you believe the stories within it to be entirely true and literal?
Yes.
So you believe in a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, global flood,
Yes.
talking snakes and donkeys.
Yeah.
I see. Why do you believe those things?
I think there's enough evidence for some of it for me to be convinced that most of it is true. And for what there isn't evidence for, there's not enough evidence to disprove it, in my opinion, to completely negate it. So I'm kind of open to it.
So the 6-day creation you believe because there's not enough evidence to disprove it, and somehow there's evidence enough to prove it?
Well, in the sense that the credibility in other areas of the Bible make me feel like what I cannot immediately find evidence for is on some level trustworthy. Just
How
because
did you determine the credibility in the other parts of the Bible?
Well, if we're talking Old Testament specifically, I'm just basing it off of the archaeological evidence.
So there's archaeological evidence that would back up Adam and Eve, or?
No. I'm saying the archaeological evidence in support of, say, the dynasty of King David actually existing, or the archaeological evidence of what they suspect they found where Noah's Ark landed. In other areas of the Bible, the archaeological
What they
evidence.
suspect they found Noah's Ark here.
Right. They suspect.
They suspect. Who's they?
I guess the archaeologists and the experts on archaeology. It's debated as to whether it's true.
Is it possible that the archaeologists and experts on archaeology have no debate about that not being the Ark, but also that the people who claim it is Noah's Ark would be not archaeologists? Is it possible?
Yeah, that's entirely possible.
Would that likely be because of a bias that they might hold? Or do you think that they're just privy to something the archaeologists don't know?
I can't speak to what they know versus what the archaeologists knew, but I will definitely concede that 100%. Yeah, I'm sure bias plays a big part of it.
You say you believe things like the 6-day creation and Adam and Eve because of the veracity of other parts of the Bible. What if those stories happen to contradict each other? Would you still believe them based on other parts seeming true, even if they contradicted each other?
Yeah, I guess depending on the context, I guess I'm okay with there being some fallacy to the Bible, so long as the fallacy does not lie in the gospel of Jesus.
I see. So if the order of creation given from chapter 1 and chapter 2 were different, and obviously contradictory, that wouldn't bother you as long as there wasn't a contradiction between major events in the Gospels.
Correct, yeah.
I see. Is an omission the same as a contradiction? If a huge event is recorded in one gospel and not even mentioned in any of the others, would that be a contradiction?
No, I don't think inherently it's a contradiction.
Oh, I see.
It could be, was that event witnessed by just that one person and not the others? You know what I'm saying? So, inherently, I wouldn't say it's a contradiction without more context.
Right. If it's described as something that would have been seen by not just other gospel writers, but literally everybody in the city that day.
Okay.
And nobody else wrote about it.
But one person?
Just one.
Does that make it a contradiction? No, I don't think so. I think it makes it open to question, and in terms of, is it legit
Is it possible there are more
more or what?
more than one such omission or contradiction throughout
In the Bible
Gospel?
specifically?
The Gospel specifically.
I wouldn't agree that there are contradictions already.
I see. Who wrote the Gospels?
Different apostles of Christ and followers, because Luke wasn't an
Different
apostle.
apostles. I see. Apostles and followers. Did they all meet Christ?
No, not all. Not all that wrote met God, met Christ.
So how would their words have any impact if they aren't witnesses?
This is my understanding of it, and I could be wrong because I'm not a scholar on it, but my understanding is Luke the physician who received his account directly from Peter, and that's where his gospel comes from.
From Peter.
Yes.
So he is repeating somebody else's story who may or may not have been there.
Peter, my understanding was always there. So my understanding of Peter is that he was one of the main disciples of Christ. So he would have been there to most all. I don't know of any that he would have missed off the top of my head, but I'm not saying it's impossible.
How can you believe that? I'm sorry. How is it that you believe that Luke has the correct story from Peter? Is it recorded recently after the events, or is this decades later?
No, my understanding is they believe that Luke and Acts was written before the death of Paul, which would have been shortly after Jesus' crucifixion. Within a few decades, I should say, not shortly.
Yeah, how shortly is shortly?
I don't know the information off the top of my head, but I could look it up for you. Did you want me to do that?
I'm curious if it's like a year or two, or is it decades?
Yeah, I can look it up for you. Give me 1 second.
Okay, well, we're getting a lot of background noise. It sounds like you're having to open like 20 doors, so I went ahead and muted you. Give me a moment to speak to the audience and remind everybody to tap the screen and share the live. We're at 30,000 likes, but we could be doing so much more. I do appreciate all of you, though, for tapping. Liz Wu says, "Oh no, Darth Vader voice, you're back."
I can do a deeper, darker Darth Vader voice.
I don't think this is Darth Vader voice. We could, no, I don't want to try a Darth Vader voice. It feels like a reach. I feel like his voice is higher than mine.
I can't even imagine it in my head, to be honest. I just always like to do the deeper voice because I think it's funny when they say it's fake. Why don't you make your voice go deeper to show them that
this isn't the bottom?
Yeah.
So I should do a fake voice to prove that I'm not doing a fake voice.
I think Maxwell is back.
Woo voice. So yeah, I shouldn't do that.
Hello. Thank you. Sorry I didn't mute myself. I should have took that initiative.
Appreciate that.
So Thrayle, I'm sorry. Could you repeat your question just so I know I'm getting you the right information?
Oh, we were finding out if it was just a year or two or if it was decades after the events that Luke recorded Peter's story.
Gotcha. Okay, so according to my study Bible, it is considered that Luke was written about 60s AD. Somewhere in the 60s AD.
60 AD.
So full generation.
What study Bible is this?
This is the CSB study Bible, the Christian Standard, the Holman one.
Huh. It might be a little bit early in its dating.
Okay. I'm not sure. I just go off of what it says in here. I can Google it as well.
It still says that it's a full generation after the death of Jesus. And it's early.
Yeah. Yeah, so the Gospel of Luke was likely written between 60 and 80 CE.
When was your study Bible published? I'm sorry, Thrayle. Maybe I should just let this go.
No, go for it, Philly.
No, that's okay. This was published.
Study Bible.
This. Where do I find that at? 2017.
Who's
Yeah.
the publisher?
Who's the what? I'm sorry.
The publisher?
Holman Bible Publishers from Brentwood, Tennessee.
And according to that study Bible, it says that Luke was written in 60.
Yeah, let me pull it back up so I'm not misquoting it.
I heard you say it's between 60 and 80.
60 and 8.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. It says that, I mean, I could read the whole paragraph where it explains the background. But it says Luke wrote both the third gospel and the book of Acts. It's relevant to consider the dating of both books together. The events at the ends of Acts occurred around 62 to 63. That's the earliest point at which Acts could have been written. If Acts, I mean, I could read the rest, but yeah, that's what it's saying.
The events happened at 62, and so that is the earliest that the book could have been written.
Right. That's where it's getting the 60 part of its dating, because it's saying it could be the earliest, could be in the 60s.
And it says that it could be 60 to 80.
Yeah, when I looked it up on Google said 60 to 80.
In any event, we're still talking about a full generation after
it's
80 is written.
I want to say no, because these people were still alive.
Is written.
I want to say no, because these crucified.
How many years do you think are in a generation?
I would say about 60 to 80.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. But I'm saying the person that wrote it didn't start writing it after 60 to 80 years.
So between 30 to 50 years later, if we do math, right?
Right.
So 30 to 50 years later, people were writing this story secondhand. Do you think any of the other Gospels are firsthand?
Matthew is believed to be, and I believe Mark is also believed to be. I believe Mark is considered to be the first one written, and the rest were based off of Mark.
I see. And And you think Mark was written by Mark?
I think there is some speculation on that. I think because there was a couple different Marks. There's an estimate as to which Mark, if I'm not mistaken. I can double check that real quick. I don't want to misspeak. Like I said, I'm rereading it again recently, so I'm not too familiar with everything and the dating on everything. I'm just learning it again. Let me see. It says the Gospel of Mark is anonymous. It says Papias quoted the elder, probably John, is saying that Mark recorded Peter's preaching about the things Jesus said and did, but not in order. Thus, Mark was considered the author of this gospel even in the first century. And the man who wrote it was John Mark, the son of a widow. And then it goes on.
You say the man who wrote it is John Mark. How do you know?
Well, that's what I'm reading what the book says.
Why do you believe what the book says?
Because I trust that the people who wrote it did their research.
Why?
It's blind faith. It's blind faith. I mean, if it makes you feel better, I have 4 different kinds of Bibles and I do cross-reference. I don't just go off of the one that's just the one I have with me here. But I try to use a study Bible with my readings.
Do you begin with the assumption that the book is true and then work for reasoning and excuse for how it must be?
No, actually, when I read the Bible the first time a few years ago, I read it with the assumption that everything was false because I wanted to disprove the Bible. So I was reading it intentionally to find contradictions. Sorry?
Why did you want to disprove it?
I was angry at the religion. I was angry at God, and I wanted to tear it apart.
You were angry at a God that you wanted to disprove. How does that work?
I was going through a lot of things. I went through a lot of things, and I couldn't understand how a loving God could allow the things that happened to me to happen. And so that formed a lot of bitterness and anger, especially since I was raised in religion. So it felt like a betrayal. So I went through a period where I was actively resistant to God.
You weren't really a non-believer. You were angry with the God you believed in.
Right, yeah.
So what was the you said you wanted to disprove God or disprove something else? What was it you wanted to disprove?
The Bible.
The Bible. But you believed in God still. You were angry at God.
I didn't want to believe in the Christian God anymore, no. I couldn't reconcile the Old Testament God with the New Testament God. And again, reconciling my own pain with a loving God. So I renounced the Christian God, and I did lean towards other spiritual avenues like Druidism, paganism, Wicca, Hinduism, just trying to find some kind of spiritual answer. But
I'm just having a hard time understanding how you were angry at God, so you didn't want to believe in God.
felt like he failed me. I felt like I had a relationship with him growing up in the church. I felt like I had a relationship with him. And then to come to an understanding that things happen to me that don't normally happen and shouldn't have happened to children made me feel like betrayed. Like, I thought we had a relationship. You let this happen. I feel like you didn't hold up your end of the bargain, I guess. And it really happened and shouldn't have happened. I thought you didn't broke this idea of God that I had.
So because it was
broke this idea
consistent with the idea of God that you had, you were seeing that
broke this idea of God
that you were and that God didn't exist.
Correct, yeah. At that time, yes.
At that time.
That was my answer for it. It's a very simple, like, caveman logic. Like, I can't believe in a God that loves me but would allow this to happen, so therefore there must be no God. Is kind of the train of thought.
Right, because God could be evil. God could not love you and still exist.
That's true. And I kind of leaned into that with the Wicca thing. I did kind of have pantheon focus on like Greek mythology and Norse mythology, and so I kind of leaned into that idea of gods that are kind of more ambivalent towards humanity, but are still kind of something I could pray towards, I guess. But that just didn't feel satisfying. I tried it.
Do you determine what truth is by how satisfying it feels?
No. Well, let me rephrase that. I'm sorry. One shouldn't, but I know that I have. Yes.
How about your current conclusions, your current position?
I'm sorry, you're asking if my current position is based on
A feeling that is satisfactory.
there is a component to that, yeah.
Is that what convinces you that it is true?
No, but it's evidence towards it.
What makes a feeling of satisfaction evidence?
I mean, I don't know how to describe it. I guess like when someone touches you and it feels good, it's evidence. When someone feel good in your body, then it's evidence that it's a bad thing. I don't mean to sound like obtuse when someone feel good in your boots, but I don't know how to describe how linear it feels to me. Like it's just evidence because I feel this thing when I feel I'm in that presence and I feel this thing that's good, it makes me feel like that thing is good.
Could somebody lie to you and say things that feel good to hear, but they're not the truth? And then you feel that satisfaction, but that satisfaction isn't really evidence of the truth.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, I'm not seeing the connection between feeling satisfaction and that being evidence of the true satisfaction. I'm happy to move on unless you want to try explaining again.
Oh, I'm sorry. You meant how is the feeling of happiness evidence towards truth? I thought you meant how is the feeling of happiness evidence toward my belief? I misunderstood your question. I apologize.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Nope, that's my fault.
So, something being satisfying is not evidence of its truthfulness?
Correct. I agree with you. Something being satisfactory is not in and of itself evidence that something is true.
I really appreciate that in this conversation so much.
And I'm very sorry if you guys are seeing circular logic that I'm not pointing out. I promise I'm not being intentionally obtuse. Logic that I'm happy to have it challenged. That's why I'm here.
I think you said earlier, Maxwell, if I recall correctly, that, or maybe it was somebody else, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Did you say that you're not really concerned if there are false parts to the Bible as long as the Gospels are true?
Correct. In with the exception that whatever is contradictory or false is not damaging to the inherent truth that I believe in within the gospel, which is Jesus Christ, the resurrection, things like that. So like if it was like the Bible said King David was in, year 1570 and it turned out to be 1590, that wouldn't bother me at all.
But if in some way the Adam and Eve story were contradicted and therefore original sin or not, as you understood it, would that not contradict the story?
Correct, yeah. If it were something like the Adam and Eve original sin because that would disprove the entire need for Jesus in my theological perspective. So yeah, if it was something like that without something satisfactory to replace it, then yeah, it would shatter my entire theological idea.
And Jesus refers to the creation event of chapter 1 as well, doesn't he?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Doesn't Jesus refer to the creation? Chapter 1 of Genesis.
I haven't read the entire of the New Gospel. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you're saying he did, I will take your word for it. I haven't read the entire thing. I've only read Mark.
I don't remember the verbatim reference, but I'm fairly certain he references creation.
I mean, I know in John he references the word is there and all that, and that references the word above the waters. I can't speak exactly if Jesus said it.
Are you very familiar with the creation story?
Yeah, the water. Recently, from all my failed attempts of trying to read the Bible, I've read it a few times more than the rest, but yeah, I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but I can try to answer.
It's easy to reread Genesis 1 and all the way up through 4 or 5, like over and over, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you read through Genesis, I'm going through 1 to 2. Do you notice the contradiction? The creation given.
Yeah, I noticed that it was different.
So you notice like the creation. So you notice like animals, man and woman at the same time in Genesis 1, and then in Genesis 2:5, it says before there were plants in the field, or I think it says. Oh, it depends on your translation, but it'll say before there's plants in the field, that he makes a man, and then he makes plants, and then he makes animals, and then he makes a woman.
Yeah.
How do you reconcile the two different orders given?
I don't see them as contradictions so much as different perspectives on a similar event. There was a way that my study Bible explained it that made sense to me, and I'm not saying it making sense to me makes it true, but it was enough for me to settle the question. I'm just trying to find the note because I don't want to misquote it, but it was essentially saying that it wasn't a contradiction, just a different perspective.
That's interesting. So it says that it's a different perspective, but that somehow from a different perspective, the man can exist alone before the animals. When the animals are made of animal.
That I'm going to be honest, I don't know. I'd have to read it again to be able to answer that.
The really relevant verse that points out the contradiction most obviously would be at 2:18 and 19.
Okay.
Where relevant to a man to be alone, I shall make him a helper. And so from the ground the Lord said, so from the ground the Lord God created. Because he was alone, he tried to make him a helper, and the helper was going to be an animal. He gave him all the animals, and he named them all, and then from them he could not find a helper. No suitable helper is found. It depends on your translation. And that's only then that he decides to put him under sleep and extract a rib and make Eve.
I think I found the verse note, or at least part of it. So it says here for verse 2:5, the verse note on my study Bible says, the shrub of the field and the plant of the field are not the same as the vegetation described in Genesis 1:11-12, but are the plants that will make up the Garden of Eden.
So it's saying there that in 2:5, when it says there's no plants or shrubs, according to that translation, that those are different plants than the ones made on day 3.
Yes, because
So
in
it says there's no plants in the earth. That's not saying that there's no plants on the earth. It's saying, you're saying that instead of saying what it says, that it's saying there's no plants in a garden that hasn't been made yet.
correct. So like the different perspectives.
Why would it say that if it doesn't mention the garden until after he makes Adam?
That I couldn't answer. All I can say is that to me it makes sense that in the beginning it gives a general overview of the outline of creation and how it took place, and then in chapter 2 the whole chapter is kind of zooming in on the creation of man. So to me, when I read that note, it made sense that the transition and the difference in the text is because it went from a broader perspective of the whole of creation to now chapter 2 transitioning into a focused creation, beginning in the garden and planting the herbs and the fruits to eat and all this stuff, and then the creation of man following directly after that. So I see it not as a contradiction, but an interwoven timeline, with chapter 2 just kind of more of a zoom in within the timeline that was already described.
So, a zoom in, when were the animals actually created?
I mean, I would say when they said they were created, but I assume it says it 2 different ways. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read it as we're talking.
It says they're on day 5 in chapter 1 before the humans. But then it says in 2:18 that it is not good for man to be alone. I shall make him a helper. 2:19 says, and out of the ground the Lord God formed the animals. Depending on your translation, it'll 2:19.
I'm speed reading. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to just be dead here. Dead space.
Good evening, Rav.
Hello, Rav. How are you?
So it looks like it says the Lord created Adam, then created the animals.
That's what it says.
Yeah. And you're saying that's contradicting to the first section?
The first chapter, and yes.
Okay.
The 5th day.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, I still see it from that perspective of a zoom out, of a general description of the layout and then general structure of how creation was formed and its order. And then chapter 2 is focusing in on a specific event within that total creation timeline.
So order doesn't matter then.
I'm sorry, you said order doesn't matter?
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying it's not out of order. It's an event within an existing timeline. So chapter 1 is explaining the general timeline, and chapter 2 onward is focusing in on a specific event within the timeline that was described in chapter 1.
Why? But the timeline in chapter 1, you just pointed out, is different, right? The timeline from animals to man is different from chapter 2, where it's man to animals, right? Do things change order usually?
No, you're right. They don't change order. I don't know how to explain that exactly. That particular point, I don't know how to explain.
Fair enough. Do you think that there are some reasonable explanations as to why that contradiction may be there?
Yeah, I mean, it could be that the human person that wrote it incorrectly and it was transcribed wrong. It could be that the story's not actually true in and of itself. Yeah, it could be mistranslations from all the other times it was translated, even if it was correct. And I mean, it could very well be a different way and a different version of translation that already exists. So it could be my particular translation. I don't know. I'm sorry. But yes, there are other possibilities for that existing.
What is the most likely?
To me, the most likely would be human error.
If you're comfortable with human error in these accounts, how do you know that there's no human error in the gospel accounts?
I don't know for a fact that there is no human error in the gospel accounts, no. I can't prove that. I don't think anybody can prove that. I think anybody that says they can prove it is a liar. I think that the evidence that what they say is majorly true makes it, to me, trustworthy to believe in it. But I know that I can't prove it.
Sorry, what makes it trustworthy?
The evidence that I see surrounding, everything around it, what was going on when it was created, the devotion of the people that were trying to pass on the message, what we can prove about it, stuff like that. I'm sorry, did you guys want me to get off, or were you just thinking?
I thought Philly was thinking of another question.
Yeah, I am thinking. Another question isn't coming at this moment, though.
Okay. And please don't be shy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you, does it matter to you? Actually, let me rephrase this as a better question that might help. Does your God need to exist for it to matter, for it to be meaningful?
Can you define what it is, please?
Your God.
Oh, does my God need to exist for my God himself to be meaningful?
Mm-hmm.
Does my God need to exist for him to be meaningful? I'm not sure what that means. Like meaningful, like as a symbol, or meaningful as in useful or impactful? Could you help me narrow that down a bit? Because for me, that seems a bit.
Take it however you'd like.
Okay. If we say meaningful in the sense of inspiration, like providing hope, then I guess no, because symbols can be meaningful. But if we're saying meaningful in the sense of, does he have a power or authority? And in that case, he needs to exist to be meaningful, then yeah, I think. Because you have to exist to exercise authority in some sense, you know what I mean? So yeah, in that sense, he would have to exist to be meaningful. But if you're looking at him as a symbol, then no, I don't think he would have to exist or necessarily need to be proven to exist. He just needs to be believable and inspiring, I guess.
Believable and inspiring.
I guess, yeah, maybe, I guess, to be, I mean,
that's a
to
fair
give hope.
answer.
Yeah.
Why do you believe?
But I'm sorry, believe what? Oh, just in general.
Why do you believe in Christianity and the Bible?
Sorry. It's more feeling than it is logic, as much as it irks me to say. So I will be upfront with that. But I believe because the message. How do I formulate this? I believe in it because believing in it feels like, oh, this is gonna sound really weird. Believing in it feels like home. It just feels like belonging. I don't know how to describe it.
Believing in it feels like home, like belonging.
Yeah.
Is that because you were raised in it?
That could be a component. I'm not gonna disregard that because we all know that could. I'm not gonna deny that could be true. But I don't think that even if that were to be true, it makes the feeling invalid at any point. I feel, if anything, it further emphasizes. I think that anything, it further emphasizes
it if it is based on a feeling of nostalgia.
Well, because anything, have a happy childhood. Yeah, no, I spent most of my life running from my childhood and avoiding my childhood and recovering from my childhood. So there's no happy feelings associated with my childhood. So if reconnecting with my faith makes me feel like home, childhood is never where it was. So I'm saying if I felt that way while connecting that to childhood, then it would further prove that it transcends than it would in my mind to disprove. Did that make sense? I feel like I phrased that. I'm sorry.
It felt a little confusing.
I'm sorry. I can get wordy.
It sounds like you're trying through a logical mind to rationalize something that you even might recognize as irrational through emotion.
I wouldn't say it's irrational. For me, it's hard to put into words. It's hard to make tangible something to me that is intangible. So that's where I'm struggling. And I don't want to come off preachy and say, the Lord came into my life. I'm not trying to do all that. So I'm trying to find a way to describe what I'm feeling in a way that's neutral.
Your preacher voice is pretty epic.
I've never used it, I promise. But I forgot the original question. I'm sorry.
I heard you say was if it was home, then it was a miserable home or something like that.
You're saying, my understanding of what your question was, is there a possibility that feeling of connection at home is stemmed because I was raised in that religion? And I'm saying I was abused by that religion and everything in that household. So for me to associate that connection spiritually with my childhood, to me, I would say logically that would feel like the opposite. Do you know what I'm saying? Because of the trauma, I ran from religion most of my life. The fact that I worked through that trauma to find religion again, to me, makes it even more valid, I guess, in a sense. I feel like I did it again.
Why is it that you don't feel the need to acknowledge the discrepancies in the text?
I don't think there isn't a need to acknowledge them, But I think that so long as the discrepancies in the text for me do not impact or invalidate or refute in any way the core gospel of my faith, that I'm willing to accept some of the little margins, but if it's something that directly would oppose or negate the crucifixion, Jesus, original sin, all that stuff, then that's something that obviously I would have to take another look at my theological beliefs, because I can't believe in that.
Okay, well, that's, I guess, what I'm asking, which is, that's just the beginning. That's the opening chapter.
What do you mean?
Okay, so for example, how would you translate, I guess, what
Off the top of my head, I think it says in the beginning, the Word was God and the Word was with God, or something like that. I can pull it up exactly.
that's John 1:1.
Yeah, that's in the
Sorry.
Gospels.
Listen, I told you I'm reading it again. Don't judge me. I'm sorry. I'm doing my best. There's a lot of words in here, man.
It's true.
There are, yeah.
Okay, Genesis 1:1, reading it for myself so I know what we're talking about. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Okay.
What if I told you that the opening verse is something along the lines of when God began to create heaven and earth being formless and void? How does that change the theology of the translation?
I initially, confronting this question for the first time, I don't see it. But if you want to help me see it, I appreciate it.
No problem. So, in the beginning implies that is the beginning of the timeline.
Okay.
When God began to create implies that there's a point on a nondescript timeline. Right? If I draw a line and I draw a point at the beginning of the line, I'm saying that's the beginning of the line. But if I draw a line and I pick a point somewhere on that line, then it's not the beginning or the end. It's just somewhere on that line. And so when I say when God began to create, it implies that there's time before that when. There's something before the creating.
It's true, but I kind of have this assumption that we weren't the inception of time, maybe our timeline, but there's like two other reasons why I don't agree. I don't believe that in the beginning means that that's where all time for everything started.
What does the word "the" mean? Do you know what the grammatical part of speech the word "the" is?
I'm gonna be real honest with you, bro. I barely passed high school. I'm gonna just be real with you. Please explain it.
It's a definitive participle. And what that means, it is the, not a, not one of, but the beginning. In the beginning. The one and only beginning. Not in a beginning, the beginning.
Okay. I understand.
So that the beginning implies zero time before.
Right. Agree.
So how does that change the theology then?
Well, I mean, it changes it in that the original text says that there's, like you said, a different timeline than what our translation says there is, and that our translation says the beginning, and the original says at a certain point God started. So yeah, I definitely acknowledge that. That's definitely true. If you're asking how it changes the theology, aside from that, literally, I don't personally think it changes it for me.
Oh, I'm not necessarily saying that this one singular point changes it. changes
oh.
theology. But you have to wonder if the opening verse is so poorly translated, how can you trust anything that comes afterwards?
Yeah. That's a fair question.
Have you ever considered whether the Bible is truly reliable before?
Yes. When I first denounced Christianity, I went on this whole completely without any evidence, just this whole kick of the Bible's not real, it's fake, it's just a bunch of old white guys in the room somewhere in Rome that put it all together in a council and manipulated it and all these things. And so I did believe that. I no longer believe that, but I did at one point.
What changed your belief around that?
Well, some of the research I did definitely helped. Looking into the archaeological evidence that we could find, going into the history of Christianity and why things were compiled the way they were and where they came from. And so that helped convince me. And then just reading the Bible itself, the cohesiveness of it, just kind of further, and the message, of course, kind of solidified it.
What do you mean by the cohesiveness of it?
To me, I feel there's one consistent theme from the Old Testament into the New Testament. And timelines, genealogies, prophets, histories, cultures, or I guess not cultures, but like culture evolutions. I just find that to be very beautiful. And I feel like that's something that couldn't have occurred on its own. So that's why it helps.
What do you think the consistent link between the Hebrew Bible and the Christian Bible is?
The idea that God's love is faithful, that he always had a plan to redeem us.
Okay, and interesting. And you're saying that that plan is the same in the Hebrew Bible and in the Christian Bible?
Yeah, I think there's foreshadows of the Messiah throughout the Old Testament.
Well, yeah, I mean the Messiah is a concept that comes from the Hebrew Bible. What does the word Messiah mean?
Was to support Messiah throughout.
That comes from the Hebrew Bible.
Literally, I don't know what it literally means. I know that. I don't know what the literal translation of the word Messiah is. Jesus in the New Testament is the Messiah.
It is?
I thought so.
Is that true, Philly?
Now that you're asking me that, I do not feel confident in giving an answer.
I'm not confident either. I'd be interested in clarifying that and verifying that. Are you? If I'm going to make a statement and then I'm going to clarify it with a question. If the word Messiah comes from a Hebrew word, which means Mashiach. Mashiach literally means anointed one. And part of the concept of anointing, do you know what anointing means?
Yeah, I've seen it in the Old Testament. It's, I guess, literally when they put oil on you to mark you for God.
Exactly.
I guess for service for God.
Exactly. Yeah. And so if the foundational part of being a Messiah is to have oil put on your head,
Hmm.
at what point does Jesus have oil put on his head?
Ooh, I thought I saw somewhere in my study Bible the note said that in um, traditional Jewish culture, when a child is born, it's part of the, I guess, dedication ceremony or something that they do to anoint the child. It's built into their cultural practices. Now I haven't backed it up on my own outside of the Bible to verify that, but that's a note that I did see.
Yeah, so that is not a part of birth practices,
Okay.
but would be a nice connection if it was. Um, but there are essentially three reasons to anoint. One is for somebody. Which do you think would be the appropriate one if you were trying to make the king over Israel?
I guess the status one.
Yeah, exactly. And so um, when we look at any other anointing in the Hebrew Bible, we expect to see a prophetic figure anointing the head of the person whose status is being elevated. So, for example, um, in uh, when David is anointed by Samuel, his head is anointed with oil. Saul is anointed, his head is anointed with oil. Um, when the priests are anointed in Leviticus 8, their heads are anointed with oil. It's actually Leviticus 4:3 is the first time the word Messiah or Mashiach is used. And so my question is, if Jesus' head is not anointed with oil by a prophet, how can he be the Messiah?
I don't know exactly. I'm gonna be honest and say that I'm googling because I don't have the scriptures memorized. I thought that Jesus was anointed in the New Testament by the woman that washed his feet.
Yeah, his feet had oil, but that's
Like at
not a
the
way
camp.
of anointing somebody.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Then I can't think of any other time that he was anointed or anybody mentioned any oil being put on him aside from that.
So some people will say that he was anointed with the Holy Spirit by John the Baptist. But this also doesn't really make any sense, because what John the Baptist was doing was a mikvah, or a ritual bath, purification bath, which would make sense before an anointing ritual. But there is no anointing ritual that follows, which to me is really strange. And so let's just table that for a minute. Thrayle, do you mind if I keep asking questions?
Can I just answer from earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I am tired because I forgot that Christos, means anointed one. It is a direct translation of Messiah, and Jesus is referred to as the Christ in the New Testament. Yeah, in
Isn't it
Christian.
weird that there's no reference to any such anointing?
So there is in Matthew, not from a prophet, but there is in Matthew the woman who pours perfume on his head.
On his head or on his feet?
Well, there are different, the synoptic passage, the parallel passage in Mark, I believe, Mark is on his head.
Oh, good. I didn't know that.
Mark 14:3-9 is on his head.
Oh, good. That's great. I did not
I'm
know that.
checking to see if it coincides with Matthew. That's why I didn't say anything yet.
So it's perfume and it is from a woman.
Yeah. Yeah, so in Matthew 26:6, he's at the house in Bethany of Simon the leper. That's the same place he's at in Mark 14:3, Bethany at the house of Simon the leper. And then in Luke, it says he was at the Pharisee's house in 7:29. That's when his feet were anointed. So it's two different locations.
Oh, it was to prepare him for burial.
Right. The first one was the perfume on the head. I'm not sure if that counts as anointing. I don't know if preparing for burial would cross over with that. You know what I mean? So I wasn't sure.
Well, that's what I'm asking. So, okay, so he's anointed, but they had him, you know, what would be the expectations of a Jewish Messiah from the Hebrew Bible? Like, let's put the anointing thing aside. Like, if the Messiah were to come, what would you expect them to be doing? What are some of the expectations?
For that the Jewish people would expect, or that I would expect.
That the Jewish people, well, I mean, that the Hebrew Bible, let's forget about what Jewish people would expect. What would the Hebrew Bible expect?
I didn't finish the whole thing, but my understanding of it is that they're expecting a king, someone to overthrow Caesar, lead an army, something along those lines.
Sorry, you have a lot of background noise.
Me? Is it me?
There's something that's interfering with you.
Is that better?
Yeah, much.
Okay, sorry, I tried to put on a charger.
Okay, so what did you say?
That my understanding of the Old Testament Messiah was the expectation he was going to come as a king and overthrow Caesar and lead an army and rule over Israel, restore Israel as a kingdom.
Great. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great example. And restoring the Davidic monarchy, I think, is also among the chief expectations.
Yeah.
Okay, so at what point is Jesus overthrowing the monarchy or restoring the Davidic monarchy?
When he returns a second time, he'll have the 1,000-year rule.
Oh, so not yet.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so not the Messiah then.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, if the or the Davidic throne, and the Davidic throne hasn't been restored, then the Messiah hasn't come yet.
The Messiah as the person has come, yes, but as the title, like as the fulfillment, no.
Okay, so not the Messiah. So the Messiah has not come.
Not in the context of restoring the Davidic dynasty, no. But I do believe the Messiah was Jesus who came the first time.
Okay, but wait a second. You just said that the expectations of the Messiah would be that they came and restored the Davidic throne, and that had not been fulfilled, and so therefore the Messiah has not yet come. Is that not accurate?
Right, in the context of the Messiah, the expectation that he's going to rule over and restore the Davidic throne, no, that in that context he has not come. But I still believe that Jesus is the Messiah. He just didn't come as the Messiah in that context.
Sorry, I guess I'm confused.
Are you saying, Maxwell, that Jesus will not fully be the Messiah until all these things are fulfilled? But you would say that we know that Jesus is the Messiah. It's just not yet fulfilled?
Correct on the second part. We know that Jesus is the Messiah. It's just not yet fulfilled.
How do we know that Jesus is the Messiah if those things are not
Yeah.
fulfilled?
Seems a little preemptive.
Well, because
No?
he says he's gonna come back. And well, I mean, if you believe in revelations, I know some people don't believe it's an actual thing because it's purported to be a vision, and so I guess that my rebuttal would depend on whether you acknowledge revelations to be a true thing. Does that clarify at all?
So the issue that I would have, or the piece that I'm trying to understand, is until Jesus fulfills these things, if and when, how do we know that Jesus is the Messiah or just claiming to be the Messiah?
Because again, this is just my understanding. Jesus fulfilled and confirmed that he is the person that how do I say this? Because he fulfilled all the titles that the Messiah is also associated with when he's kind of accepted that. Does that make sense? Like the Messiah is described or included as the person who will, for example, not saying this is true, for example, be the one that was born in Nazareth and died on the cross. Well, because Jesus born in Nazareth and died on the cross, logic would also assume that he's also the title of Messiah because it was used to describe. Does that make sense?
So what I'm hearing you say is, if hypothetically there's a list of 10 things that the Messiah will be or do, if some of those 10 things are marked off, then we can assume that this is the Messiah, just not yet checking off all 10 things.
Yes, I think so. If I'm understanding you, yes. I think that the first time that Jesus came, he came to die for the sins of man and to redeem us. But I don't know that there's anywhere in the Bible that says he was only supposed to come one time. So it doesn't seem illogical for me that he came once, not as the Messiah, but as specifically the Redeemer and the Savior to atone and sacrifice, and that he will come back again as the Messiah.
So Rav used the word preemptive. Does this seem preemptive to you? Like, until we get all hypothetical 10 items checked off, we can't really be sure that Jesus is the Messiah.
Yeah, that's logical to say. Until we get them all, we can't confirm it for factual. Yeah, but I think that,
Like, I'm wondering if you think we're putting the cart before the horse here.
it is definitely possible, but I feel like the book of Revelations is a prophecy pointing towards the future. So I feel like it's kind of hard to say we're putting the cart before the horse if we're basing this information off of a already foretold to be in the distant future event. Does that make sense?
Is the book, now here's the other question. How do you know the book of Revelation is about a distant future event?
Because I believe there are specific things that is prophesied will have to happen before the culmination of Messiah returning. Signs that we could look out for. I think they call it birthing pains or something.
What if I told you that the book of Revelation was in direct response to the occupation of Rome, Judea, in the 1st and 2nd century CE?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to break it down for me and it makes sense and I can confirm it, then yeah, 100%. If that's what it is, then that's what it is.
So, did you know that in the Greek, the number is 606, whereas in the what is it? In the Latin Vulgate, it's 666. Is the number of the beast.
Okay.
Do you know why that is?
I do not know.
Do you know what gematria is?
I don't know exactly.
No. It's the idea that letters have numerical value.
Oh,
So
okay.
like A is 1, B is 2, C is 3. That would be an
Hmm.
example of gematria.
Gotcha.
But if you use the Greek gematria for the Emperor Nero's name,
Hmm.
it adds up to 606 in Greek. But if you use the Latin, Emperor Nero's name adds up to 666.
Okay.
So in reality, it's referring to Emperor Nero. And the uh, the see here's it. Do you know what apocalyptic literature is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's like doomsday predictions, right?
Great. So I think that's what popular culture kind of has us believe. But in
Okay.
reality, apocalyptic literature is a genre of literature in which people are responding to their time in a way that will not get them in trouble with the authorities. So, for example, if you are an oppressed person
Mm.
and you're trying to talk smack about your oppressor,
Mm.
but you don't want to get in trouble, you're going to use this genre of apocalyptic literature to have those discussions. So, for example, um, good example here. Um, hmm,
So is it kind of like cold?
so, for
Okay.
example, the book of Daniel appears to be talking about the Babylonians. But
Hmm.
in reality, the book of Daniel is talking about the Greek occupation.
Okay.
Okay?
Hmm.
Oh, I was playing a video game. I just messed it up. Okay, so that's one example. So the book of uh, Revelation is having an entire discussion about what it appears to be a much later time period, but in reality, it is describing very much their immediate reality.
Okay.
And so, how does the book change if it's talking about what it's like to live as perhaps a sectarian Jew or even a early Christian under late, um, well, it's not even the Second Temple because the Second Temple has been destroyed at this point. See, here's the other thing: Christianity is in large part a response to the destruction of the Second Temple. And so, necessarily, much of these stories have to take place after the destruction of the temple, because
Okay.
the whole question that's being asked is, what do we do now if there's no temple and we have no place to sacrifice? Right? So Christianity says there's no need for sacrifice anymore. The last sacrifice has been made. You understand what I'm trying to tell you?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I'm very
Can you
sorry. I
repeat
forgot
that?
your question.
Well,
Sorry.
I guess, yeah, the question is, um, how does your understanding of the book of Revelation change if in reality it's not talking about a distant future, but a very immediate present of dealing with these failed expectations of a messianic figure? That
Yeah.
soon he'll be back. They look, look. Here's what I'm. Okay. Uh, you have expected that Jesus will resurrect in one generation, two generations, so on and so forth. You've been disappointed Now you have to move the goalposts. Do you understand?
Okay.
And by moving the goalposts, what I mean is you have to figure out how to cope with the fact that these expectations have not been met. And in fact, um, uh, quite the opposite. Rome has succeeded in its efforts. And so the book of Revelation is essentially the wait and see, it's all going to be fine one day soon message.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Repeat your question again.
Yeah, so how does the book of Revelation change now knowing that it's not about a distant future, but a failed expectation of an immediate present?
I mean, for me personally, it doesn't change anything.
Why not?
Because if what the gentleman is saying is, if I'm understanding it correctly, the text could be implying that it was a way of the Jewish people to vent about their oppression, and that it doesn't necessarily mean that Jesus is coming back, but it was more related to something happening in that time. Am I understanding that?
Yeah.
Okay. So to me, if the revelation is pointing towards some kind of good news or hope or light at the end of the tunnel, then to me it doesn't change anything, because whether I die or whether Jesus comes back first, either way there's going to be good news. So to me, it personally doesn't change anything. It just becomes a text I expect to see Jesus riding it on a horse on. But it doesn't fundamentally change that at the end of my life, whether he comes back and cuts it short or I go to him, there's still going to be heaven.
Great. So I guess what I'm asking is then, do you see how you just moved the goalposts again?
No, I'm sorry. How did I?
By saying it doesn't matter whether or not the text is true. It doesn't, like, you're saying that all that matters is that you go to heaven.
Yeah, I'm saying for me personally, I'm not saying that historically or theologically it wouldn't shake the foundations of a lot of things, but I'm saying it wouldn't shake the foundation of my personal faith. Just to me, it's one of those things where, like I mentioned earlier, it's just one of those gray areas that if it were to be changed and the context were actually to be misrepresented and it wasn't true or relevant, then I'd say, okay, it doesn't really matter to me. All the good stuff was, the rest. This is what was coming in the future. You said this is not actually what's coming forward in the future. This is something that already happened. Okay, so the future changed. I guess I'll have to wait to get to the future to find out how. I don't mean to be like, please excuse me. I don't mean to be like mocking or anything. I swear.
I don't feel that you're mocking.
Type of disrespectful.
Tone, I don't care about tone.
Okay. But yeah, that's just how I see it.
I understand. I guess what I'm saying is, what I find to be interesting is that you are willing to ignore the contradiction of, for you, it seems that the comfort of heaven is more important than what the text actually says. And I'm curious about that.
Well, for me, it feels more true to say that I'm more willing to believe and accept that there are things that I'm not going to be able to explain or understand. So long as...
Wait. That's not what I said.
But you're explaining and understanding them, or explaining that you understand them. And that's not what Rav said.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I went on a tangent there. Go ahead and can you rephrase it?
Yeah, what I said was you're willing to move the goalposts for the comfort that you have come to appreciate with regard to heaven. In other words, you're willing to look past the clear contradiction that this text does not refer to you or your time period because the comforts of heaven are far more attractive than the truth.
That's one way to look at it. I don't think that's an entirely fair characterization, but I understand that obviously I'm not going to agree with it because it's your perspective on it.
Well, yeah, but what was unfair about what I said?
Because to me it feels like a diminishing or minimizing in some way, or devaluing, I guess, in some way of what I do believe, and like almost like it's shrinking my faith to just heaven, and that's all that I believe in. And that's not. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but that's just how I felt.
Sure, and I can appreciate the sentiment, but literally all I did was repeat your words back to you.
Let's see. From what I know about Revelations, and that it's pointing towards the future, to me, that doesn't interfere with the gospel that I trust and believe in enough to make it of consequence to my faith moving forward. It's one of those things that I'm willing to accept that if it's not it, then it's not it. It doesn't change what I believe and understand about this thing, this core thing. Does that explain that better? Did I still miss it?
No, I think it's still the same issue though. Like, okay, so if Revelation is not the core.
And before you answer, Maxwell, you've got a lot of background noise. It's like you're walking into a windstorm or you're breathing directly into the microphone. Either way, that is all I hear. It's just pounding my eardrums. So I'm going to mute you for just a minute to give our ears just a break for just a moment while you ponder on Rav's question. What is the core? And before you answer, also, I need to make sure to thank Philly Red, 7 of 9, 3 Pips, Heather's Descent, Donna B, Amoria, and AK Borealis. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. You guys are amazing. I appreciate all of you. Okay, Maxwell. What is the core then?
Sorry about the noise, by the way. The core to me is God's love, his demonstration of his love through his pursuit for our redemption. That's the core truth. If there's anything that contradicts with that core truth,
sending his son as a redemption for us. Or for him.
Our redemption.
Why do we need redemption?
From sin.
What is sin?
Sin is, I adhere to more of the Orthodox tradition of what sin is, which is more that sin is a disease in the body and not necessarily just a willful thing like some other Christians believe.
Who created sin?
Yeah.
Sorry, Red.
I think, in a sense, I think God created sin, in a sense. Just by his existence and the existence of free will, sin also had to be able to exist.
So, we need redemption for sin, which God created.
Yeah, I guess if you want to boil it down like that, that's kind of you're not saying it wrong. I'm gonna be honest and say it's irking me, but I'm not gonna lie to you and say it's wrong.
If God created sin and somehow we're meant to need magic human sacrifice thing, what's that all about?
What human sacrifice?
Jesus.
Oh. I thought you were talking like Old Testament on an altar on fire type thing.
No, if it went that way, then maybe he'd be closer to being a actual sacrifice in accordance with the Old Testament, but he doesn't even fit that criteria, does he?
I don't think so. I'm sorry, what was the question?
So the question was, why the human sacrifice? What does that have to do with redeeming us for the thing God did?
Okay. I can answer that, but I don't know how to answer it without being preachy, so just give me a second to try to, like, condense it. Okay, so essentially my understanding of it is that sin can also be equated to disobedience. And the sickness, in a way, of disobedience is inherent in humanity. And so the sacrifice of Jesus was necessary for the cleansing of and the transformation of out of that disobedient nature.
Cleansing.
That's the best way I could describe it.
Cleansing out of disobedient nature. So people became less disobedient after the cleansing of Jesus.
Well, I mean, if it took, church is severely lacking, but yeah, essentially, the idea less responsible. If you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, He gives you a new heart, and through that new heart, you sin less. You start a process called sanctification.
So if you accept Jesus, then you somehow become less sinful.
Yeah. No, I would say not somehow. I know how, but yeah, essentially.
So someone who truly accepts Jesus won't sin.
If they truly accept Jesus, then no, over time they will eventually sin less. I don't know about being perfectly without sin. That's not biblical. I wouldn't say they're perfectly without sin, but they get to a place of sinning less.
What about accepting Jesus makes someone sin less?
Because by accepting Jesus, a person is saying that I welcome and accept the sacrifice and the redemption of what you did to cover the cost that I can't pay for this.
How does it actually cause them to sin less, though? Sounds like they're just accepting that they are going to sin.
Well, because the Bible teaches that the price of sin is death. So if we were to remain in the state that we are without any, I guess, way out, because we can't get ourselves out of this nature that we have.
Right, so, you're saying that Jesus gets us out of it.
Right, yeah.
But how does Jesus actually get us out of it, or does he just absolve us of the things we're going to do anyways?
No, that's where the Holy Spirit would come in. So if you accept Jesus as Lord and Savior, you're basically saying, I accept the covering that you offer. And then, and then you receive the Holy Spirit, which...
So anybody who sins is somebody who's sinning and claiming to accept Jesus? Are they not accepting Jesus?
Yeah, that's a valid statement. I think that if someone truly accepts Jesus, the best way I could describe it is when you start building a relationship with God, you don't want to hurt someone that you love. So the more you understand and you build that relationship with God, you understand what is good and bad in his eyes. Doing those things causes conviction, this feeling of awareness that I did something I know I shouldn't have done. So through that conviction, which is an internal feeling, that's what's like kind of what's the word? Corrects people when they're going down the wrong path. Now you can still choose to avoid it. It's not crippling. It's not painful. It's not going to kill you. So yes, to answer your question, someone who does accept Jesus as their Lord and Savior can still sin if they're choosing to ignore the guidance that God gives those that he saved. It's still free choice. It doesn't force them to obey.
I'm not sure that I heard necessarily a definition of sin yet, or one, at least one that comports with the Bible.
I equated it to disobedience.
Why? What does that mean? Disobedience from what?
Disobedience from essentially God, but good.
Okay, what's good? How do you know what good is?
Good is what God defines as good.
Okay, and what is that? I mean, come on, I mean, we can do this all day, but like, how do you, like, what's the measuring stick for what's good?
God is the measuring stick for what's good.
Okay, all right, so, like, what's the list of things? How do you, like, what's the list of things that are good that God says are good or bad?
You could use the 10 Commandments, or you could just do what Jesus said in the New Testament.
How many commandments?
The 10 Commandments, or you could just do the 2 in the New Testament.
How many commandments are there in the Torah?
In the Old Testament, there are 10 Commandments.
There are?
Oh, man.
Isn't it be fruitful and multiply?
No, I'm talking about the 10 Commandments, like what was on the tablets.
In Exodus or Deuteronomy?
I think it was in Exodus.
Well, there's 10 commandments in Deuteronomy also.
Okay, I'm talking about the 10 Commandments on the tablets that was given to Moses.
That's also in Deuteronomy.
Okay. I didn't know this book.
And it's different.
What's different?
The text in Deuteronomy of the 10 commandments from the tablets are different from the text in Exodus for the 10 commandments.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize. Do you know what verses they are?
I mean, we could look
different.
Let's
realize. Yeah. Let me see.
Interesting radio chatter we're getting in the background there. But while he's doing that, everybody remember to tap this screen. We're up to 45,000 likes. That's awesome, but we could be doing much better than that. Thank you all for tapping and sharing. I appreciate all of you. Don't forget that when you hit the share button, there's that repost button there too, which helps everybody who follows you see it on their FYP. Is he looking up a verse?
I think so. He might not also be aware of.
I got it here. I looked it up. So in Exodus, it's Exodus 20, 1 through 17. And then in Deuteronomy, it's 5, 6 through 21.
Great. And you could probably even use an AI if you wanted to kind of see the differences between the two texts. But I guess I'd be curious. You immediately went to the Ten Commandments. What about the Ten Commandments do you feel like you're responsible for?
All of them.
Yeah, like no other gods before me. That makes sense, right?
Yeah, they all make sense. Yeah.
What about what about not working on Saturday?
They all make sense. Yeah.
Oath. That's pretty important. What about not working on Saturday?
I think that so.
Does it say shamor? Does it say to remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy?
Yeah, it says remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. You are to
How do you
labor
keep
6
it
days and
holy?
do your work.
What does holiness mean in Hebrew? In the Hebrew Bible?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
I'm going to run that poll again. We had 50-50 results. Everybody remember to vote in the poll in the upper left-hand corner of your screen.
I get to vote. Oh. So holiness means separate. Here's the thing. I think I think that this conversation is probably going to be coming to an end shortly, and I think that you would do yourself and everybody that you speak to about the Bible a huge favor to read the Hebrew Bible and to read it through the lens that the people who wrote it, of the people who wrote it. Does that make sense to you when I say that?
Yeah.
Do you know who wrote the Hebrew Bible?
I mean, I know the Bible says Moses wrote it.
Yeah, well, so Moses is of what tradition? Like, what group of
Jewish.
people? Yeah, exactly. So, what I would do if I were you, as somebody who seems to be, like, I will say, you have appeared to have the utmost integrity in this conversation by my estimates, which I really appreciated. There were some really interesting things that I would like to recap briefly, but if you're interested in really doing a deep dive into this, I would ask yourself, what do the Jewish people say about the text and how do they read it? And how does that compare or contrast to the Christian? So just to recap, we pointed out that there are immense differences between chapter 1 and chapter 2 in Genesis. We pointed out that the Christian different. We pointed out that the Christian translation, Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, between the Christian interpretation. We also looked at that Jesus was not, if Jesus were to be the Messiah, he would necessarily need to come at a much later date, because in the current state, he's not done anything to demonstrate the fact that he's the Messiah, right? So I guess the final sort of comment that I would have is actually I lost my train of thought. Surprising. I guess what do you make of all that? What a conversation.
Yeah, I think the conversation as a whole was very insightful. It was very enlightening. Thank you, Thrayle, for having me on here, and both of you guys, all of you, for educating me. I definitely want to look into that more, because it does bother me to not have an answer. At least I've attempted to look for it, so I will research that. And maybe next time I get on here, I'll have a different answer. But I wanted to go back to you said the Jewish text. Do you have a specific book you would recommend just to get me started?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So there's a website called Sefaria. I'm gonna type it in the chat.
Okay.
It is all of Jewish text, both in Hebrew and in translation, completely free. It's also an app. You can, if you're on a computer, you can double click on any Hebrew word and it'll give you the full definition, semantic range of the word. And if you click on any of the verses, it will give you commentaries.
That's
It's
amazing.
extreme, and you can search any word in the search bar. It's an incredibly powerful app and website, and I don't know how anybody would get through rabbinical school without it.
That is awesome. Thank you so very much. I am definitely going to download that and use it. That's a useful tool.
You are welcome.
Thanks for sharing that resource, Rav.
My pleasure.
All right. I'm.
My pleasure.
Yeah, I think the poll is spoken, but I really appreciate you being here, Maxwell.
Thanks for.
All right.
I think honestly.
I appreciate you guys entertaining me. Thank you.
Yep. Appreciate you. I hope you keep asking.
Entertaining me.
I hope Maxwell comes back another time.
I do too. It was very open and I lost words, but
I appreciated that Maxwell was willing to have a conversation, not just here to make an argument, was willing to learn.
Admitted when he didn't know something, when he couldn't give an answer.
My favorite part.
I really appreciated that. But that does open us up now. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, if you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well then request on that. We do have one request, I think, might still be there. But I don't know, I don't remember a positive ending to our previous attempt. Hello, Anon. Can I get
What's
your
up?
age for TikTok TOS?
Huh?
Can you remind me your age?
Don't ever question my age.
It's for TikTok terms of service.
Oh, I know.
Are you above 18?
I'm 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And what god is that?
My father.
What god do you believe in? Which one is that? What?
Listen.
And I was asking you which god you believe in.
Oh boy.
I think this is as far as we got the last two times.
Are you still
Have a good
with
night.
us, Anon?
I'm here. Yeah. I'm here.
Are you intentionally avoiding answering the question? Do you not want to have a conversation? You're very confusing.
Fruit of the Looms.
Hmm.
And that opens us up for yet another believer who may or may not be open to questioning their beliefs. Because that's what we're doing.
What was that? What was that?
What's that
You just
called uh, when you like expose yourself?
Oh.
Exhibitionism. Yeah, that was an exhibitionist.
maybe.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm kidding, but like,
That has a similar fate.
And it goes like this.
yeah, I didn't mean that he was exposing himself. I just meant that he was an exhibitionist. I was just trying to figure out what that specific word was. Isn't it amazing that Star Fox, all these years later, just has exactly this, just so good. What a game. Isn't it amazing that Star Fox
There we are. Back on YouTube too. Everybody joining. We are not here to debate you. We are not here to pounce or shame you. Not here to prove your belief is a pile of garbage or founded on faults. Your beliefs, well then if you can, request on up. Tell us what your beliefs are and why you believe them. If you can answer the questions, then maybe we can get to the other questions, like, the benefit of your belief, and what is the cost? What do you think, Rav? What is the benefit of your belief?
What's the benefit of my belief? Well, I think there's an importance in noticing and like paying attention and understanding. I think that the role of my belief is for me a personal reminder to realize what my that I have a responsibility to myself and my surroundings. I mean, I think that's a huge part of it.
The recognition that you have a responsibility to your surroundings. That's the
Yeah,
benefit.
I think so.
Can you gain that benefit without that belief?
Oh yeah, for sure. I would not argue that my belief is essential in any way, shape, or form.
I know how heavy it could get, but it's not right if I don't ask you, what is the cost?
Say it again. Say it again.
I said I know how heavy it might get, but it's not right if I don't ask you. So what is the cost of your belief?
What is the cost of my belief? What's the cost of my belief? Having to explain this to you all every week. No, I'm just kidding.
I try to give you new questions.
Yeah, no. What's the cost of belief? By the way, I just won. I just beat Andros. Didn't lose a single life. Didn't lose a single R-wing. But what is the cost of the belief?
Congratulations.
Thank you. No, that was really exciting. I think that's the first time in a while that I've done it without losing a single R-wing. Okay, what is the cost of my belief? Well, this is kind of interesting. I think maybe that because I am so my belief is so very much my own. Like, yes, I'm in conversation with other process theologians, but that sets me apart from perhaps other Jewish theologies. Yes, I'm in conversation with Judaism, but that sets me apart or makes me different from, other groups of people. Yes, I am a theist, so that sets me apart in some ways from this community that we're building. But yes, I am like descriptive in my theology and not prescriptive, so that sets me apart from many theists. So maybe in some way the cost is that the cheese stands alone, man.
Hmm. Does it feel lonely?
No, there's not actually a cost there.
Mm-hmm.
At least I haven't experienced the cost. I think what I'm there is a like I don't think that no I don't I think that is the cost, like noticing that there are, I'm in dynamic tension with a lot of different ideas.
Does being in that dynamic tension require you to give up anything?
Excuse me. Um, excuse me. To give up anything. No, I think if anything, I just have maybe more of an open-mindedness to various perspectives and that sort of thing. Can I share a very strange anecdote that happened this evening?
Very open to it.
Go for it.
It's on brand for what we're talking. It's not a WTF moment. It's very much.
I'd be
So I was.
down to support
Hmm?
a WTF moment too.
Okay, but and also if you think it is a WTF moment, just like tell me. I don't think it is.
Don't worry. I'll let you know somehow.
There's two of us. We can rebel against Thrayle.
Also, I'm not trying to avoid this conversation either. Like it wasn't meant to be like. Just want to acknowledge that too. Okay, so I was part of an interfaith um, and ecumenical dialogue this evening, and like that is one cost, like of this my belief structure, because like to me, some of that is like flies in the face of the things that I actually value, but because of political sort of reality of like, you know, needing isn't even the right word, like necessarily working with people uh, that have a shared goal and shared interest, despite disagreeing on other equally as important things, um, is just like not a lot of fun. Um, and it was so interesting because one of the Catholic priests that was there was like explaining was so there was a speaker who talked about like the role of like the role of clergy in either combating or contributing to supremacy uh, in the United States and the world. So basically, like, what is our role? Like, how do we acknowledge what our role is in all of this? And what should our role be in all of this? Is kind of the question that's being discussed. And this one priest like stood up like after the speech, and it was planned that he would say something after the speech, but he like gave like a 20-minute confession about a homily he gave several weeks ago, and like basically was like admitting to have been bigoted in his homily, which was like deeply uncomfortable to witness. So like 50, 100 clerics there, something like that. You know, like can never tell like how many people are in a space. But there were, several, like two sections, whatever, it doesn't matter. There were a bunch of people there, and uh, it was just deeply uncomfortable. That's it. That's my story. I don't really want to give the content because
Mm-hmm.
you could, but
Yeah,
it
almost
just
went
was a
what the
lot.
fuck.
Yeah, we're almost at what the fuck.
It was almost a what the fuck. I pulled up the menu. I was ready to hit the button.
Do you have any idea why that individual would feel compelled to give that confession in that space?
Yeah, because the views that were espoused were like like basically caused an issue at their parish and were directly in oh man. Let me try and say what happened. Basically denied Catholic colonial enterprises, um, and the role of Catholicism in colonization of America.
Wow.
Yeah, and but did it in a way that was like just full on ignorant, and like ignorant in a way that like you should know better in 2025. Like, you know, when I say ignorant, I mean truly like just didn't even realize what he did was wrong. Like didn't even realize that the words that were uttered were like, but like fully should have known. I don't know how to explain that. I, I really don't even sympathize with that. But that was the story I was told. Oh man. Anyway, I'm sure you have other people that want to have conversations.
I wish we did. We don't.
No.
Nobody
So you gotta
wants.
listen to me.
Nobody wants any of this. All these questions are too much.
Can I ask Philly some questions?
That's up to Philly while we wait for someone who believes in a god or gods. I might have to put up one of those stickers with a quippy question.
I'm curious what your questions would be, Rav.
Yeah, I just like, because I think of you as one of the people that was, well, when I have listened to them, I genuinely believe that they were involved spiritually in a tradition, like from a, like what I perceive, the way that they speak about the past, they were genuinely involved in a spiritual tradition. And I guess, like, I'm curious what you experience when um, kind of in these spaces, believers are asked questions like, you know, what do you mean by soul? What do you mean by spiritual? And what do you like? Like almost like do you know what transference and countertransference is?
Explain it to me because I have an inclination, but I don't
Okay, it's this,
understand.
yeah, it's a psychology term where like the psychologist, where okay, psychologist is speaking to a patient, and let's say they're talking about their, the psychologist talks about their dog or something, or asks a question of the dog, and then this dog triggers a memory in the patient's head, and then the patient begins to associate whatever they're thinking about with the doctor. So like that they're transferring their like that's a really bad example. Um, like I mean honestly, the most classic example is like the lover and the therapist, like or like the you're like putting the you're transferring whatever you're feeling onto your therapist. Does that make sense? And so in the case here, it would be something like uh, transferring your past relationship with this tradition onto like what is the experience that you're experiencing when asked questions like
I I'm I'm on a quest to find the believer that was like me, because I definitely see the differences in the way people approach these conversations than how I believe that I would have. And I think there's evidence that I did. Um, I have a lot of compassion, but also a lot of annoyance. Am I getting at the heart of your question?
that? Yeah, definitely. There was this thing that you said at the very beginning. Oh, that you're looking for somebody like you. First of all, I want to respond to the comment first. I yeah, never mind. Okay, the follow-up question is, what do you mean someone like you? Like you're saying having the exact same spiritual experience or like talking about it in the same way? What does that mean?
Well, it's less of a desire than it used to be, but the deconstruction process has been immensely painful. And in the months and years leading up to my major crisis of faith, I believed that God was bringing me people who doubted or deconstructed in order to just hold space for them, to be empathetic, not to judge, to witness their experience and offer encouragement when desired, but not to preach at or judge. And as I was like, I literally thought that was a ministry that God was calling me to, because it felt like every time I turned around, there was someone else who wanted to pour out their story to me of their doubts, of their faith doubts, or of their deconstruction journey. And no one that I have gone to in my journey has been able to meet me with the grace and empathy that I believe that I was able to meet people. And that's really disappointing. And it probably also sounds arrogant, but there it is. That's why I'm looking for me.
I don't think that sounds arrogant.
Hello, Josh. Can I get your age for TikTok POS?
30.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
No.
Why not?
I guess I was just coming in because I was confused by the prompts. Or is this kind of like an epistemological conversation on like the idea of beliefs in general, or are you challenging people's like religious beliefs or the concept of belief, or like I guess I just
Can you read the large text at the top of the screen?
Yeah, but when I joined you, concept goes way beyond God.
Right, I'm not necessarily talking about belief as a concept right now. I'm asking you first about God and then asking you why not, why you don't believe in a God. Tends to be the topic that we focus on. If you're not interested in the conversation, Josh.
Oh, okay, so...
Easy enough. Hello, Nicholas. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
56 years old. I have to say, you guys seem like you're a little tired. It must be early in the morning or late at night, is it?
It's the middle of the night, but it doesn't really
Middle of the
matter.
night, yeah. Well,
It's
good
normal
evening
time
to you.
for this live. So,
oh, okay, cool.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah. I do.
And what god is that?
I would say it's the Abrahamic God. I would say,
or gods.
I mean, 56, 3 kids. I'm a grandfather. I don't think my belief is anything like it was when I started. I don't think my awareness of this power or God is the same as it was when it started. I'm not as black and white as I used to be.
What is the power that you have an awareness of?
I'd say inner transformation. So I was born into.
So for you, the idea
sorry.
of a god is inner transformation.
Yeah.
So self-improvement.
I'd say even deeper than self-improvement. I'd say healing.
Healing.
Yeah.
Are you
Healing from wounds
some kind of psychological, mental healing?
Partly, yeah. Partly, for sure. But sustainability, not from me. The sustainability of some of the wounds and trauma that I've worked through, although yes, some of that's mind, some of that's psychological, I still see that there's been for whatever better way to say it, something moving that something has held me at times where I was unable to hold myself, if that makes sense.
Something has held you at times when you were unable to, I'm not sure that makes sense. Nicholas,
well,
the question that I was asking is what is God, or what God you believe in? You said inner.
If I could explain that, it would take away I don't think the mind can understand God or can explain
God. Does it have any value without the mystical?
Sorry?
Does it have any value without the mystical?
I don't think it's about does it have any value. I just think that if it was something that I could fully understand, then it wouldn't be
without the mystical.
something that I could fully understand.
Purpose.
Any
Worth.
purpose?
This is what
Well,
does
if
it serve anything?
love is the,
What's the
if love
point?
is,
What's the
okay,
point? Yeah.
if love is what our lives, love is the most important thing that I can purpose in my life, then love is the thing that I, growing up, had no notion of. So I lived in a state of constant fear and anxiety. So the opposite to that is love. So in living in a life of love, it's definitely rewarded me and made me feel a whole lot better about myself and also my interactions with others. But that love didn't come from my parents. In living about myself and much of my experiences as a child and certainly as a youngster. Parents, that is.
Did you run out of questions, Rev?
Well, I mean, I guess the question is like, uh, you're saying love is what it's all about. Is that your belief? Is that what your belief is?
Look, I'm 56, as I said, at church at 22. But the motivation for that was very
Nicholas,
skewed.
I'm curious. Yeah. You believe in a God. Is that God an outward entity that created all of time and space and everything?
Sure, I have no reason to doubt that.
You have no reason to doubt that?
No.
So that is that God to you, or are you talking metaphorically about a different thing you call God?
Well, I think God is love. So if God is love, then that is who God is in my life.
Why is God love?
Why is God love?
Yes.
It's like saying, why am I human? I don't know. I mean, I am what I am, and he is what he is.
Why do you call God love? Or
I think he calls himself love. I didn't make this up. This is, well, what I read in the Bible when I read it made a heck of a lot of sense to me when I was in a very dark place.
That God is love.
Sure.
And you said you read the Bible.
Sorry?
Sorry, what was that, Rev?
Nope, not interrupting.
You said you've read the Bible, Nicholas.
Sure.
From beginning to end.
Many times, yeah.
And you believe it to be true?
I believe it to be inspiration from God, yeah. I think it's very challenging in places. I don't always understand some of what goes on, and I guess it's not easy messaging to 8 billion souls how to conduct yourself in this planet as a spiritual being, but
you think that it's messaging to everybody how to conduct themselves?
Sure.
Do you?
Do you
think it does that
wanting
efficiently?
Do I think we respond often? No.
No, I'm asking if the book.
Well, I take accountability for my choices in life. I see myself as a responsible human being.
Can you let the questions get to their end so that you're responding to them instead of... So, Do you believe that the book communicates effectively how to live?
Sure.
Do you think it does so without confusion or obfuscation?
No. I think there is sometimes confusion and obfuscation, if that's how you want to look at it.
Is that effective communication if it is resulting in confusion?
I didn't always understand everything that went on when I was a kid. My parents made decisions that I didn't always agree with, but I wouldn't want to step into the shoes of thinking that I would know better than God.
So, because you assume the character in the book is God, you then revere it so that you cannot question its nature
No, you can
or
question.
its choices.
No, you can question for sure.
Oh.
Argue. Yeah.
But you accept it as true regardless.
Yeah, I think through my experiences, I've seen it work in my life. You've seen
it.
The fruits of it. Well, I think that my family is more of a testimony to me and to God than it would have been had I tried to do things on my own. Fruits of it, testimony, own. I think God is, because God is love. So I didn't know much about love until I met God.
Because you have the fortune or the luck to have the life you do, you assume that God provided it to you.
I think God has helped me help myself.
What does that mean? How has God?
God doesn't work with victims.
You help yourself.
I don't think God works with victim mentality. So I think that those who choose to take ownership.
I don't know where you're getting victim mentality out of my question. Why are you choosing to give credit to God?
Why not? Did I create my life? Did I give myself breath? Do I keep my heart moving in the night when I'm asleep? There's so many things going on that are beyond my control.
How do you know the answers to those questions?
I don't, but I'm quite content with the idea that there's a powerful intelligence working that helps me, helps us, helps you, whether you acknowledge it or not.
You say there is, whether you acknowledge it or not. What happens if you don't acknowledge it in your belief?
Well, I think a life led in this world without God is quite evident. I think we can see some of it playing out. Life led can see is something that we see going on in the world. We see a lot of things happening that are pretty sad,
You're saying anybody without love in their life is absent God, and anyone absent God would be absent love.
I'm saying if love is what God is, and we choose to live outside of that, we choose to ignore love.
I don't think you're
If
hearing
loving
my
our neighbor is,
questions.
if loving the Lord our
I
God
feel
with all
like
your
you're
heart,
just
soul,
trying
mind,
to tie the word love and God together in as many sentences as you can without actually
because that is who
addressing
God
the
is. So that makes sense
But I
to me.
don't hear you actually addressing the questions. I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Nicholas. I don't, Philly, Rav, do either of you have any more questions for Nicholas?
I'm happy to ask some questions. To be honest, I was kind of tuned out. It felt kind of like, anyways.
Word salad.
If I ask questions, it might be going over the same material again, but I'm happy to give it a try.
Where are you trying to get to? I'm trying to understand what is it that would be where you would like this to go? Is there somewhere you would like this to go?
I would like to understand how you come to the conclusions that you hold and why you think that they are valid. I like to dig into how people know what they know.
Okay, so does that include experience?
Is experience part of how you come to your conclusions?
Yeah, I
You
guess.
don't have to say it like that.
Well, I mean, really, is that a question? You don't think that life's experiences shape some of how we think?
I do. But
Oh,
I
you
don't.
do? Oh,
I
okay.
try not to assume how people approach life.
And also,
Okay.
Nicholas, it doesn't help if you assume someone's stances when they're asking questions. It's not an implication of what they believe. It's an exploration to see if you can question what you do.
Okay. Okay. Let's see if you can ask me some questions then.
What do you think, Thrayle? Can I have some questions?
I don't know, Philly.
Dig away.
Okay, so I think I heard you say that God is love. Is that true?
Yeah, what do you think, out of curiosity?
I used to believe that God is love.
Okay.
Why do
So
you
what led
believe
to you
that?
changing that?
Nicholas, what people believe on the panel doesn't help you explore what you believe, does it?
Well, I know what I believe.
But we don't.
Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah. Of course. But I'm also curious as to how you got to your place.
How does what Philly believes or why?
I'm just curious. Am I allowed to be curious?
We love curiosity.
You're being curious, aren't you?
We love curiosity, but are you able to engage in this panel
Yes.
the
Sure.
way that it has been presented to you, Nicholas?
Sure.
Fantastic.
So I've given you what my belief is.
All right. So how
I've
did
given
you
you why I
come to
believe.
be well, I was trying to ask you when you turned the question back to me. So let me try again. Why do you believe that God is love?
Okay. Okay. I read about God in the Bible, and I saw that from what it says, he's described himself as the God of love.
Mm-hmm.
I then looked at the life of Jesus and looked at a life lived that looked to me like a perfect life lived of love. And I thought, wow, that's an interesting way to live. So if I even apply what he says, even without believing in him, even just putting those words into practice, even the very start, loving my neighbor as myself. Actually, what does it mean to love myself? Ooh, I'm not being good at that throughout my life. Even loving my neighbor, being good at that throughout my life. Being loved. So how the hell do I love myself? So that journey of learning how to learn to love myself, learn to see myself maybe through the eyes of something that loves me, has helped to transform that part of me.
And
I heard.
am I right to assume that the transformation has only affirmed your
Loves me.
the transformation, what the experience of engaging in that idea has led for you?
Yeah, I'd say that's true.
Mm-hmm.
I would also be very clear here. It's not always a bed of roses. It's not without suffering. It's not without pain. It's not without challenge. It's not without discomfort. Love doesn't always feel like love.
How do you know when something is love?
Like I just said, you accept love on more than one level. When I
Does that
discipline my
mean that
children,
everything is love?
they didn't feel like that was love, but I knew it was love.
Mm-hmm.
They've come to realize that they're very loved. They've come to realize that the discipline was there out of love, but at that time they didn't feel that love.
So how did they come to know that that was love?
You'd have to ask them.
So how do you know when something is love versus when it is not love?
Because I think that fear is the opposite of love.
So if there is fear in the experience, then it is not love?
Correct.
Lovely.
That's interesting. That's really interesting. Can somebody be fearful of asking someone to marry them, and yet they want to do it out of love? Like, I'm not understanding the opposite there.
Sorry, can someone be fearful? We're fearful all the time.
Yes, so the full
So
question
we
was,
don't give in to the fear, do we? That's the key.
the full question was not, can someone be fearful? The full question was, can somebody be fearful in the process of being loving? For example, someone is fearful of asking someone they love to marry them, which is an expression of love. They have both fear and love in the same action.
Mm-hmm. So if they didn't ask, they would then be in fear, wouldn't they?
No, if they asked, they were brave, but they were still fearful. My question is,
But if they gave in to the fear, I'm saying, that wouldn't
right,
be the...
and I'm saying, can somebody be both fearful and loving at the same time? And if so, how are they opposite?
What, are you saying fearful and loving at the same time in every situation?
No, I'm giving you a sample situation to explore the idea that you put forward, that fear and love are opposite.
Okay, so can you explain how they're not opposite?
So I've given you an example of where I think they would not be opposite. They would be in conjunction at the same time. Can you help me
I don't argue
understand?
with it. I don't argue that there's conjunction at the same time.
You would agree then that you can have both fear and love in the same commingling.
Yeah, but which of those two do you lean more into? Which of those two do you operate out of?
You can have fear as part of love, is what I'm hearing you say. Is that correct?
Also have fear and loathing.
Well, we're a human being, right? So we're not perfect love. We're human, so we are prone to all of the different emotional challenges that we're posed with.
That doesn't really address the question at hand. The original question that led to this line of conversation was, how do you know when something is love versus is not love? And your response was that love and fear are opposites. I tried to dig into that statement by giving an example of where I think
Well, if
fear
love is patient,
is love opposites. Example of
seems
not
time,
interrupt
right?
Why
me.
don't you use some of that patience, Nicholas, while Billy is speaking?
I then gave you an example of where I think that fear and love can be commingled and that they are not opposite, which is why I was asking you if you believed the same as me, or if you would stand by the statement you made that fear and love are opposite, and if so, why? Since you have said that they can be commingled, I go back to the question that started this line, which was, how do you know when something is love versus when it is not love?
I believe love is patient.
So if something is patient, it is love. If it is not patient, it is not love.
Correct.
So
Someone
did your
impatient
parents
with someone.
experience, go ahead.
Yeah, if I'm impatient raising my children, I'm not showing them love.
Patience when you lovingly disciplined them.
Not every time, because
Children.
every time, because sometimes I was frustrated, or sometimes I got angry.
Patience.
So I made mistakes for sure.
In that moment, did you not love them?
Time, because sometimes triggered.
Did you?
I would say in that moment I didn't love them. I didn't even love myself. And love myself.
At least you're consistent with your definition of love, and I can appreciate.
Yeah, because then I had to make repair. You know, that's the whole point of repair. But I would acknowledge to them that in that moment, Daddy wasn't loving. You know, that wasn't kind. That wasn't. That was Daddy being in fear, or I was triggered by something to do with my own issues, to do with my past. And I'm sorry that that's come into play here, but that isn't your fault.
That sounds like the start of some good repair work. Do you think that someone can have love as a motivator, as an overarching goal, and not have a belief in God?
Very difficult to not become a lover of self. Very difficult to weed out selfish ambition or selfish motives without God. So sorry?
I mean, I'm wondering if that ship has sailed and literally everybody, you know, like everybody does stuff for selfish reasons. Like I don't think it's that.
But that's why you need God.
You think that with God that you think that with God people don't do things for selfish reasons?
No, it's not they don't, but you have more chance of aligning and getting.
You do? Seems like that's begging the question.
I think, like I said earlier, if you look around, you can see the results of people not focused on God. You can see the evidence of it.
Is it because of your experience reading about God being love and seeing the example life that Jesus lived, which you see as exemplifying love, that you choose to focus on saying God is love instead of just focusing on saying love? Was that too convoluted a question?
We can say just love. That's not a problem.
Then why?
That was the question.
Why do you need the God part?
You mean what? Okay. Interesting you use the word need. Why do I choose the God part?
Sure.
I choose it because it reminds me of the fact that I am human, and I've seen the very opposites of, I guess I've seen the very opposites of me not acknowledging that love comes from God.
What does not acknowledging that love comes from God result in?
Well, I was raised by narcissists who are both still narcissists and who are in their 80s, who I don't talk to anymore. And I see two old people who sadly have no concept of love. They have no idea what it is to love anyone.
I'm sorry about that.
No. But you're asking me if I was to look, if I look at them, and I try to be as loving and as compassionate and as forgiving as I can, but I choose to not engage any longer in a relationship because they are very toxic. And that toxicity actually, since they've gotten older, has gotten worse. And if you talk to them about God, for instance, and they're Jewish, right? But they just completely shut it down. And if I said, but what about love? They are so cynical. They are so sarcastic. They are so unable to digest the word even. It's like a fruit that was rotten, and I said, go ahead and eat it. You wouldn't eat it, but that's what it's like handing them. In their minds, they see it as it's rotten. And I find that very easily could have been me. That could have been my trajectory. It was my trajectory. It was who I was. I was a product of them. I've seen that part of me. I still see it. It still sometimes comes out. I've got a wife who's completely different in her experience of her parents. Had a completely different upbringing. We've been together for 30 years.
So I'm not
But if she... Sorry?
I'm a little bit confused because I think... Do you remember the question?
Vaguely. Sorry.
Sure. So I asked you, what is the result that you have seen of people what is the result that you have seen when people reject the concept that God is love?
That's what I've just explained, yeah.
And I'm hearing you describe people who do not understand love, which I feel for you. I'm sorry that's been your experience. But what I'm not hearing is the rejecting that God is love part. I'm hearing not understanding without the God part being in there. So may I ask you directly, what is the result when people do not acknowledge that God, being the part that we're focusing on here, do not acknowledge that God is love?
I thought that's what I was sharing with you in my experience of my parents.
So
If those are
I'm
the
missing
two
something
people
here.
that have been in my life from those formative years, and then we've had this kind of very dysfunctional relationship throughout the last 30 years, and in the last people, then we've had 30 years, probably more like the last year actually. I finally ended up cutting my mother off because of the throughout the 3 years in my mum does not work for me any longer being in
I'm
relationship to
sorry.
these people.
Yeah, I'm sorry that
So that's a lifelong experience I've had of
that
two people.
sounds terrible.
Sorry?
You don't deserve that. Yeah.
Yeah, but in relation to your question, they are the perfect example for me of two people that have completely rejected love. In fact, my mother has
Yes. Yeah,
admitted
and
that.
that
She's even admitted that.
yes, and you've just outlined exactly how I heard you answer the question of how they rejected love. I didn't hear the result of what rejecting God is love. I just love.
To me, it's the same thing, right?
That's what I'm not understanding. And I appreciate the time that you have given here to try to help us to understand and to be open to the questions. I just don't know that I have the hit Thrayle. I don't know that I have the ability to ask questions in a way to communicate to achieve mutual understanding here.
Right. And I appreciate
What,
you,
can I ask you a
Nicholas, for
question?
being here. What?
What would mutual understanding look like?
I think for you to understand the question that I'm trying to put forward, and for me to understand your answer to the question that I'm trying to put forward, I don't think we're quite getting to that effective communication, and I don't know, after trying for however many minutes it's been, that I'm going to be able to, but I still am appreciative of your willingness to engage thus far. I've just noticed that I don't think it's going to happen here.
Appreciate you, Nicholas. I think we're
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
move
sure.
on to a new guest. Maybe
Yeah.
another time you request up and we'll have more questions, and who knows, maybe you might have different answers. But keep asking questions. I wonder if, well, I guess that guest isn't in the queue. Well then, if anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, really, well then, it's open to having beliefs, well then, request on up. That's what we're doing here. We're not here to debate you or prove you wrong. We just want to know if you can even consider the possibility, and can you question your beliefs? If you can, well then, what is your belief? And why do you believe it? If you could answer that, well, we might get to ask Or does it benefit anyone else? And what is the cost of your belief? Anon in the comments, who is just a listener, who wants to listen, and is listening, says knock knock, and is requesting a...
It's starting to crack me up.
You want to go another round with Anon and see if
I
you
don't
answer any
think I
questions?
do. I don't think I do, not unless they agree to answer questions. But I find it a little bit humorous that they continually attempt to engage and then choose not to engage. It's gonna result in a conversation. Well, I mean, it would probably make me laugh whether it results in a conversation or not. So sure, I want to try. I mean, try.
Time I go to click the accept button, and the time that I actually make contact with the screen, that another name will appear there. I mean, I'm going slowly.
Hi, Anand.
Hello.
Would you like to engage in a conversation? We can just sit here and enjoy the music, I suppose.
I think we broke Philly.
Am I broken? Why?
Anon says yes, or yeah, in the comments. Yeah.
Oh, to sit here and listen to the music? Is that what you mean, Anon? Both sides seem the best explanation of a belief you've ever heard is the silence.
You earnestly trying and cracking up is giving me so much joy right now. Good evening or morning, everyone.
Hi, Blake.
Hello, Blake.
Anon, would you like to unmute? I don't think it's happening.
Well, Anon, thanks for
Not trying.
not trying. Hopefully, here, we'll keep the panel expanded, though. There we go. Now it looks like there's more room. Now it looks or anything like that. If you're open to having your belief questioned, we'll go ahead and request on a mostly like this. That was Anon second time up on panel.
I've been
On panel tonight. Even went through basically 2 rounds of. Even went through basic through Nicholas.
Nicholas?
Was it Nicholas?
Oh, is that who we just spoke with?
I believe so. Although that is a questionable belief.
Spoke.
Did Raptors make a villager sound too?
He did. He did make a Minecraft villager sound.
What?
I'm not gonna do it. He did it.
I can't. I wish I could.
If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or something like that, and your beliefs, request up. We would love to talk with you. And if you do not have a belief in a god, god's higher power, or something of the like, or you just don't have the courage to come up right now, would you please share the live, tap, send some likes. If you have some coin, you can send a few. It will help to boost the live into the algorithm, so maybe we can get a new guest.
And we did hit the live goal back there. I should have interjected. If I didn't, thank you, Doricius, Philly Red, Kylie, 3 Pips, Z Witch. Also, thank you, Shell, Amoria, and Freya. I appreciate all of you so much. And that really does help. Especially when I set it to one of these. Let's go for that one.
How's your temple build going in Minecraft? That was hella impressive.
I think Rav might have fallen asleep. That might have been why we heard a villager noise.
What's a villager noise?
Blake, you're gonna have to do it.
It's like, oh.
Okay. Look at that beautiful galaxy.
Thank you, Shell. Thank you so much.
It's the only sound, well, not the only sound, but the main sound that the villagers make in Minecraft. And if you play enough Minecraft, you will catch yourself just making that sound.
Okay.
It does happen, especially if you spend enough time in a village. You just hear it around you constantly.
It's just so adorable that it's infectious. Their little sigh. All they do is sigh at you.
Thank you, Freya, for the corgi. That's awesome. Also, if I haven't already said hello to everybody in chat that is there, or somebody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power or something like that could request up. Somebody in chat, or somebody stop. But thank you all for being here, for tapping the screen for a god or gods. Thank you all for being here. I do see a lot of familiar names on here. Like Cat the Witch, Robert. Also see Tia, of course. Skips, Susie Blue, Freely, good to see you. Danny Grags, Blake, Inksomnia, like that name. Nuriab, good to see you. By Jay and Witty. Shannon and Joe, good to see you. I'm sure some of you are sleeping, waking up to hear me say your name. Hello, Jimmy, Lindsay, and 7 of 9. Hazelnut, Nishu. I see a Heather and a Shell and Freya, of course. Donna B and Z the Witch. And I know it's you, PK, but that name is something else. But it's good to see all of you, and welcome in anybody else who's joining us. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, if you are open to having your beliefs questioned, well then request on up. Hey there, dude. Can I get
What's
your age
up?
for
What's
TikTok
up?
TOS?
All right, I believe.
I asked your age. Duel, if you went off app, we're not going to be able to hear you. I'd asked you your age. Can you get back to TikTok and let me know? Can you get? Well, I guess he couldn't get back to TikTok. Hello, Z. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Hi, Z.
Hi, Philly. Hi, Blake. Hi,
Z.
everybody else.
Can I call you Zed? Because I'm Canadian.
Absolutely. I actually love that. I love it a lot, actually. My brothers call me that.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Or Zach, which I hate, but Zed is fine. Yes. Fine. Yes.
If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to sigh that much. I'm in deconstruction still, so going on 4 years now, I would say. I'm in the, yes, I'm more of the agnostic zone, I think now, where I'm just kind of open to the mystery or possibility, but still more leaning atheist.
Why do you lean atheist?
I just don't have proof. But then there's also, quite often, not to be belligerent, but all I know is that I know nothing. I do not know what I don't know. So there's a lot of that in my life too.
So is atheistic to you, meaning that you believe that there's no God? Or is it the lack of belief was atheistic to the lack of.
I just don't see that there is something that shows me there's a higher power, a God, anything. So I am without in many ways, which feels uncomfortable to say for some reason. So thank you for asking.
That's what I do here. What would convince you that there's a God?
I don't know. I think majority of my answer is I don't know. It's yeah. I don't want to go on a long narrative here like some of the other guests. So right now it's I don't know.
What a cop out.
Well, it's how do you define Thrayle? You know, you don't know it's there. You don't know what it is. It's like, what would it take? That's why I don't know. So to be more clear, I don't know because I don't know what that would mean, what it would look like, represent, feel like. All of the
saying
senses.
that you don't know because you don't know.
I just don't.
Isn't that a little redundant?
Yeah. But it's my truth right now.
I don't know is a perfectly acceptable answer.
I know.
I suppose.
I know that that's a good answer. Can I share something though?
Yes.
I'm still. It's like I want there to be. I want there to be an extension. I want there to be a connection to something external. And that's where I'm kind of like, well, maybe it's just me trying to understand what consciousness is or these inner workings in my mind and these abstract ideas or thoughts, life as art. And it's not really anything with a deity at all. Maybe I'm too creative. Ideas, life.
Philly's got a question.
I'm trying to word it. I'm
You
trying
can laugh
to.
if you want, it's fine.
No, I'm not laughing at it.
If you want, it's fine.
Relatable that I don't even know how to question it. But I want to. No, I don't have a question, Thrayle. Maybe I just need to go to sleep.
Is that your question?
Do I need to go to sleep?
Eventually, everything sleeps.
Eventually, everything sleeps. It's so ominous.
Like something a scary Victorian child says in a horror movie. Billy, do you want us to tell you to go to sleep?
No.
Okay, just asking. So, Z, I don't know much about your religious background. I asked, you said you're going through deconstruction when you were a believer. What faith were you in?
I don't. It's a mixture of things. So, I am responsible for going to church when I was about 7 years old. I made that choice for myself. I went down on a bus to a Baptist church with the babysitter's kids. And I didn't have to, just to be clear. I could have stayed with the babysitter at the house. I then came home and said I wanted to get baptized because I found it fascinating. I've always been curious. So I went from that to exploring other parts of the Christian pantheon, denominations, Lutheran, Methodist. My mother ended up getting baptized and was sober because of her experience with finding Christ and God and her faith. And I'm happy that she did that. I wish she could have also done it without, because now she's, very something I don't need to talk about. But when I left the church at about, I want to say 5 or 6 years, and I already started to question so much because of who I am, my identity. And like I said, I've always been curious, and I had friends that had different beliefs, came from different walks of life. We moved a lot, so I liked exploring. And when I was leaving the church, the head pastor of this mega church, who I did private counseling with, and it wasn't him trying to convince me, convert me, none of it. In fact, only he and I knew what our conversations were. My mom was none the wiser, and it was our little joke. He gave me a packet of printed paperwork with little rings on it, and he said, read all these, study everything. You want to explore, do it, but don't tell anybody I gave this to you. And it was a packet of different theologies, some history, a majority of it like the different Christian denominations. And I did look at it, I read it, I used a red pen and made little notes. It's very studious in that way. But I left Christianity. I think I've told Philly this. Yeah, I did. I said that the people failed me a lot, not the faith. They weren't Christ-like. And I then went into studying the occult, variations of that. I leaned in heavy to my father's side, which has an animistic type belief, Eastern Band Cherokee, and yeah, so it's very blended. But when I started to deconstruct in the last 4.5 years, I was at a place of secular witchcraft, understanding that ritual repetition was important to me, mostly just for the order that my life felt like it was in so much disorder. So the more I've worked on myself in mental health, my work, but also being diagnosed with PTSD in the last couple of years and having to face that head on, yeah, it's really shown me the colorful spectrum of why I still lean now towards atheism. So I hope that's clear. Like, there's a huge blend of things, but I'm still fascinated by supernatural, metaphysical, but it's more of just like when you like scary movies, it's not real to me necessarily. It's just fun. So
Yeah, I have both like Catholic but more like folk Catholic with a lot of indigenous influences going on in my family, so I find that very relatable.
I am most fascinated with the line you said in your story, Zed, about how the pastor said, don't tell anybody I gave you this. That's the line that is just, I'm just mulling it over.
To give some, do you want some background on that? Why technically an attorney. And I think from what I understood, he became a theologian, minister, because of his upbringing. And he, much like me, had an upbringing of, he felt like he made the choice. And it wasn't that it was put upon him. His upbringing included, hey, we're religious and this is our religion, but what do you think? Do you want to come? Do you want to do this? And so when I shared with him how I started going to church, I think that was where we became kind of kindred in that moment. And he loved Mad TV and things that, you never hear at that time a pastor talking about in a Pentecostal megachurch. So we had our buddy moments, He was happily married. He had 2 daughters. He's a wonderful person. And I appreciate him a lot still to this day.
What do you do with the dichotomy of somebody like that who you appreciate being part of your experience, as well as the people that disappointed you so much in the church?
I've thought about that. Maybe not that wording because you're asking the question, but I've asked myself that in different ways where what are these people from that part of my life? What did they represent? And there was betrayal, but for him specifically, I just had to learn boundaries about separating not only my sanity or a faith in a higher power, but separating him too. I think about him more as like the attorney, the logical person, the curious person that showed me explore other things. Separating identity or a faith in a higher power, the curious person that's how I look at him. That's why I'm saying yes. And I think had he not been that way, Philly, I would have had more doubts and felt more maybe trapped even, or had more guilt. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
When you say more trapped, does that, can you imagine a world in which you did not start your deconstruction?
Yeah, I've had to think about it.
World in which you did not.
Yeah, I've had to think about that because how am I able even to come here and be quiet? What if that was my entire life? What if that was all of my identity? Or what if it was some distorted idea of what I thought my identity was and what meaning was, like other people that I've seen? And I only say that because even recently I got an email from somebody from the church from long ago, and it was a friend of my mom, and from somebody from the church from in the mire, and she was praying for me, and you can still go back to God, and you're not lost. And that was very recent, actually, in the last month. So that's why I mention it. I don't want to be, and I didn't want to be that person. I didn't want to be a hypocrite. Again, the people were disappointing, and I just knew that I would end up like them probably, even if I didn't think I was.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like there's a question there.
That's a good one if there's that much hesitation.
Yeah, just do it.
I'm sorry to disappoint, but It is not so much a question as a comment, and my tiredness is obviously on display because it's not even a comment about what you just said. I'm just noticing and appreciating that the people in this room have names like Inquisitor and Mask of Questions, and it's like, yeah, this is the place where questioning is invited. Sorry to not have my brain follow the line of questioning. I should go to bed. Could you kick me, Thrayle?
I got you.
Thanks, Philly.
Appreciate you all.
I appreciate you, Philly. Sleep well.
Good night.
Goodbye.
And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, if you're open to having your beliefs questioned, if you can't question your beliefs, well then request on up. I'm not here to debate you or tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well then, what is your belief? And why do you believe it? Good morning, Bats.
Good morning, Thrayle. Good morning, Blake. Morning, Z. Sorry I missed Philly. I wanted to say hi, but they need their sleep. How are you all doing today?
Doing pretty good. Chilling in the studio.
Like literally, like chilled to the bone.
Like literally.
Like literally.
It's pretty cold in here. But other than that, doing pretty good. Waiting for someone to stumble across this live who is actually capable of questioning their beliefs. Doing pretty good. Someone to is actually Shannon says the TikTok shop sells hand warmers. Well, hand warming isn't necessarily the problem. It's whole space warming. It's happening slowly. It's warmer in here than it is outside the studio.
You need
Studio.
Manea and a hole punched in the roof.
Wait, what did you just say about punching a hole in the roof? Wait, what did
I said you need like a chimenea. It's like the little terracotta stove that's usually like on a tripod that people have on the porch, that people buy and put on their porch and then never use.
Yeah, you definitely need a hole in the roof. No, I'd rather not.
Porch that people buy.
Yeah, you definitely. It's not quite freezing in it. It's not that cold. It's not too cold to keep asking questions, that's for sure. We just need somebody who's capable or curious enough, courageous enough to come up here and question their beliefs. Thelonious says it's never too cold to question one's beliefs. I don't know, it seems questionable. Is that a belief?
I believe there'd probably be a state where you probably couldn't question anymore if someone was like experiencing hypothermia or something and their brain just wasn't functioning properly.
If reasoning is not occurring, can questioning truly occur? Will the questioning be productive? Thelonious stands corrected and frozen.
It's 26 degrees now, but it's going to be 60-some degrees later.
Nice.
Welcome to Ohio.
Yeah, I don't know what the temperature spread on today is, but it's something like that.
Here in the Pacific Northwest, we like to joke a little bit about Mother Nature being having mood swings pretty bad, because it'll be snowy in the morning and sunny in the afternoon, and then rainy and foggy, and it can just change. Almost like Mother Nature is off her meds or something.
Yeah, we're right at the line between like subtropical and because I'm like at the very bottom of the state, temperate, and so we just get it from like both sides. And a very similar situation you have as well in the Northwest, where you have the heat coming in off the ocean, and then also like fighting with the cold from the Arctic. So it makes a lot of sense. They're similar.
So, what you're saying is that absent a believer, we have devolved to talking about the weather.
Well, maybe
What you're saying, talking about the
they're being sentient. I've run across beliefs, maybe not necessarily hard ones, but common to believe times. But they think that nature has a temperament.
Any animists in the audience?
right, something animistic. Would that be inspired by some pantheon, though, of which the weather is the sun or the spouse of some other force of nature?
No, my people's creation story said the tide made us. Is that technically weather? I think that's stretching it.
Storms
a
are
lot.
angry spirits, usually, from the stories I know.
The tide made you.
Well, Okata, she who stands tide, and then left us on the shore as she took it back away. So I feel like that's really stretching it.
Yeah. or spider gave people fire, created the fabric of life. That's another story.
I often look to the moon and talk to it. I don't think that it can hear me, but I find comfort in talking to it.
It's Jason in the comments is asking one of your favorite questions, Bats.
Yes, that is one of my favorite questions because I genuinely believe that a lot of people are just seeking some sort of comfort when they go to religion, whether it's from the mortality or from whatever perception of morality that they have. Everybody wants to be the good guy. No one's willing to be well, I try to be a good guy most of the time. As if there were sides or something.
Which one is better to you, the harsh reality or the comfortable delusion?
As if there
Which
The harsh reality is better for me, even though the comfortable delusion may make it easier for me to withstand day to day. Like, ignorance is bliss sometimes. There's truth to that. But I'd rather know. The intersubjective truth.
do you think there would ever be things you would wish you hadn't known?
Oh, there's things I know now that I wish I didn't know.
And how do you reconcile those things with your desire to know the truth?
I think with those things, it's easier not to fall into the delusions. Well, not easier. It's probably better not to fall in the delusions. Because if there is a God or a creator or an energy source of some kind, then they'd be some sort of responsible. But if there isn't, then it's not about who's responsible. It's just the course of life and how harsh reality is right now. We gotta accept reality, I guess.
Interesting. I wonder if our next guest feels the same way about reality. Hello, Sincere. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? You'll have to come back to the app to answer. We won't be able to hear you when you're off app. Oh. I guess his desire to be on panel was not sincere. But he can always try again.
I wonder if my belief in reality being harsh is intersubjective or not. Because if you go just on facts, most people would say, yeah, that's pretty harsh. But others might say, I don't know, you don't live in, like, say, Pakistan right now. That it could be worse.
Oh, go ahead, Z.
I was going to say, would you agree that knowing the truth reduces
anxiety or fears or dread, though?
It doesn't reduce dread, but it does reduce fear, I think.
Or truth? Is it possible the truth lets you function without being overwhelmed on what ifs?
Yeah, I do have to stay in reality, but reality is as life is very anxiety inducing. Thinking about what's past and what might happen, I do have to stay in the moment to maintain any sense of mental stability.
So truth is more present, and I think that for myself. So that's why I ask, or say it. I guess.
Yeah, truth is in the moment. I think it's we can't find it in the future because it hasn't happened yet, unless you believe that time is layered.
I don't know.
What is intersubjectivity? I haven't heard that one before.
Oh, it's been floating around in the.
What is
Oh, it's intersubjective versus objective or subjective. So it's not objective. I can explain this in words right now. Or not object. I can explain this in words right now. Or
Googled it and I didn't. Because I googled it and I guess myself. Is it?
Or
because I can if I landing lines.
Like
I was like, I might need further clarification.
Like, I guess some people might say a particular important group of people, say like P3DOs, deserve wood chippers, and people say that might be the objective truth. In reality, it's an intersubjective truth. A lot of people can believe it, but everybody doesn't believe it, and therefore it can't be objective or something like that. Maybe I'm not explaining this right. I'm still learning about it. The one I think who explains it the best right now, I think, is Khan, but I don't think he's here right now. I don't know if he's in the comment. The object. I'm still learning. I think is Khan.
Okay, gotcha. That does make sense.
Maybe I'm not explaining it right. Z, do you have?
I just know what I learned in school, but it's based on Yeah. Okay. Here's what I understand of it, and I'm probably not right, but you have your own experience still with this terminology, but there's the shared subjective part, which is from like shared experiences with others, or it's the relationship you have with others shapes your experience, and then that's the inter part, because it means between, right? So it's I mean, it's pretty standard, but there's probably more like a psychology clear definition, but that's all I remember.
Yeah, it definitely does seem to be between subjective and objective.
Well, intersubjectivity, it's still subjectivity. It's just interdependent or connected or intertwined, as people might describe it. It's still a shared subjective opinion on something.
I gotcha. So it's more like a subset of subjective rather.
Describe it. Opinion.
Like a subset. Subject.
You think a Christmas tree is beautiful, and so does somebody else. That's the thing. It's like it's a shared meaning. It's a subjective meaning. Like that's a basic example. Okay.
The AI says that we are having a reality versus delusion debate.
Oh God, AI.
It's wrong. So wrong. It punished me with a puzzle piece for saying it was wrong.
Are you serious?
Yes.
It's just salty because OpenAI is getting hit
How-
with a massive lawsuit.
How dare it? The audacity.
Welcome in, everybody who's joined. We are just here questioning beliefs. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, if you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or tell you that you're wrong. I'm not interested in arguing or shouting matches. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? And if you can question, then maybe we can find out what the benefits of your belief are, and what are the costs. That is, if you even know. What are the benefits of your deconstruction, Lee? Did that come out of the blue?
What, me unmuting?
No, I asked you a question.
Oh,
you didn't. I did?
Oh, jeez, I'm so sorry. I must have been opening the door and didn't hear you. Ask it again, please.
I said, what are the benefits of your deconstruction?
Truth. Big benefit, as Bat said. Being able to take a step back from feeling so blanketed by excuses. And this is just my interpretation, not to offend anybody. I feel like I've had more honest relationships with people. I am more open to discussing and really listening to differing beliefs now, even more so, instead of having a microscopic focus on like, oh, mine is correct, or I feel bad for you. Yeah, I just feel like it's made me know myself so much more. I love myself whole. Like, it's amazing. So that's my hallmark answer, but it's true. What about you, Thrayle? Can I ask you?
Can you ask me what?
Same question.
What are the benefits of deconstructing?
Yeah.
I don't know that I deconstruct God belief in any way.
I think deconstructing is a lot like grief.
I don't remember a time when I accepted that there was a God or believed. I remember going through motions as a child, but always asking questions that kind of ultimately led to me not going through those motions anymore. So what are the benefits for me as it pertains to a belief would be in questioning? What are the benefits in questioning?
Sounds like the other perk, which is embracing critical thought and thinking for yourself.
Is there anything your parents taught you that helped you maintain this level of questioning or ability to not be indoctrinated?
I mean, they encouraged the questioning. They encouraged me to explore, to find my own answers, because they knew they didn't have any. Maybe that's what it was, the humility, accepting that you don't have the answers.
Oh, my mic was muted. Yeah, that's huge, because I know that when I asked why they got rid of, like, the dogs and the mermaid saints, that I just got yelled at.
I feel like I'm supposed to ask you what you just got yelled at about.
Oh, just for asking questions about why the Catholic Church changes things all the time. If we still had the dog saint and the mermaid saint, I probably would have believed, like, at least a couple months longer.
The dog saint and the mermaid saint really did it for you, huh?
At least the dog one, like, at least made God, like, a little endearing.
Why was there a mermaid saint?
Same question.
Well, because she wanted to become a Christian, and so they carried her in a vessel into the church, and she was baptized. How baptism works when you live in water, I don't know that part of the story. Lost the time. But anyway, they baptized this mermaid, and I don't remember what. She was just like, yeah, I don't. And then she became a saint. I'm missing parts of the story, but yeah, there was a mermaid dog saint. The dog saint was martyred for saving a child. The owner of the dog came home and saw its baby's cradle overturned and that there was blood everywhere, and thought that the dog had unalived the baby, and so the owner unalived the dog, and then the owner turned over the cradle, and the baby was fine, but there was an unalived snake. So he, in a fit of rage, had just unalived this dog that had actually just saved his child. So he like takes it to the local church, and then it like comes back to life or something, and it became a saint.
I feel like there was a cartoon movie made of that.
And that's why all dogs go to heaven.
I was just gonna say that.
And that's just normal Catholicism. Folk Catholicism gets even weirder.
Wait, that normal Catholicism and full Catholicism are different things.
No, folk Catholicism.
Folk Catholicism.
Yeah,
I said
where you like
full.
synchronize stuff into it.
Yeah, I have encountered different ideas interwoven into Catholicism. Mask of Questions asks, how do you baptize a mermaid? I was wondering the same thing. We did kind of breeze right past that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you have to dry it off first, dry them off, and then you can submerge them. But like if they're fresh water or salt water, it might matter, right?
Yeah, that part of the story not included. These are the questions that you're not supposed to ask in Catholic school.
It seems like
even after they just told you about the mermaid that got carried in a vat, and I'm like, how the heck am I not supposed to ask about that? So it is very interesting to me to hear of your religious experience with being able to ask questions. Did that open you up to explore like beliefs a lot younger than like were you surrounded by like other people of other faiths where you were seeing them like not able to do that, and like how did that inform you going forward?
I was around a lot of people who weren't able to question of all different faiths, and I was able to question them. So, there were a lot of times where, as an outsider, when you visit certain churches and temples and things, you're welcomed like you belong there in a very creepy way. And then there's times where you'll go in and you're welcomed in a very judgmental and decisive way. And then there's times you're not welcome at all. And no matter what, if you question, they usually shut down. to faith. And I just never had it, so I'd always question it.
Does other people having faith like fascinate you, or is it disturbing, or
both? Yeah, it's definitely fascinating and disturbing.
Is there... Jeez. What was I going to say? Jeez. Totally lost it. Oh, wait. No, yes. Thrayle, do you notice patterns in the way people justify their faith?
Yes.
Me too. I was just curious.
Might have to compare notes sometime.
I'd be happy to. Okay, here's an example. I got asked, what gives me a sense of wonder or purpose? No, they said connection if I live without religion or if I don't have religion. I just find that odd. Odd of a question to ask me.
You cut out there at the end.
Did you hear the question though? Like, I had been asked before, what gives me a sense of connection or wonder, if not religion? Have you been asked that before? Like, we're trying to justify religion as being the only source of connection or purpose, or
like you need a religion in order to wonder about things. That's very similar to the you need a God in order to even ask the question. I've gotten that before. Or God is the foundation for the reasoning that you use in order to... It's kind of presuppositional.
yes, very presuppositional.
It gets us nowhere.
I think just to share from witnessing or listening down in the chat a lot of the time now, especially, I've noticed when people turn immediately and ask you or other people on the panel, well, what do you believe? It's very clear that they're wondering the why, the core of it, obviously. Like, what's the perspective? What's the ulterior motive? Is it giving you something to maybe possibly believe one day? It's like their hope is what they're trying to instill in you in some way, because they're maybe deconstructing. Does that make sense?
Kind of. You're gonna have to rephrase part of that.
Sorry, I'm big thoughts. I guess that's part of the pattern, is the way that they feel and the way that they feel about their belief. When they turn it around and want to immediately ask, well, what do you believe? To me, it implies that they think that you lack feeling in something greater, a feeling in something not greater by meaning theistic, but like your life doesn't have purpose. It goes back to that whole thing of the other thing I mentioned, you know? It's just, why do they do that?
It's definitely them looking for something to lash out at, something to debate, something to argue against.
I do have a question though. Have you ever felt curiosity about a certain belief system? Something that piques your interest just to study or understand more?
I'm sorry. I was very, very distracted for a moment. I'm going to read you the AI prompt.
Oh, God.
Oh, fuck. Debating beliefs and mermaid baptisms. Share your thoughts.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my gosh.
It had it wrong on the
Put on
first.
my tombstone.
That's what people see when they scroll across us on the FYP.
Hashtag mermaids baptism. Come in and chat.
So if you just joined the chat and you have a belief in mermaids and their lawful right to baptism, please please request up. I'd be curious.
No. We're not debating mermaid baptisms. If you believe in mermaids, well, that's something we might question, but I am more curious about if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to questioning that belief, well, go ahead and request on up. We're definitely not debating the baptismal rights of mermaids, or whatever the hell that means.
But I'm sure that is something that is going to be going on in the Discord for the next week or so. So if you want to join that, go to the link in the bio and find that.
I definitely screenshotted that AI recap. We had at least 2 people leave the room since we clarified that we weren't talking about mermaid baptism, so I'm sorry to those people.
But I think I may have figured out some of the mechanics here. So if you bless salt water, then if it's a saltwater mermaid, you can baptize the mermaid without. I can't just keep it straight since you started laughing too. You can baptize the mermaid and then not throw off its salinity levels and cause it to be dehydrated.
Dude, Freya said that's a deep sea of controversy. Oh my god. That's hilarious.
But if it's a freshwater mermaid, you don't have to worry about that. You can just use normal holy water.
I don't have mermaids in any of the what the fuck pictures. I was just looking.
I'm such a nerd. I'm crying at my own joke.
There's Nessie in that one. And in that one. No mermaids. But we are questioning beliefs. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, go ahead and request up. Or if you've been questioned before and you've been waiting to question the questioner, well, this is one of those rare opportunities.
Do you recall if there's something that was most surprising from somebody's answer while you've been questioning them? Anything kind of make you go, oh shit?
You're asking what the most surprising answer's been?
Yeah, just curious.
Not counting the ones that I had to instantly remove the person from the room.
No, not those.
There was somebody we talked to for nearly 3.5 hours. From one live to another live, we talked to this person. And they seemed kind of reasonable, questioning a lot of the Christian teachings. And then, as we were about to wrap up the conversation, we found out that they were a flat earther. And it was... Wait, maybe they were the toroidal earther. I think they were the flat earther.
Sorry, I was trying not to laugh.
And it just turned like all the critical thinking that we thought we'd heard them doing before into a sort of a farce.
Do you believe people who believe in a flat earth are beyond reasoning?
No, but they're often either not interested in reasoning, or they're convinced that anyone trying to convince them is either lying or brainwashed. So it's hard to get through to them without hitting that wall right away. What is the most memorable guess that caused me to show anger in the chat, and why? I don't know. I try not to show too much anger if I'm upset with someone, and it usually is the least memorable part of the day.
I remember mine. Still think about it sometimes.
What if you didn't necessarily display your anger, but what they said infuriated you?
Actually, no, I think it's the opposite of that. The ones where I wasn't really as angry at the guest as I was at a situation. And I'd end a conversation prematurely and abruptly, kind of angrily. I've let guests have it when it wasn't really their fault, because I didn't enjoy the conversation, or I didn't like the turn it was taking. I didn't like why they came up.
Well, you still are more gracious than a lot of hosts. I've been dropped before simply because I misunderstood that when they said they asked my race, they didn't want a whole genealogy. I just I tried to give a good understanding of what my race was, and they were like, oh, are you black or not black? Well, there's other things besides black and not black, right? You know that, right? Like, nope, bye.
I responded to a prompt once about, is cereal a soup? And you know why I went up there.
Because it's a sandwich.
Exactly. I needed to let them know that not only was cereal a sandwich, the soup was a sandwich, and that everything was a sandwich, and they didn't like that.
Why do you not believe in subcategories?
The AI updated. Debating beliefs, not mermaids. Ask about questioning beliefs.
Imagine you haven't seen the first one and you just come across the second one. And you're so confused why it's specifying not mermaids.
Then I think what they said before, she's like, I'm just looking at the names, and there's bats, and there's a witch, and there's Telonius, and it's like people come in, they think that's what we're going to be talking about. It's like mermaids and weird shit. Oh my god.
Oh man. If you are here to talk about mermaids or beliefs or whatever the fuck it is that you're here to talk about, I just want to question if you believe in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that. And if you're open to questioning, then right now But if we don't get a guest soon who's actually open to questioning, oops, then I'm going to move on to the main prompt again.
We did have a question earlier in comments asking if we only question theists and criticize their beliefs, or if we question our own beliefs.
I question atheists every time they stumble upon panel, despite me saying that I'm looking for someone who has a belief in a god or gods, something like it. But I always question them.
There was someone that said, or asked, would we question them if they didn't have a god, but they believed in paranormal and ghosts and stuff like that?
Yeah, I question those too.
Okay, so if they're still in here, yes. The answer is yes.
I'm still going to ask if you believe in a god or gods. I'm still going to ask you some of those questions. But we'll get to the paranormal stuff too. Insomnia asks, what is my belief? I don't have a belief per se, a positive claim of what is or isn't as far as a god or gods. I can say that most of the gods I've heard of don't make sense with the reality I observe. So I have no reason to believe they exist. And I'd be open to evidence to the contrary.
What if your reality did point to there being a god? Like, say you had a faulty reality.
What do you mean?
Like, like me, I have a faulty reality sometimes where I'll see or hear things that aren't there. And that kind of reality would point to there being something out there when there's not. You think if you saw things that couldn't be explainable, you would change your belief in whether or not something out there exists?
I would question my perception, question my processing of that perception. At least I hope I would. Thank you, Shell.
Oh, that was lovely.
It's one of my favorite gifts. It's the
That was
Night
cool.
Star. I saw a question. It was, do I believe in science? Which I think is a broad question. Seems simple on the face of it, but I believe that the process of science helps us to understand the world around us. I think it's the best tool we have at doing that. Do I believe everybody who is a scientist who says something science-y? No. But I do believe the process will bear out what of those claims are verifiable and which of them are not.
Well, I'm always curious when people believe that science is a belief system and not a process. As if there's, well, you can believe in science or you can believe in God. Well, science isn't a belief system. When I was younger, I suppose I believed that science might have been because I was a creationist for a short while at least.
It leaves it wide open. I'm just going to have to ask you questions about why you were a creationist and why you're not. Unless somebody requests up with an actual current belief that they hold, that they're open to questioning.
Did you ever go to the Ark Encounter?
Me? No.
Oh, I was asking Bats because they said that they were a creationist.
Bats, did you ever go to the Ark Encounter?
No, I didn't, but I wanted to. I read our family had the magazine and had all the pictures in it, and we were planning to go, but we didn't. I kind of did follow Ken Ham for a while, and I was really fascinated with his interaction with Bill Nye. Just the way they interacted with the public was very different. Bill Nye was very open, very, well, Ken Ham was very closed. And creationists tend to be very closed-minded. Because if you question anything, you're going to find a lot of problems. And when I started to question, I couldn't be creationist anymore. Oddly enough, it was dinosaurs that finally got me out of it.
How did dinosaurs get you out of being a creationist?
Well, there's no biblical explanation for dinosaurs. There's different mentions of large animals, but there's no actual reference to them, and they did exist because we have their fossils. If there was a young Earth, mankind would have lived alongside dinosaurs, and there would have been more accounts, but there isn't. So dinosaurs and humans must have not coexisted. So if they didn't coexist, then that points to an older Earth, not a young Earth.
Well,
that's not true.
We don't need your
That's
camera
not
at all.
true, what you just said.
Why would you come in just telling someone something's not true without waiting your turn to speak?
Well, it was my turn to speak.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
What was your age for TikTok TOS?
51.
Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
I think I do.
And are you drunk?
Probably.
I see. That's probably something that you should do on your own time.
I was about to say, they looked flush.
Yes, I did notice right away. And I remember the last 3 times that Golden Bigfoot has stumbled drunkenly onto my panel to yell at someone. It's the first time well, not the first time, I think, actually. They turned their camera on right away.
An inebriated young Earth creationist is just sad, not interesting.
Well, I was hopeful that maybe this time he didn't require all the liquid courage. Maybe this time. But
There's always hope.
Not this time. But there is always hope that somebody else with a belief in a God or gods, a higher power or anything like that might stumble into the room a little less incoherent and possibly be capable of questioning their beliefs, letting us know if they believe in a God. What kind of God is it? And where does it come from? Can you question that? Why do you believe it? And you can even, after questioning, perhaps even question me a little. D9, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
36.
Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I'm Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, not completely.
Why not?
Because it's difficult. There's many books in the Bible.
Because there are many books in the Bible, you have not read it from beginning to end.
No. I said that it's difficult to do. Have you read the Bible, Thrayle?
Yes. Do you
From
believe the
beginning to
Bible?
end?
Yes. Do you believe the Bible to be true and literal?
I believe it to be true, but not literal.
Why?
Because there's very much so symbolism and metaphorical and analogous terms in the Bible.
Are you saying there are things in the Bible that you interpret as metaphor, analogy, rather than as the words written?
Yes. Like, for instance, Jesus Christ speaks in parables. He doesn't speak literally.
What about Genesis? Is Genesis literal?
That's up for debate.
Oh. What about for you?
For me, I think that Genesis is literal to an extent. And what I mean by that is when it talks about God creating the heavens and the earth, we're talking about literal. But then he creates Adam, and that is literal as well. But at the same time,
which part does it stop being literal?
All right, I'm telling you that. So Cain unalives Abel, but then he goes and marries somebody else, right? So you have to understand that there are, even though Adam was the first human, there are still people that Cain can procreate with that are not humans. What I'm saying? Thrayle?
The snoring in the background is quite distracting.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Not humans. If not humans, then what?
Primates. Neanderthals.
You're gonna have to recap that just a touch.
Okay. You do understand that Cain kills Abel.
You're saying that when Cain does that and leaves, he breeds with primate Neanderthals.
Well, it says that he breeds with somebody, right?
Oh, I see. And were those made before Adam?
Yes, but they were not.
When were they made?
It does not say in the Bible, but it
Well, then
does.
why would you believe that the Bible is true if it doesn't address primitive humans or
It
primates?
does. It does address primate. It does address before humans.
Which day?
Okay, so it says God created the heavens and the earth, and God created all the animals on the earth.
Which day?
The birds of the sea.
Which day?
It doesn't matter which day. All
Is this
that matters.
before Adam?
Yes.
So it's before Adam.
Yes.
So before Adam, he creates the animals.
Yes.
And do you have a Bible handy? Stop. Do you have a Bible handy?
Yes, I do.
Can you look at Genesis 2?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do it right now. 2 what?
18.
Okay. I'll read from chapter 2, verse 1 to verse 18.
No, stop. No, I need you to read 18, 19, 20.
Wait, but why do I have to read that specific part?
Would you actually want to read the entirety of Genesis 2? Do you need the context?
No, I was just saying that we could read from
Why
verse
would you
1
read the
to verse
entirety of
18.
Genesis 2?
I didn't say that. You said...
Well, I just needed you to look at 2:18 because you said that the animals came before Adam.
Yes, but
so
we can read
2:18.
But we can read from verse 1 of chapter 2 to verse 18.
How is that helpful?
Because it gives us context.
Do you need? I already asked if you needed context.
I mean, we're talking about for the live. We need to give our listeners the correct depiction of what is actually happening.
D9.
Thrayle.
Can you stop?
Thrayle, can you be honest?
They're not your listeners, for one.
Are they yours?
They are the listeners of the live. I'm going to mute you for the moment because you have a terrible background noise. So, if you want to be honest, you can read 2:18. The listeners of the live will likely have plenty of context to know exactly what I'm asking about in 2:18 after you said that animals came before Adam. If they need context, you could read from 2:5 on and vegetation.
Okay.
You don't need to stop. You don't need to come in and start talking over me. If you really needed it, you could read from 2:5 on and see that before there was vegetation, that God created Adam from the dust. And then he planted a garden. And then he created the animals in 2:18. After he told Adam not to eat of a certain tree. Well, to be fair, he created them in 2:19.
Okay.
The 2:18 explains.
Okay,
that Adam was alone.
so you said to read from 2:5 to 2:8. Did you?
Because the background noise is just dreadful. But yes, I did say to read from 2:5 on.
All right. Well, let me go to a different room. I'll be back.
This is what happens when we lower our standards to someone who's clearly here just to debate. But thank you, Philly Red and Shell.
Are you there?
Riley and Z. Thank you to Heather. Thank you to Amoria. Thank you to Looney Bats and Enki Bubs. Thank you, McKenna and Freya. And Danny Grax and Thelonious. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. I appreciate each and every one of you. You guys are amazing. Best audience on TikTok.
Definitely.
So D9, yeah, I'm here. Did you get a chance to read those verses? You can read them to yourself.
Yeah. So basically, it says that the Lord created all those things and then put man within them.
Where does it
man
say that?
Being Adam.
Where does it say that?
So verse 8 of chapter 2, Genesis.
Chapter 2:8. What does it say?
The Lord planted a garden in Eden, in the east, and there he placed the man he had formed.
So, so you're saying, cool. Can you read 218?
That's
like I'd
not.
asked you before.
That's not what was said.
That's what you just said.
That's not what I just said.
Did anybody else hear what he just said?
Do you have a hearing problem?
No, I heard what you said. He planted a garden. He put a man in it. The man that he had formed. The man was already made.
And were the plants already made?
Can you go up?
And were the plants already made?
Were the plants already made? What do you mean?
Yeah, when he put the man that he had formed, were the plants already made?
Formed. The plants in the garden.
Yeah, were they made?
It says that he made a garden and then he placed the man in the garden after he made the
Exactly.
man.
No, it did not specify.
Oh, it did not specify. Can you go to 218 like I had asked you before any of this?
2:18. Then the Lord God said, "It is not good for the man to be alone. I will make a helper."
So he's alone. Can
Yeah.
you read 219?
Yeah, because he's in a garden by himself.
Can you
He's
read
alone.
219?
Do you think that the plants are his helpers?
Can you read 219?
Can you answer if the plants are his helpers?
I don't think the plants are his helpers. Can you read 219?
The Lord God formed out of the ground every wild animal and every bird of the sky, and brought each to the man to see what he would call it.
Can you read 220?
The man gave names to all the livestock, to the birds of the sky, and every wild animal. But for the man, no helper was found corresponding to him. Are you trying to show how much we need women?
I was not. I was pointing out the order given. Did
So
you
you
notice?
don't. So
Did you notice? Did you notice the order given?
Yes.
Okay.
So
So
first,
did you notice
so
in
first
the order
came
given?
the plants and the sky and the sea,
Wait.
and then came the man.
Where does
After
it say
that
plants,
came the animals.
sky, and sea? It says the plants came, the sky came, and then the sea. And
Then came the man, and then came the
man,
animals, and the
then came
birds
the
of the sky,
animals.
and the fish of the sea.
Do you notice the contradiction from earlier when you said previously that the animals came before the man?
No, I
Remember
didn't
when you
say
were
that.
saying that?
No, I didn't say that. You were talking to somebody else.
Now you're lying. Because you said the animals
Now
came
you're
before
lying.
the man. You did say the animals came before the man. Chapter 1.
That's not what I said, because we weren't talking about.
That is why I asked you to read 218 in the first place, D9. That's what happens when you lie, is you forget what lie you told. And you're telling lies now. That's why I asked you to read 218 in the first place. He said animals came before man. He did. He did say it.
He said it, and then he lied about it because he was wrong.
He was sleepier sounding than I am.
Another problem with the verses that he read was Adam couldn't find a helpmate. Then how did Cain? Unless banjo music.
I'm wondering if I should find coffee or a nap. I'm leaning towards coffee, but we're gonna have to get somebody who is actually capable of questioning their beliefs to come up here. I knew when I accepted from D9 that that was not going to be questioning of beliefs, but I do have Question the Questioner up, and I figured I'd give him the opportunity. He got a few out. Some real deep thinkers there, those questions that he got out. He says, rewind and show my lie. D9, I asked you if the animals came first. I made sure and confirmed that you said the animals came first. And then I asked you to read 2:18. You went on a whole thing about reading from 2:1. I talked about 2:5. You read on from that. We finally got to 2:18. And then you reversed the order.
That's the one thing about TikTok. Everybody thinks that every space is a debate space. And we're actually trying to learn things here, not yell at each other. And every space is a debate space. And
Hello, Megara. Welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. D9 says, let's see who lies. Well, D9, I mean, you may misremember. There's a reason I didn't boot you from the live entirely. I just took you off the panel because I wasn't going to listen to you misrepresent what had just happened in our conversation. Z-Witch has coffee on. Yeah, I think that coffee is where the night is leading. I may need just a bit of coffee. But if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, if you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, this is your opportunity to come up and not only get your beliefs questioned, but to ask a few questions of the questioner. Hello, Tyler. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
31.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
What is that belief?
God.
Which God is that?
My God.
And is your God similar to any other gods?
No.
What is it you call God?
My belief to have love and hope in myself.
Your belief in God is to have love and hope in yourself.
And others.
And others.
That's what I said. Yeah.
So God is having love and hope in yourself and others.
That's not what I said.
Oh. You don't?
1 second, my cat. Hold on.
Yeah. You're also kind of fidgeting with the phone. It makes it harder to hear you.
Come on.
So
Come on, Bubby. Come on, Bubby.
For the moment, just mute you, because that's not helpful.
Dude, I was just letting my cat in the room. Hi, buddy. Yeah.
So, are you actually here to question your beliefs, or are you just here to talk to your cat?
Not so much my beliefs
I see.
as yours.
So you're not actually open to having your beliefs questioned?
I mean, to what? Like, is it your, like, point to disprove, or, and this is just a conversation, everybody. Is this just you trying to disprove or make it not? Because your beliefs are something that comes from your heart, correct?
What does that mean? Comes from your
heart? You.
What does that mean?
You.
A belief comes from your heart.
You. Come on, man. You can't.
What? You said a belief
Just like
comes
play
from
around
your
with
heart.
words of like, dude, does it? Come on.
What does it mean for it to come from your heart?
What does it mean to come from your heart for you to question belief?
What does that even mean? That sentence.
Exactly.
Follow.
If you can't have something that you fully put yourself into, then you don't have a belief. You believe that there is nothing.
If you don't have something,
Is that what you believe?
Yourself fully into. I'm not quite sure. Is that a question that you're asking me? Because it sounds like you're making declarative statements.
The way that you speak about it is just like giving a question to a question for you to have no faith in nothing. You have faith in something, and I know you do. You have
to. What are you even saying? It sounds like you're speaking in kind of nonsensical sentences.
It's not as perfect. You just don't want to hear it.
You're saying, well, it said there, you said in that last one something about me having faith in something.
Yes, if you don't have, do you have a belief? Do you have a belief in something?
What do you mean by belief in
Do you have a belief? I don't need this run around BS of words. Do you believe in something?
What does that mean? To you, belief.
No. I want you to answer it.
Do I have a belief in something?
Yes.
Sure, I have a belief in something.
In what then? I'd like to hear it.
I have a belief that asking questions leads to critical thinking.
You. I want just you. I want like you. The raw you. You. The belief you have in something.
What do you mean? What is it you're trying to get? Like, are you trying to find out if I believe in a God?
There it is. I gotcha. Perplexed. Correct.
What? I couldn't hear you because when you
Perplexed,
talk while I talk, you just kind of get muffled.
Do you believe in something?
Do you
It
notice?
doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be.
Tyler, Have you watched this show for very long? Have you seen the questions that I ask when someone comes up here?
The only thing that I know is that you question people's beliefs.
Or do you remember the question I asked you after I asked your age?
Why did you ask my age?
I asked your age. Do you remember that?
Oh, sorry, my cat. Stop.
Yeah. And then after that, I said, do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or
Oh no,
anything
no,
like
no, that was before my cat. And I
Do
said
you
yes, I
remember?
did.
Do you remember that question? You said yes, you do, right?
Yep.
And I started to ask you about it, and you got defensive.
Oh no, I did not. I absolutely did not.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the god that you believed in?
God. My
Which
belief
god?
it comes from my heart, and that's
Which
that's why I'm asking you. It's like, what do you believe
Which
in?
god?
There's no.
When you
It's
say
like
God,
you're actually a
what is
really
it you're
good
saying?
debater for not having like a debating
It's
channel.
not a
Like, dude,
debate,
you're pretty good about it. I'm not gonna lie. You're really good about it, man. I'm
This
not gonna
isn't
lie.
debate. If
I'm
you
just, dude,
think it's
I'm not
debate,
debating.
then
I'm
I'm not sure
asking. I'm
that
just
you
asking a
understand what
simple
a debate is.
question.
You broke there for a little bit.
I'm just asking a simple question. Yeah.
What question do you
What
think
do you
you're asking?
believe in?
Do you notice the different structure of our questions? When I ask
You notice I had
do you have
one.
a
That's
god or
complicated.
gods,
Just
a higher
what do you
power,
believe in?
or anything like that, and you ask me, what do you believe in?
No, what do you believe from your
Or
heart?
what do you believe from my heart?
Yes.
What is it that the heart has to do with
See, there it is with the BS runaround of like giving more words to a question that doesn't need
what
to
is the
be a
heart
question.
doing in the
Oh,
act of belief? What is the heart doing?
all right, Thrayle, very close to a specific character in Lord of the Rings, but whatever.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, well, yeah. Just all I was asking, man, is like, what do you believe in? That's the thing. It's a trick question. I'm not asking to like say I believe in a god. You could say I just believe in reading books or having people around me.
Did
But
you notice
you're
that
so
I
far
actually
with that
did?
knowledge that you say you have.
I did answer this question already. Do you remember the answer? You said, what do I believe in? And I said, I believe that asking questions leads to critical thinking. You didn't like the answer.
No, it's gonna end up being redundant. You're gonna
Can
end
you
up.
tell me which God you believe in? Is it the biblical God that you believe in?
Yes.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No,
Why haven't you read the Bible?
I don't need to.
Then why would you believe in the God from the Bible if you
Yeah, well, it's just in there. I feel it. So call me crazy, call me whatever you want. And there
I'm
was a
not
time
calling
where
you
I definitely
anything.
fell out of that belief.
I'm curious why you would believe in a God that you haven't read about.
Maybe I don't have to read about it. Maybe you can just, dare I say it, believe.
Believe? Believe what, though? Believe what you're told? Did somebody tell you about that God?
Everything that you're regurgitating is everything else everybody's always said.
What do you mean regurgitating? I'm
talking
simply asking questions.
I know, but for you to ask those questions,
Tyler,
is something everybody's always done.
I gotta wonder, Tyler, are you drunk right now?
Am I what?
Are you drunk?
No.
Okay.
I'm a little upset with my cat because he destroyed my toilet paper. Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
So what is? Actually, yes, Beth. Go ahead.
When I say something like I interpolate a hupalopagus, you need to know what interpolate and hupalopagus are for me to understand. For us to understand. So, what does belief mean to you? Because I think part of the problem is we need to understand. You can say you believe in a God, but you've yet to define what kind of God or what it means to believe in it. And for you, at least, what does it mean to believe in a God? Tyler, are you there?
Oh wait, that was for me. I thought it was for him. Sorry.
Yes, it's for you.
Yeah, stop.
I'm just trying to understand what belief means to you, because in order for us to understand better, we need to understand what the definitions for these words are. I don't need a specific definition, but I'm curious what it means for you to believe in a God.
Okay, well you just gave it that like specific part. We're saying a God.
Or gods or higher power, or
You made it
you.
specific there, while also saying it wasn't a specific question. Come on. Loaded questions. I mean, I believe in my God because I believe that I love people and I have hope and care for those people. But you can't give me a loaded question and to say like no, and then say and that in a God. Come on.
It wasn't a loaded question.
I'm not trying to create a loaded question. I'm simply trying to understand what it is you mean by belief.
Why are you so defensive, Tyler? What about this process? What about this process has you so terrified that you're defensive and lashing out? We can't hear you when you talk over me. You've got to wait till my questions end.
Then continue.
What about this process has you so terrified that you're lashing out at every question?
No, terrified? No. Lashing out? A little bit. And what process is this?
Hey, Tyler, can you do me a favor? Can you read the big question on the screen?
There's like this thing. I can't move it. Hold on. Question believes questions the questioners. Yeah.
Thrayle moved it down for you.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No. Thrayle moved it down for you. So, what does that big question say?
Question your beliefs. Belief.
Can you question your beliefs, right? Can you question them?
Yes. Have I?
So,
yes. Absolutely.
So whenever people are over here questioning your beliefs, what about that makes it seem that you need to be defensive about it?
I mean this is a two-parter, but yes, I mean that's a good way. I mean it's just like when anybody questions the way you do anything, would you not be defensive? Seriously.
I've been questioned several times on this panel, and I've never once been defensive about my answering.
Oh, well, all right. That's fine. I am. I'm sorry. Not.
I'm sorry, Hammy.
Well, I just wanted to ask this. Do you think that questioning in and of itself is an attack?
No. I think questioning something that somebody truly believes can be an attack.
So, if I want to know what your beliefs are, what's the best way to go about that? Whenever the panelists here have been asking you questions, have any of them seemed very, very like attack worthy?
Oh Oh no, I wouldn't say like demeaning or like to have malicious intent. No.
Awesome. So whenever Bats asked their question to you, what made you not want to answer in a way that wasn't defensive?
It was a loaded question to the end, so like of your beliefs with the god, a god, right, and then at the end of a god.
What makes that an attack?
I'm not the one asking the question. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I know, but whenever they had asked that question, what about it seemed as if it was something that was provocative?
Oh no, it was not provocative, and I'm sorry if I was. I apologize to the panel if I was being overzealous. I probably was. I'm sorry, and I really do. I do apologize, and I understand like the whole thing of the panel is to question your beliefs, and I apologize for
Awesome.
So to maybe I should say aggressive, I guess in a way. I apologize.
Yeah, so now that we've got the understanding that this isn't provocative, that we're not trying to attack you, we're not trying to debate you or anything like that. Bats' question was just a question to understand your beliefs better. So Bats, would you like to ask the question one more time?
Okay, and maybe if I try to rephrase it so it's not loaded or anything. Okay, what does it mean to you to believe in something? Is there an action required on your part? Do you need proof of it? What is it to believe?
It really could be something that's like an action, right? Like what you've seen through your life, right? To give you this, like, could be something that's like an action. Give you this, like, like reverence of understanding and peace. But the thing for me was, sorry, I'm not gonna go too deep, but I never believed in the God I believe now, right? And then just one day, it was just there, and
Say that about you. I say waiting them, and we're trying to understand it. And it's a place of exploration.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. I see what the panel is now.
We're not trying to trick you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I thought this was more hostile than it was.
No.
All right, and I apologize. I mean that to all of you. I really mean that. I apologize. That was my bad.
Can we then ask again? Because again, we're not trying to trick you. You understand we're not being like a gotcha moment. We're not trying to do that.
No, 100%. All open ears.
Okay. So I want to ask them the same question from earlier, which is, you said you have a God that you believe in, and how would you describe your God? Where does it come from?
My heart.
And how did you come to find this God?
I realized that a lot of people are really ugly in this world, and there's not enough good people to let that love and hope out. We're never going to change.
So Tyler, how did you come to find it? You said hope. Is that one of the sources, or where does it come from?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Are you a therapist, dude? That's for real.
What I do doesn't matter.
Are you actually a therapist?
Maybe another conversation. But
it's fine.
But we ask this way too, to be polite, respectful. We really do want to know. what you believe. I've been questioned before. Hammy's been questioned before. We all have. We all do this. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you said God is in your heart. Is that inspired by any other type of God, like the Christian God? You know what I mean?
No. Well, I mean, like, I guess like my family was like that, but I don't like, I don't go to church. I don't do anything like that. I guess maybe my God is a God that just wants to love people and help and make sure they're okay and give them a little bit of hope. That's what it takes.
Does this God?
Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Does this God bring you comfort? Is that what it brings?
No.
Then does it bring clarity?
Sometimes.
And how so? Can you give an example of where God brought you clarity?
That when to walk away from a situation that can be violent, that I don't need to be in. And I can be a violent person, I don't want to be, but that helps clarity to walk away.
And how did God give you that? Is there like, does God speak to you in your subconscious? Does he reveal to you in like some sort of signs of some kind?
No.
Or do you read a scripture of some kind?
Nope.
You just feel it?
Hmm?
And you believe these feelings are
True.
trustworthy?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was saying, like, call me insane or whatever, but we gotta believe in something.
Don't you believe in yourself? not defined. So, what we're trying to ask is, when you say energy, when you say frequency, when you say any of these words, what is it that you're saying? It's not, let me add another word in that it's actually define the word, please. So, if that was that helpful for you to understand what we're trying to get at? Please don't tell me I broke a third person.
This is what they do, folks. This is
Can you
what
hear
Hammy
me?
does. Yes, Lass, we can hear you.
All right, sorry. it's a see, I feel an energy. I can use my energy to
Did you hear what Hammy said?
Yeah, I'm trying to just explain what the frequency is.
So-
It's the level that it's a level that I can change within my body to make it a higher vibration or a lower vibration. I can change the frequency depending on what I'm doing at the time, to feel different, to feel better, to see other things, to communicate with other things on a higher frequency or on a lower frequency.
Thrayle, you're right. It wasn't helpful, apparently.
Can I try, please?
Go for it, Z.
Okay, I'm sorry.
This
and
is
then bats.
This is kind of my thing, sort of. Okay, so hi, Lass. Are you still there? I see a teacup.
Still here, yeah.
Okay, so I want to understand your beliefs, and I think it's just the terminology, or what some people would say, energy language, is pretty common. There's a lot of people that use the same words as you, but we always try to ask, what does that mean? And I want to give you an example of maybe a replacement rephrasing, possibly. Not to tell you what to say, but to give you an example of how it's better to understand what you mean. So the energy in the room was heavy. You know what that means for yourself, right? Based on what you're sharing with us.
Yeah.
But would it make more sense to say the mood of the room felt tense?
Well, yes, because I can feel it all.
But does that need to be defined as energy? It's an emotion. So this is what we're trying to understand is energy is a specific word with a specific definition. And that's how language is understood. It's an agreed upon defining term, right?
Mm.
Okay. But you agree though, right? Like definitions,
No,
words, they do have
I
meaning.
don't actually agree with anything that anyone's actually said so far.
Okay.
Because
Well
I have
then,
my own beliefs, and I know what I connect with, and I know how I feel, and I have a very strong, powerful belief.
okay. I guess that's where we're getting lost is
Yeah.
we just want to know what the term energy means, because we know what it means collectively by its definition.
So what do you think it means collectively then?
To do work. It's carrying something out.
It's carrying something out?
Energy is defined as the ability to do work.
Yes. And there's different forms of energy. So that's when we had asked, is it...
So what forms of energy would you say that there was?
the scientific definitions, right? So the one that sounds like you're trying to describe, we don't have the definition that's correlated with the term or the word energy. That's why we want to understand why it's being used in this context. It's not to undermine you or say we think this is BS. It's just we don't understand.
So do you understand the word of vibration as in vibration of planet Earth at the moment?
What does it mean to you?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do you understand if the Earth was on a 3D vibration? Is that the level that most people are living on at the moment, isn't it? Because a lot of people can't
So
go any
again,
higher.
like, let's break this down. Vibration, the term, that word, doesn't that mean a back and forth movement? And if you go smaller, it's the particles that move. That's vibration.
There's nothing is solid, is it? We're all energy at the end of the day. Everything can be
Go
broken
back to
down
energy.
and down to an
Les,
energy.
that's where we're getting lost, is the terminology that's being used isn't being used in the proper defining context here.
Well, I know what my energy is. I know it's just something since I've been born onto this planet.
How did you come to find these beliefs? Let's start there instead.
Well, because as soon as I was born onto this planet, I knew why I was here. I knew where I'd been. I knew where I'd come from. I knew what I was here for.
So before you could speak, you knew why you were here.
Yeah, I remember every moment of being born. I came down without a veil.
I feel like, are you sure you're able to question your beliefs, Les?
Totally. I know exactly where I've come from, exactly why I'm here.
Were you saying that you
What does it mean to question your beliefs?
What does it mean?
Yes.
I don't question them anymore. I did when I was a lot younger.
So then why are you here? If you can't question your beliefs, why are you up here?
Because I wanted to stick up for Tyler.
Tyler didn't need you to stick up for him. He needed to question his beliefs, like it sounds like you need to question yours. Assumptions. Just the bold assumption that you can't even question now. Sad.
Very sad.
I have broken 3 guests.
It's not all your fault, Bacon Boy.
I was actually getting really excited, hoping to finally hear somebody give some kind of definition, and I don't think we got there at all.
No.
The problem is she was using the same words interchangeably.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to clarify and point out. Oh, new guest, sorry.
Hey, Moise, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 19.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I believe there is. I have a version of God, yes.
And what God is it that you have a version of?
So the God I believe, the God is all like that is real. So everything that is real, everything, the ultimate reality. And that ultimate reality is probably everything, everyone. That's like that when I use that word probably because that's what I can say. I think I know, but my know I can only know. I can't. I think knowingness is on a spectrum, and it's very vast, and you can know more, and I don't even know if it has a limit. So that's why I said that word probably. And I want to say about
Stop for a moment, Moise.
Okay.
So you can you question your beliefs?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I have questioned my beliefs. For me, is to question your interpretation of what's happening, what you understand, what you feel, what you think, because that's what that means. Because beliefs are what generate all of those. Like you wouldn't be able to interpret something if you didn't have a belief. You wouldn't be able to feel a certain way towards something if you didn't have a belief. You wouldn't be able to think if you didn't have a belief. At least per my definition of belief.
and you can question those beliefs, those assumptions, those feelings, those conclusions. You can
question their roots.
Can you question them?
Huh?
Can you question them?
Yes. But
can you question your belief in whatever God you hold to?
Yeah. But I want to ask, what do you mean by like, are you meaning something in general, like question anything, or something specific? Because when I like to use the word question, like I try to be specific. Like, so are you regarding something specific? Question anything specific, or just question any and all of it?
I generally ask everybody who comes on panel if they have a belief in a God or God's a higher power or anything like that to start the questions. And your response was?
Yeah. I think it's important for people to question.
Moise, and your response was to that question?
Yes.
That you believe in a God?
Yes.
And can you remind me which God that is? In brief.
Ultimate, like, what's real?
Your God is just what is real.
I think.
Can you stop fidgeting with the microphone? It makes it hard to hear you.
Sorry. Everything and everyone.
Everything and everyone is your God. Are you just redefining your God to fit things that already exist so that you can declare he exists?
Fit things to declare what exists. Well, I guess you. I mean, yeah, that's what I would call
God. Is
God.
it kind of like saying that God is the dirt? Dirt exists, therefore there's God.
I think dirt. Maybe dirt is an aspect of God.
Just.
That's what I would say. That's what my best idea of God. The reason why I think I believe in a God, is because without a higher power.
Higher what?
A higher power.
Higher power.
Yeah.
Do you remember the question you're answering, Moise?
Or a God, or
do you remember the question you're answering?
Can you question your belief? Is that it, or what is
this one I asked you?
Dirt. Is the dirt because the dirt exists, therefore must be God? Maybe. I can't. Perhaps. I don't think. The thing with beliefs. I don't know if there's really a true belief and a wrong belief. I think
I believe there's a true belief or a wrong belief. So is it possible to you that your beliefs are not true?
They're true for me, but they might not be true for you.
They're true for you. So for you,
because beliefs aren't objective.
So for you, everything is the sandwich God of everything.
What does that mean?
That's when everything is just renamed into God or sandwich. I don't know that I have any more questions, Moise. I'm not sure if you're quite questioning your belief, but maybe Bats or Z or Hammy has a question for you.
I'm interested in what you said, though. What you just said, like sandwich, like you're renaming. You said you're renaming everything into God. What is that? What do you mean?
Hey, Moise, can you state again what your belief was in like a sentence or two?
my belief. So, in regard to that question,
Your God or a higher power. I just want to hear it again.
my belief in regard to God. To be honest, it's not like a concrete belief, like, but what I think, it's not. I don't even know if it's an actual belief, but what I think is God is ultimate reality, and reality is everything and everyone.
Sandwich.
Yeah, I don't think I have any other questions.
I have one.
Okay.
So just to summarize, you believe that there is some sort of higher power, but you're not going to make a concrete belief because it's just something that maybe helps you in some way. Is that something that helps you in some way? Is it a God that brings you comfort, logic, helps you live your life? What does this God bring you?
Yeah. I wouldn't. Yeah. It makes it helps me make I use that because it makes sense of a lot of things. Like, I'm not bound to it. I'm not like attached to that idea, but it makes it when I use that thinking, like, I can make a lot of sense of things. Makes a lot more sense to me.
Oh, so he provides you some sort of logic then. Does this God bring you comfort then too?
Comfort.
Like, is it comfortable to believe in this God?
A little bit, yeah. Because in this version of God, it's not separate from me, and I can maybe have sure what's the word I can have relief or something that I can exist, like, since God is in me, and I am God, part of God. I exist after. My existence is greater than what I am.
Would you
But I don't like that.
believe?
I don't like the
Moise.
word.
Hang on, Moise. Hang on. Bats had a question.
Okay.
I just because this doesn't sound like a very concrete belief, and something maybe that you maybe why you're here to question it is because you want to evaluate it. But would you rather believe a comfortable lie or a more harsh reality? An uncomfortableness maybe with it.
That's the same. You know what's funny? That's the same kind of thinking that I get from religious people. But anyway, there is no what I said earlier. There is no ultimate like reality, because I believe reality is different. It's subjective, and it's generated by belief. So there is no the reality. My reality can be different from yours, although there can be similarities. They can be close.
Your belief system sounds very open and very non-discriminatory. That's all fine and good, but do you think there maybe is a right or wrong answer sometimes?
A right and wrong answer? No, we determine what's right or wrong by ourselves. We did, although right and wrong, we created those words, like
Yeah.
I think I like to, for me, I like to just I don't like to use the word right wrong. I just think, okay, this makes more sense. This doesn't really.
Cruelty.
No, I think it comes from us. I think we choose. I think it comes from our choices. I think we have free will, or to an extent at least, and we have the ability to make a choice, right? So that's where I think it comes from. Choices, the choices we make, choices we make have consequences.
Right. So if God is within, it comes from you, but it's within you that you have free will and choice. Is that where evil also comes from?
No, because God within you doesn't mean that God is you.
If God is a part of you, does that mean that you are perfect as you are right now, or do you evolve?
No, I think you evolve as you I think whatever is like I think is the consciousness, like if you know, like consciousness and the brain, like we scientists haven't discovered, like, or we're still figuring out the source of conscious. We have different ideas, we'd have different beliefs about it. Sure.
How is that answering?
I don't know.
What do you say?
How do you balance humility and self-deification?
That's a good question.
That's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah. But I tell myself, like, I don't know. There's a when I said in the beginning, there's a level spectrum of knowing, like, and I think it's probably infinite. So whenever I think I know, I'm gonna realize that
if you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm wrong.
What if you're wrong?
Yeah, that I could be wrong. Whenever I think I actually like know,
Moise,
can you question your beliefs?
That I
Moise,
can't.
Moise, can you question your beliefs?
Question? What do you mean by that?
Can you consider the possibility for even a moment that you could be wrong?
Yeah, for sure.
Z, did you have a follow-up on that?
Okay. So if you could be wrong, then when we go back to a previous question, you said you shared that God is within you, God is you. And I asked about evil and cruelty. Does that come from the same source, from within? And you stated very matter-of-factly, no. How do you know? How are you certain that what you know is true?
Because I know that within our brains, if you examine the choices of humans and the human brain, we have a sense of identity. We have a self, and that self, like if I were to refer to you as yourself or myself, there's a self, right? I think maybe we can agree on that. So basically, we make choices from that self.
Wait, you said you think we can all agree on that. What is a self?
Who we think we are, our cultivated identity from the world, from the interactions, from all kind of stuff from birth.
You're saying
basically, even without all that, there's still probably a self just from us being here, and that is probably the simple. I think there's a self even above that, which is our awareness.
Can Can a belief in self become a paradox, Moise? If you're only believing in self, only believing in your definition, only believing in figuring it out, but you're saying it's God. You're saying that you know it's where evil comes from. Good.
Well,
I mean, it just feels circular. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not trying to prove God. I just really like to get what makes most sense, like figure things out. What was your question was again? Sorry.
Well, originally it was, can you question your beliefs? And then I asked more follow-up questions to try to define what you know or what you state. So I just, yeah. Anybody else?
Moise, you talked about the self. At first you were talking about that it can't be this conglomeration of the body, what people think about you. Where is the self? Where does it reside?
Well, if we were to talk about it, maybe I don't know if this is perfectly the right word, materially or physically. Scientists would say that it's in the brain, like somewhere like in the middle or something. The default mode network. That's what creates the self.
Is that what you believe?
Sounds true. Maybe, yeah.
So the brain is the default mode network.
No. The brain.
Oh, sorry. Not the brain. The self is the default mode network in the brain.
The default mode network helps to create the self is a contributing much maybe like I don't know 90% contributor to what is the self. It's probably responsible for the formation of the self. It's how the brain does that stuff.
And does the self maintain itself, or is it created, say, multiple times a day or an hour or a minute?
I think it interplays with our nervous system in every moment. Like, it's every moment. Like, every time we get stimuli from the external from you per se. Like right now, my brain is getting a formation of who I think I am, and that's that's kind of like the default. I think probably that's the default mode network's job to create an identity for you.
You were saying that it's 90% that. Is it 10% something else?
Well, I was just I wasn't being literal. I was just kind of giving an example. Like it may I don't want to be fixed and say 100% that the default mode network is the self.
Is the self. So the self is a reactive is a reactive part of the a part of the brain that is kind of combination of the nervous system and this particular function of the brain in order to generate an identity. Now, do you believe in that identity, or do you see it as an illusion?
I think it's an illusion. I think it functions as a It functions as a purpose for survival.
Does God have a self?
No, I think it's definitely way above that. I think it's the purest awareness, something like that probably, like purest consciousness. Consciousness. I think consciousness is more than just ourself. Like I think the brain is very good, is very efficient, but I don't think it's responsible for consciousness.
Is there a difference between awareness and consciousness?
I think it's maybe closely the same, but maybe there's a awareness is more closer to experience, and consciousness is the state of being conscious. I think they're very closely the same, but there could be some difference. But I like to think of them as very, very close.
Is the self a requirement for having a preference or making a choice?
I think we use it a lot more than we. It's not a requirement for making a choice. No.
So God would be able to make a choice without having a self or a preference. Well, no, God could have preference without having a self.
Yeah, probably.
Is that an area maybe that you could ask more questions about?
God making choices without having a self. Yeah. I'd love to explore that more.
That's all I got. Those are the only questions I have.
Okay.
I have a question, if that's okay.
Go for it, Bats.
If the brain is a vast and amazing organ in the body that can do so much for us, including give some people different layers of consciousness, you might say, why can't it be responsible for our consciousness? It doesn't make sense to me. So maybe why do you think our brain isn't able to create our consciousness?
Because the brain is limited. The brain is you can if somebody gets stabbed in the brain, shot in the brain, then is consciousness gone? Like that would mean that consciousness is very weak. That means that consciousness is very small. And I don't think I think consciousness is much greater, because consciousness has the ability to we have the ability to expand our consciousness. I think consciousness is separate from the brain,
Consciousness has
the brain is a
kinda
tuner
echoing
of
a little
consciousness.
bit, so the brain is.
Yeah, it's like an interface for consciousness. That's what I think makes more sense.
The brain is an interface for consciousness. And what is it that makes you believe that consciousness is using the brain as an interface rather than being a product of it?
The brain is using. Well, okay. There's a couple. The brain. I didn't say the brain is using. I think consciousness is using the brain. And
I didn't say that either. I was asking you what makes you think that consciousness is using a brain rather than being a product of a brain.
Because consciousness is. I think you can experience I think what we're experiencing is consciousness, and consciousness is far faster than just our than just matter, than just our brain. Don't get me wrong, our brain is amazing. Like they say scientists say the brain is most sophisticated, complex thing in the universe. It's very great, but it's still very limited at the same time as well.
Where does consciousness come from?
I don't know. Consciousness. I don't know.
I don't know is good. I had a question I'd like to ask when we get into this topic is do you believe that the mind is inside the skull, or do you believe that the skull is inside the mind?
That's a good question. I think
And can it be both or neither?
skull is inside the
And
maybe it can be both. I think I think it can be both. I don't know. But from our perspective, it seems that our brain is inside the skull. But how I guess you can, how much trust, from what I knew, the self was an illusion, so maybe that's an illusion too. Who knows?
The article you referenced earlier about self in the brain, was it a peer-reviewed article, and would that be important to maybe check on?
I don't really read articles.
So your beliefs aren't on the self being in the brain isn't based off of any research?
I let people do the research. I let people AI do the research for me. And I use my discernment for how trustworthy those people are, using my discernment, my experience, and yeah. And if anything seems off, then I start questioning them.
Do you think it might be important to, if we have a belief in something, to double check it and research it maybe?
Yeah. Well, if you you're still gonna be using something else. Like, I think the most important beliefs to question are the ones from the ones that you hold as your understanding for everything. The one that glue together your worldview, your sense of reality, your identity.
So you'd rather challenge morals or philosophy, not necessarily credible evidence of things that we can't know for sure?
Well, yeah, because evidence, that's like the same thing to me. That's like the same thing as when people say, like, you gotta trust the evidence, you gotta trust the experts. That's the same thing as the people in religion. You gotta trust the pastor, you gotta trust the Bible. Like, you're putting trust. I would rather trust. Like, I don't like to take things as basically. I know, like earlier I said, like, I let others do research for me. I have discernment. Like, don't just take things like just because you think it's like right. that's why I think it's important to have some, like some questioning, some of that, you know.
Do you trust that the world is round or spherical?
Yeah, it seems so.
Did you ever like take a time to probably go on Google and do some research and like, oh yeah, that's what the Earth looks like, or maybe we watch a documentary and I find credible sources to back up that belief?
No, I don't really care that much about that.
But you do care about your belief in God.
Like I'm not bound to it. It makes sense. Like I just don't think that like really our material, like our existence is bound to material, to just the material, the physical. So since I believe that, then I look to see what to like you guys asked me a question. I'm trying to explore more on that to see what makes like sense for us. Not like what are we if we're not just the physical, the material, you know. And that's what I told you. Like probably God is this. Probably explore if we God theory. You know, I'm still figuring it all out. But to me, I'm pretty confident in it because of what I've experienced, and it seems to make sense so far. But I think that's what's important, to not be like bound, to really not be attached to anything. Like just be free to explore whatever, as if like oh, this seems cool. What is this? Or interesting. What's that? Or like that. Like because if you hold on to something, you limit yourself to whatever else you could explore.
Moise, did you say that you use AI?
Yeah.
When you use AI, what is there to question?
I'm using the AI to help question. I don't use the AI to give me the answers. I give my thoughts. Well, I come to conclusions with the help of AI, but I don't have AI just tell me everything. I use my own brain to think, and then I give my thoughts to AI, and AI give me its feedback. It seems to make sense, I think about it some more, and you know, it's we just it's like two of us, not one-sided, you know.
When you say the word discernment, what does that word mean to you?
Thrayle, my kids are starting to wake up early. I probably should go. Moise, I wish you the best. Always keep questioning, man. And thank you all for hanging out with me and helping us all question stuff more. All right, bye, y'all.
Okay, never mind.
Bye, Bats.
Bye, Bats.
Bye, Moise.
I have a hard filter with the AI thing. I can't trust a person's feedback. Sorry.
I agree.
Thrayle?
Thrayle might be.
Well, if anyone wants to come up and have their beliefs questions, feel free to request Hannah. And make sure you tap the screen, share the live. We're not here to debate you. We just want to know what your beliefs are, where they come from, why you believe in them, at what cost.
But here's the question: do any of us have the power to bring up a new guest?
I don't think so. Is Hammy here?
Hammy might be at work.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So yeah, please make sure to keep tapping the screen. And if you do want to come up and have your beliefs questions, just request. And when Thrayle gets back, he will let y'all on up.
What do you find most troubling about AI? What is it that bugs you the most?
It's kind of like in that moment where the question was posed, and thank you, Martian Fire Yeti, for bringing that up for the question. I just feel like it becomes circular. Like you get stuck in a loop of self-affirming information that's fed to you, and it's also it becomes limited. And when you say research, that usually would require somebody to use critical thought, to look for themselves, and to not just accept. He said that he was dictating his thoughts and ideas, and that they were working together. But I mean, come on, let's be real. That's it's doing the groundwork, and how much of it is questionable, because it's been proven that it's wrong. It doesn't bring you factual information. It changes information. And even if it's philosophical or theoretical or, theosophical, it just, it'll get dates wrong. What about you? Because I hope that it's the same, because oh my God.
I guess my objection starts with the resource usage of AI.
Yes.
It's an unethical, unethical tool environmentally.
Well, that's foundationally, yes, I should have stated that first, so I agree.
So if I said, well, I'll get you an answer, but first I need to burn a dozen tires, and I don't really need that answer from you, especially because you're kind of just pulling a lot of random stuff together that you've been fed to bring me an answer that I will think that sounds agreeable to me, so that more people will invest in the company that created me. I think it has no path to profitability, and in the meantime, it's using up stuff that we need to live, as well as kind of plagiarizing everybody else's work. So on many levels, I think of it as, I don't know if it's avoidable because people seem to lean on it, but I'm not sure that everybody's contemplating what it's doing.
Comfort, ease of use, simplifying basic tasks. I mean, that's kind of how it started, right? We had it in word programs.
Yeah, word completion. Which we were all using.
But if anybody has a belief and would like to come up and be questioned on their belief, we're not here to debate you. Please request on up. Maybe Thrayle is walking his dog. But we're here for you. This is not a debate. Just to say it again.
It may be very interesting if Thrayle has fallen asleep.
Has that happened?
If Hammy, I don't know, isn't available, we can't bring anybody else up.
Well, the chat is still active, so
the chat.
Are we being punked, Jim? We're being punked.
Do I have the power to bring somebody up? No, I do not. But please tap the screen and share the live. Those taps get more visibility for this live. I'm always amazed that we tend to have about 84, 85 visitors in this live, and I think it's easily the most interesting live on TikTok.
Yeah, honestly, it's one of the best ones, in my opinion.
Right. Thrayle is actually Ashton Kutcher, and you're being punked. He's sitting back.
Thank you, Marshall.
Laughing. In the chat, do you think that this live is kind or mean to ask questions, ask people to question their beliefs? Is that a kind action or a mean action? I always think about that when I'm here. Is it mean to get people to question their beliefs? Ajay says kind. Both. Honest.
Yeah, I think it's a harsh truth because, I mean, critical thinking is that, and it is necessary at that part too. But I don't think there's any meanness to it at all.
I know plenty of people who would say, just let them have their beliefs. Let them have beliefs. Maybe let people have beliefs that they don't really fully understand.
Well, then they kind of like me and
what's the harm? What's the harm?
My pragmatic approach. I'm like, well, if that's what you believe and it's good for you, great. But I still ask questions.
It's your thing. Do what you want to do. I don't know. I'm not sure that is kind to just let people kind of be guided by things they don't fully understand. Seems like an abdication of responsibility, especially if you're inviting them to ask questions. But now I'm just stating my belief.
I'm calling Thrayle on Discord right now to see if he fell asleep.
I don't think Philly is still here, right? Or Cat. Joe and Hammy, I believe, have the power to let guests in.
Yeah. Well, just keep tapping the screen, share the live, and
Buggy, are you here?
Hammy's away too, so I don't know if he's still like. I've never seen this happen before, so this is a first.
Yeah. Thrayle just muted himself, so there's been activity. If you have a belief in a god or gods or higher power or anything like that, you can request up, and it is possible we will be able to question your beliefs. If you're willing to question your beliefs, if you see some value in that.
I had my beliefs questioned earlier tonight. It was actually very helpful because I haven't done it in a while. Got to ask some questions about where I
How did
stand.
it go?
It went well. I appreciate it, of course. I think it's always good to just keep doing that. It made me rethink where I was with things a little bit more too. And deconstructing and making steps forward, I shared that as if I wanted or want there to be something, but it's just, maybe it's because I appreciate the creative idea of it, or the whimsy, maybe. But it's not as serious, you know. But it was helpful, so I'm grateful for that.
Was it that you were finding that you were hanging on to whimsy?
No, I use that word as a joke from the conversation, but no, it was more just the amount of time and steps and where I've come to be, and talking about a former pastor and some other things, and yeah, I think it was just a good check-in for myself. So I appreciate that the conversation happened, but no, whimsy is not a part of it. Anyway, keep tapping the screen, y'all. Request to come on up and be questioned.
I say that because, yeah, whimsy has come up a few times.
That word is used.
I appreciate it. You know, I appreciate the idea of, I want to keep a little whimsy.
Oh, Thrayle unmuted. I don't know if he's back yet. I tried to call into Discord, but I don't know.
Any number of things could be going on.
Oh, yeah. Well, I hope it's nothing serious or bad. Hope it all. Maybe they won the lottery.
Well, keep the chat going. I noticed something from Fairy Dust that I thought was really interesting. I have certain beliefs, but listening to this group for a while, it does make me question my beliefs. So just listening, that's interesting.
It is helpful. There's something you can take out of it, definitely. I did see some advice earlier too, and I forget where I saw it, but somebody was recommending that if you don't know how to, in a linear way, explain your beliefs, or in a two sentence way, like just sit with it, write it down, go through what it means, how it's defined, and then just try to dissect it from there. And I was like, yeah, that's it. You're going to come up and be questioned too. Start questioning it. And then somebody asked, do either of you two talk about your beliefs? Yeah, for me, I think I do all the time.
Yeah, I have been through the ringer here. I certainly have some beliefs. I have a religion. It feels strange to say.
Well, it's non-theistic, right?
It is a non-theistic religion, right? So there's less to hold on to there in terms of questioning, because a God is such that's just such a big belief, you know, that questioning that is seems like you need to get at that first. Just make sure that you really understand what you mean when you say that, when you say God or higher power, being, energy, flow, frequency, etc.
Those have been keywords tonight.
Yeah.
A lot of that. How do you learn if you do not question? You don't learn if you don't question. You have to use critical thought.
And I think,
sorry,
just leaping in on top of you there didn't mean, I mean, you know, figuratively. I think what's occurred to me listening to the live here over many days is that it can be dangerous to have a guiding principle in your life and not to understand it. Does that sound too far-fetched? See, I mean, that seems to me to be like the danger, is having a set of beliefs that you haven't questioned and then just let them guide you around.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too far-fetched. We had another person up here earlier. And by the way, keep tapping, keep sharing, please. And if you want to have your questions if you want to have your beliefs questioned, request to come on up. We're not here to debate you. We just want to understand what your beliefs are. Your God, is it a higher power? Is it consciousness? Is it energy? Is it some other name, form, scriptorial thing? But anyway, yes, we had somebody up here earlier, and we talked about how they they finally kind of flipped where they were like, oh, I like this conversation. Oh, this is actually really cool what you're doing. And we're just like, see, it's good to do this. You connect with other people, you understand yourself. And the more you question, the more you might be led to other things that make sense for you, and you understand more of yourself. So I think it's healthy. If we don't keep asking, we don't really change much. We don't really grow. I mean, if we think we know everything, then that's when you realize you know nothing. Well, some people.
Yeah, I mean, for some people, it feels like an attack.
Yeah. Somebody's Huggy Serenity asked, how long have you been participating in questioning here? I would say it's been about 4 months, almost 5 months for me, maybe. I can look at the Discord, but yeah, it's around that time, I believe. What about you, Jim?
Yeah, it's November, and probably I started in August. So 3 months, something like that.
Can anyone else call Thrayle? I can try again.
Seems Thrayle is, Shannon says, seems Thrayle is unreachable at the moment. We've got Z, Hammy. Okay, but I am not a moderator, so I can't let people up.
Hammy too.
There should be some other moderators here who can join up and help to let other guests up. Oh, Huggy remembers when I first went up. Yeah, I remember it too. It was in the middle of the night, and I had some idea about observation, and that I had a belief in observation being a separate entity, and then I was using a popularized notion of a scientific experiment, and I was using it wrong, and I was mistaken about it. I think it was Kat and Thrayle. Huggy, I don't know if were you up also? And they pointed out the flaw in my thinking, and then I spent a day looking at everything I could to see if I was wrong or right. And I was wrong. And that was valuable. I was no longer operating under the false impression that I had before. So it's disillusionment in a sense. But I guess in the good sense of the word. I think Z is in Discord desperately trying to wake up Thrayle.
I'm trying to do something.
I feel bad. I don't want to wake him up.
I feel bad because we also can't turn this off. So it's like
that's right. It will just keep going until tomorrow. Farida says, I came across this group almost 2 weeks ago. I look forward to this. Yeah, me too. I kind of wish I was more of a night owl, Thrayle. Okay. Faridas is saying, I'm glad in a way that nobody can come up and get to know us more. I mean, Z, you and I could question each other if you want.
Yeah, we can
continue to bloviate.
Just make sure you all continue to tap the screen and share the live. We already filled the live goal, it looks like, but that's on Thrayle's end.
If you tap the screen enough, it will wake up Thrayle. It will. I believe that. Can't explain why, but I believe it. Oh, Farida says, I'm terminally ill, so I never sleep. I'm sorry to hear that. That must be very uncomfortable. I'm sorry. Yes, that's a good idea. Huggy's saying, try saying everything is energy. We could just use the word energy wrong, in not wrong, but in increasingly bizarre ways, and that might shock him out of a deep Sleep.
Energy, 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 energy. No, because then the
Well,
AI is going to say this is a chat about energy, and then we're going to get all those people.
that's right. Well, my energy is in a particularly purple state, and I say that because purple is a color that doesn't exist, and the more purple I am, the more I connect to the vibration of the universe. What does that resonate with you, Z? Are you picking up my? Oh wait, Thrayle's gone.
Oh no! Oh wait, maybe that
Yeah,
might
the
be
opposite effect.
that might
The
be a good
opposite
sign
effect.
because that means he
He
might
was.
be rebooting. Good.
He might have just pieced out too. He might have just been like, "Screw this! I'm
No,
done with this whole thing."
anyway, keep tapping
Jim
this.
just put me over the edge.
He'll be back. I just don't know where Hammy went though. Maybe the app is glitching. It's weird.
Could be.
I don't hear music anymore either, so maybe he's resetting. Yeah. So
Yeah, it might be a technical issue.
thanks y'all for sitting tight. Continue to tap the screen, share the live. We're gonna find out what's going on soon. I think.
Well, I think your tapping had an effect. That's what I'm trying to say. And maybe if you tap again and you really believe, then Thrayle will reappear.
Yes.
Have to believe harder though.
Should be soon. But if the music stopped, usually that's a reset sign. I thought about checking the YouTube too, but
Or does Huggy could request up, but we would not be able to let him. Let
yeah, you
him,
can still
her.
request up. You're just gonna have to.
I don't know what. Anyway, them. We couldn't let Huggy in because we don't have. We are not empowered. Thrayle, energy is frequency. Thrayle, we vibrate.
Oh God.
Wake up.
Yeah, we can't reset the live goal. It's on Thrill too. So
true.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're mere pawns here on the board.
You ever done radio before, Jim?
Well, I've been interviewed on radio.
Yeah, this reminds me of when the signal goes out and you're just like, well. I did independent radio for a minute. And
I want to ask where, but that gives away too much of your information. But that's great. That's indie radio, so important.
Yeah. We did like some theatrical stuff and talk stuff, but yeah. So let's see if there's any more questions.
Freya's worried.
Hmm?
Freya is worried. Here comes Thrayle again.
Oh, he's back. And there's music.
Music, but no voice.
Interesting.
Z, do you have any radio heroes from like the golden age of radio or anything?
I always liked Art Bell.
Art Bell.
Yeah, he did Coast to Coast AM.
Mm-hmm.
Casey Kasem, I like him. That's about it, I think, off the top of my head. What about you?
Somebody turned me on to Joe Frank, Work in Progress. I think you can find the archives out there. And it's he did late night radio in, I think, Philadelphia. Or it might have been LA. I don't remember. But yeah, very, very strange kind of performance art radio programs. We got a WTF.
We can't request people up, Thrill, so
we're powerless here.
We can't hear you.
We're doing our best.
We don't know what's happening.
How long has the mystery been a mystery?
Oh, I tried to call you on Discord.
That long?
Yeah.
Maybe 20 minutes?
Yeah, about 20 minutes. I tried to call you a few times. I was like, friend, are you asleep?
I mean, something like that.
All right. But you're here now.
I'm here now.
Do you think it's early, but is it time to maybe rest up? Read poetry?
was where we were. Nobody wants to question their beliefs, so I suppose a poem is what's left.
Yeah, we didn't. Neither Z nor I had the power to let people in. So
Well, I don't think anybody, as far as I can see, nobody's requesting now.
Yeah, we answered questions though in your.
Oh wait.
Oh.
Hello there.
No, Megara. Hello, Megara.
Yeah, how are you guys?
Doing all right. Awake.
I did. Yeah, I saw that you fell asleep. It's okay if you want to end it. I was actually down to have my beliefs re-questioned because I've been going through some changes and stuff like that, so I thought it could be fun. But
You have a belief in
my fun.
a belief in.
I'm still very much like a witch. I still believe in everything like that, but truthfully, I haven't really been following anything. I've just been kind of doing me and like doing my own thing. So I don't really know, I guess is what I'm answering this as. I don't think I'm an atheist, but I do think that there's something out there. Like I'm starting to think of like maybe the universe stuff might be accurate, but I truly don't know anymore, to be honest with you.
You don't know anymore, but you feel that there's something. What is the something?
Huh. To be honest, I have to say, the only thing I can think of it is just our own personal perceiving of how the world works now, and that helps shape your reality, because it is however you shape your reality is how your reality is going to be. So I guess you could say I don't really know another way to describe it. I don't know if that makes sense or not. But
sorry, I stepped away for a second. But Gara, how? What do you mean by an observer mindset? What does that mean to you?
what it means to me is that I'm coming into a place where I'm trying to just view the world as just the world. And do I still think the world is real? 100%, right? But I'm coming to the point where I feel like it's more important to just kind of like observe how the world is and the way it is. And then I can better react and better put myself into it and be what I feel like I need to be for the world, I guess you can say. Like, I'm coming into a place where like I'm realizing like you make your own destiny, and you do that through being, I feel like being an observer in the world is better than trying to put yourself out there all the time, I guess is what I'm saying. Man, it's hard to say. But I guess I would say what I mean by observer is just watching and thinking before acting, I would say. I'm trying to do anyways.
So it's more a prescription for yourself than a description of the nature of reality.
I would say so. I'm also kind of realizing, I feel like just that everybody's going to have their own distinct view of how things are going to be, and everybody's is different. And that's part of the fun, I suppose.
What beliefs are you questioning the most right now?
Is there even a point in following a god? Or like, what is the purpose of following a god, I guess you could say? And the only thing I can come to is like support and support in the journey of life, I suppose. But I'm also coming to the place where I'm like, I'd rather be able to just support myself. I don't know if that makes sense, but I don't know. Like, yeah.
Did you look to gods for support prior to this?
In the past, yeah. So Thrayle knows, I think Hammy might too. I followed Hecate for a little while, and I do believe that deities exist. I do believe that gods exist. I just don't feel like I need them anymore, I suppose you could say.
What drew you to it in the first place?
Huh. Well, you see, what drew me to it in the first place was being in a pretty bad scenario, a pretty bad place with a pretty bad person, and I needed something to get myself out of it, I suppose you could say. And I did I still to this day do believe that I received a calling from a deity, and that deity helped me get out, but I didn't feel the need to continue to follow with it.
So you didn't continue to... Okay, gotcha. Also, hi, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
What... so then how did witchcraft or this type of craft shape your view of yourself going forward then, once you decided you didn't need it?
Okay, so I actually got into witchcraft a lot earlier. Following deities is like something I always wanted to do, but never really made sense.
Need it.
Something I always... Oh, 5? Dude. Ooh. God, I'm old. 8, 9 years ago, maybe. But it was something that was back and forth for me because I wasn't particularly encouraged to do it, so I kind of had to do it in secret for a while. But it drew me to it, and the way it shaped me through a better understanding of myself. So prior, I was very much like, didn't really understand why people did what they did. I didn't understand why the world was the way it was. And for me, that's something that mattered to me. I needed to understand why the world worked the way that it did. I also love science and stuff like that too. Like I study a lot of like behavior theory and a couple of other, I'm trying to think of some other ones that I've done. Mainly behavior theory. I actually went to school for behavior theory for a little while. But with that, witchcraft kind of helped me see things in a more like psychological perspective, because I also have a social work background too. And it just kind of helped me see myself in a different way and kind of like, I guess, do inner work and self-reflection on myself to come to a better place for myself and to kind of get rid of these bad habits and like mannerisms that I was struggling with. Because I was really struggling with like just a lot of stuff, you know, just like the normal things like addiction, like stuff like that. And it just kind of helped me find a different way forward, I guess you could say.
So is it ritual and a regular practice that helped you find, what's a good way to word that? Was it the ritual and the practice of what you were doing that gave you a structure for yourself that you thought was lacking?
Yeah, I would say that's definitely a factor in it for sure. So, I definitely was someone that struggled. No, you go first. I'm so sorry.
I had totally cut you off, but so what does it mean now if you've kind of stepped back from that then? Do you still have that structure?
Well, yes, because you don't need a deity to be a witch, right? It's just a practice. Witchcraft is a practice. Worshipping a deity or following a deity, that is a religion. That's the difference, really. And I just kind of realized, like, I don't need religion. You know? It doesn't really do anything for me.
So do you feel that well, you said you think deities exist, so I guess you're not a secular witch then?
I don't know what I am. I guess that's really what this is right now. I don't know who I am anymore.
Well, if it's...
but that's okay.
If it's the structure and the system that you learned from this, that you've realized you don't need deity for, is it possible then that that's part of the deconstruction, is you're finding where you can supply things for yourself? You don't need something external. Maybe all it did was teach you structure, and then you can carry that over yourself. And it can be structure from other things. That was a really long fucking question, but
I like that though.
It's a long question though.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I think I understand. I want to make sure I got what so you're asking me.
Does this carry over from what you learned from the structure of your beliefs without deity and without the same beliefs? Can you do it, have structure without it? Jesus Christ.
Yes, because now I see it more as, which is kind of corny, I suppose you can say. I see it as, not to be corny, like putting that same energy that you would put into a deity into yourself or working on yourself. I see it in the same regard. So instead of me like doing ritual or anything like that for a deity, I'm doing it for me. I'm doing things to benefit me instead, I guess you could say. So it's like, I still believe in, like, not to be weird, like, not to be corny, but like, I still love the
Why
moon.
do you believe?
Yes.
Why do you believe in a deity?
Why did I?
Why do you?
Why do I think deities exist? Like, the moon.
Why do you?
Well, I actually really think that, obviously this isn't completely, obviously this isn't completely conjecture and just my own opinion. I can't prove this nor discount this. But I do think that just the belief in them gives them power in a way. And I don't know, I don't have a reason for that. There's no study that can prove that, obviously. But I think that the belief in it is what gives the power to it in a strange way. Also, I've had too many strange experiences myself, paranormal wise and other, to discount that there isn't something out there. And even now, like, I do 100% believe that I was helped out by a deity. I was helped out by Hecate to get out of the situation that I was in. So because of that, I can't say that it's not real, but I can say that I don't need it.
I was I was wondering. So you were talking about a bad situation. It involved some addiction of some kind.
I
And then
was in an abusive relationship. That's okay though. We move on.
and you were talking
Relation.
the belief in the deity and the ritual surrounding the deity helped you to get out. The belief to not have been possible for you.
Truthfully, I don't even think it was the deity, to be honest with you. Deity came deity came very much later. I was much more, it was more of the practice and witchcraft of itself. Like, I do a lot of tarot and stuff like that as well. And I do believe tarot works. Like, people can believe what they want and they can believe what they don't. I do think it works, and I think it kind of helps you see the inner psyche of your mind, I suppose. So I don't even know if it was the deity itself, but it was just kind of the practice of esoteric things that helped me be like, maybe like people mind us helped me be like I would have had without that now.
Without the tarot, or
Correct. Tarot. Mainly tarot, I would say, for that one.
But isn't tarot is just another structure, right?
Yep. Wow. That's true. I think I need tarot. Yep. Wow. That's true.
And repetition and learning.
Yeah.
So why do you still believe in structure, right? Learning. It's just structure, repetition, scheduling.
Yeah.
So do you need that?
No. It's kind of weird, I know. It's like I don't need it, but they can exist. And I don't, and that's what I guess, yeah.
I can see the power a little bit in, should I go left or right here? And really being indecisive. Yeah. And then pulling a card and finding an answer. The card may not have the answer, but the act of pulling the card gives me the impetus to make the choice. The answer.
Yes, that's true. That is something it's very helpful for me for, I would say as well. As far as like deities and like following deities itself, it did help me. And I do think that there's power in things, but I don't believe it's something that I need anymore, I suppose, is my main point. Yeah.
Would you say that you understand yourself better now than you did before you began this journey?
Yeah. Yes, 100%. I wasn't even the same person. No. Who I was from 3 months ago even to today is a completely different person.
So is it... Hold on, I'm thinking of my question. So it's not a long paragraph. Give me a second.
You're okay.
Is the connection to deity and these tools about power, or is it just about understanding yourself?
It's about understanding myself. I never really cared about power.
Okay. So
power?
If you don't...
What is power anyway? Really?
I was going to ask you that too, because you said it feeds and gives it power. That was something you said earlier.
So, that's me. Yep. I don't know what I wish I knew what power is, because like there's really no word for it, because everybody always was like, what's the word? Is it power? Is it energy? Is it whatever? I don't know. But I do know that I think that there is some type of, whatever you want to call it, life force, energy, whatever, that can be fed into other things. I guess I'm saying like a mood even, like you can change the mood of a room, right? By walking into it and being like a different kind of energy or a different mood setter than what was in there prior. So to answer that question, I don't know. I don't know what the power would be.
That's an answer.
Because I don't know if there is a word for it. It's just another filler buzzword for the things that we don't know. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. It's kind of like the same thing like science. Doesn't science use the term, I could be wrong on this, dark matter? Like, or is it not dark matter, it's something else, but they have a word for something for things that they don't understand yet? Like they haven't discovered yet?
Generally, it sounds like I don't know when science doesn't know something.
That's good.
Really quick, I'm going to talk past you, though, because I apparently missed it a while ago. I'm sure it was a long while ago. But thank you, Joe, and Heather's Descent. Hank, thank you to Z, Fairy Dust. Also, thank you to the Martian Fire Yeti and Ethereal Ember. Thank you to Michael V, to Shell, and to Hannah. Thank you all so much. And, of course, I would be remiss if I didn't thank Freya for helping with that new goal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Megara, if it's about structure and just not being able to, well, let me back up because I'm inserting an answer. Is it about not being able to let go of there being a deity?
Ooh. Give me a second. It could be. That could be. It could be that I don't want to let it go. But also, I guess it's, I think it's hard for me to let it go because I've seen too much, like, of my own personal experiences to think that it's not, that there isn't something out there, I suppose. And I suppose that's what's, I suppose I don't know if I want to let that go because I don't know. I just kind of want to believe that, I feel like this is the same answer I gave you last time. I want to believe that there is something out there. I want to. I suppose it's more for me.
Why do you think you want to believe?
That's I guess I just want to believe that there is something because I don't want to believe that we're really just on this rock for this one lifetime and then that's it. I want to believe that there's more that comes after, I suppose.
Why?
Not to be corny, but like, to believe that the hand you're dealt is just the hand you're dealt, and then you just have to make that life whatever you want of it. It's just, I guess it's fine. That can be all it is.
Isn't it possible that if there's something that comes after, then we would be dealt a different hand, and we'd have to make the most of that. However nice that hand was.
So what's the question there, out of curiosity?
What would be better about a life after this than the life that we have now?
Honestly, I think that what we have now is pretty cool. Like, I think that's the main thing that I've come to is like, even if there is nothing after this, it's fine. Like, there doesn't really need to be. Because like where we live, it's pretty cool, you know? But with that, I guess it's just kind of like, I just want, I guess it's just hard for me to think that our consciousness after this time just goes. I don't, but the thing is like, I don't even fear death, so I don't really know what it is. Maybe it is a fear of death, who knows? Maybe that's, I don't think so though. I don't think that's a hard question to answer, to be honest with you. I'm trying to think, it's like, does it come down to the fact that I just don't want, like, I don't want to believe that, like, we live the life that we do and then it's just the end? Is that really what it is?
It certainly sounds like that.
Oh, man. Okay. This was helpful. So, I'm at the point now where I need to figure out, do I fear death or do I not fear? It's not that I fear the act of death. Like, I don't really believe just being the end after that, I suppose. Huh. Wow. Okay, this was good.
It's been a delight, as always, Megara.
Every time I come to a conclusion, though.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like you, do you feel like you're actually coming to a new conclusion? Or is this something you already kind of knew?
I think it's something I already kind of knew. I definitely just needed to, how do I say, talk it out with people that it's fun to talk out with, which it always is. And definitely like coming to the conclusion that like, if this is the only life that we get, then I want to do what I want to do, you know what I mean? And that's what I've been working on too, is just like, you know, coming into myself, doing things that I enjoy. I'm going back to school for an MFA soon. I'm very excited about it. And I guess I just kind of needed to figure out like how I want to go moving forward. Because it's like, I still want to be a witch. I still want to keep my practice. And it's just kind of realizing that I don't need to, like, I don't need to worship anything to do it, I suppose. Yeah.
Maybe I do think there's a way to view magic differently that's more in line with the way you're viewing the world now.
Yeah, and that's kind of like what I've already been doing. It's like there's certain things that I still kind of keep. Like I love traditions. I like to keep like the, you know, whatever you want to call it, like the holidays. Ironically, without going too much into it, I found out like there are other witches in my family and I didn't even know. So I actually get to start like practicing legitimate like group things soon, and I'm very excited about that. So honestly, this is kind of the beginning of a completely different chapter for me as far as that goes. So I would say yes, 100%. I'm changing how I kind of did things and how I used to do things, and I'm bringing it into a structure that's more helpful for me. So the main thing I've definitely started doing is like I incorporate it now into like my work and like my creativity and the things that I enjoy to do, because I like to do a lot of creative things. So that's pretty much it. I guess that's it.
You feel thoroughly questioned, Meg.
I do feel thoroughly questioned. If you guys have any more questions for me, I can keep going though.
I don't
Are you wrong?
think I do. See?
What'd you say?
I don't think I do.
Okay. Well, thanks, guys.
I have one question for you.
Yes, Yummy.
Why are you wrong?
Why am I wrong?
Yes.
Regarding.
He just wants to ask somebody why they're wrong.
Why am I wrong? Well, I would say I'm wrong because, I mean, there's a lot of things I've been wrong about many of times. I would say I could be wrong about many things.
That's a decent answer.
There have definitely been many times I've been wrong.
I would say that when Megara is wrong, it's because she wants to be.
Ooh. What do you mean?
It's a decent answer, Megara.
When I'm wrong when I want to be.
That is a very decent answer.
Thank you.
Food for thought. But I appreciate you, Meg.
I appreciate you too, Thrayle. Thank you for having me.
Of course. I hope you keep asking questions, and who knows, maybe next time you'll come with different answers. Or more of the same questions. Either way,
True.
you'll always be welcome back.
Thank you. Honestly, I've been deep in the, I don't know what to call it. I'm deep in the theological lore right now, so I'll probably have more. It just left me with more questions than answers, to be honest with you, though. But it's been fun.
Excellent. Well, I hope we hear from you again soon.
Of course.
Keep asking questions.
Bye.
Bye, thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, Thrayle, I slept through quite a few of the guests that have come up here.
Oh, Hammy. Well, I'm the only one who is allowed to sleep on panel. You know that, right? And even then, I'm not allowed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you couldn't hear me and Ziwich thrashing about here with no power to bring anybody out. It was comical.
Or to stir Thrayle or him to like, hello?
Oh, Hammy doesn't have that power either.
No, I don't.
Well, just to make sure somebody was here, you know.
There were a couple of the guests that were up here, and I was drifting in and out through them.
It was a bit of a crisis of faith. We weren't sure that there was a higher power to help us.
Well, at that moment, there wasn't.
It was just us muddling about.
It was pretty cool. People asked questions, we answered them. We told people to tap the screen, share the live, request to come up, and just wait till we knew what was going on.
So you were behaving. Gotcha.
Well, microcosm, in a way.
Well, I mean, it seemed to work. Meg was in the requests when I woke up.
Perfect.
I think we did okay.
I think you did wonderfully. 20 minutes of my radio silence. And the live didn't completely burn to the ground.
No,
I think we're okay.
We didn't think to use the book title. What is it? Hello God or Hello Thrayle, it's me. What's her name?
Hello, Thrayle, it's me, Margaret.
Margaret.
Are you there, Thrayle? It's me, Margaret.
Who is Margaret?
Oh, it's this book. Is it Hello God Or no, Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. Is that right? I never read it.
At least that's what Deadpool says.
Ah.
If you don't tap the screen.
It's always interesting to see who can't handle the silence longer.
I'm determined for it not to be the Buddhist.
I'm the chaotic one. Of course, I'm going to say something first.
You would think as a live host I'd be more uncomfortable with the silences. Sometimes I think they're the best tool we have. It does help I play silent.
I'm inspired to try another. Oh, sorry. You're about to say.
Go ahead. You're inspired. You've
been my mentor.
I think you'll do great. Especially if you don't fall asleep on your own panel.
Might try that too, though.
There might be a poem. I don't know yet. I can't.
Ask would have a great start to a poem. I'm dreaming of baptizing mermaids.
You're dreaming of baptizing mermaids.
Mask of questions. Put that in the comments.
I think that might. I don't know. Baptizing mermaids might need to be some new part of some lore somewhere. Certainly was the theme of the live, wasn't it?
Yeah, according to AI.
We are debating about the baptizing mermaids. Baptizing mermaids.
And then the music device dies right after I comment on how awesome the music is.
I know, I sat there and said my thing, and then there was complete silence, not even music, and I was like, oh, come on, that wasn't that bad.
It was that bad, Hammy. You did it.
Of course it did. Look, I broke guests, and now I broke the music.
Yeah, we're gonna sit in the silence a little bit, I guess, while we wait for somebody to request up or for me to finish reading the poem, because the music device is, it doesn't want to stay on.
Sure, I've been wanting to do this for a while anyway. You don't even talk. I mean, what's going on here?
I don't know, I was enjoying it too much.
Jimmy, we're supposed to sit in the silence of the music.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Can't help myself.
I really enjoyed it.
Fill in the silence somehow.
It's making me think. It's a very ponderous kind of tune.
Is it too loud?
No, it's not. It's not too loud at all. It's almost like each phrase that stops and lingers on a note is asking a question, waiting for a reply, only to ask another question.
Up next, we're playing Wonderwall.
I guess the best way to do this, if Jimmy is going to keep playing and my music device won't come back on, is to thank everybody for being here. Thank you all for tapping the screen, for getting us over 100K likes, despite my momentary outbeing. Thank you all for being here, for being engaged, tapping, sharing, for commenting, for questioning. Everybody who came up here and shared their questions, and everybody who came and tried to approach, everybody who came and tried. I think we've had a really great time. I think we've had some very interesting beliefs, and in some cases, banging our heads up against some very interesting walls, and trying to question those beliefs. But I thank you all for being here. I'm going to go ahead and, while Jimmy plays us out,
Make sure you put up the end of the live. And I think this time, with Jimmy playing, there will be no exit speech.
Thanks, Hammy, for being here. Thanks, Z. Appreciate you. I do appreciate you, Jimmy. I'm going to keep you up here for this. And also, if anybody wants to be a part of this community, of course, there is a link tree in my bio. The first link of that will take you to a Discord. And you'll want to read the rules when you get there. And if you can't agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App, want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated, though never necessary. Always appreciated, though need every one of you that helps that way. I ask the world a simple why, practiced lore. But once I pry beneath the sky, the ground replies, ask more. I press the tales we take as true, the ones we speak without a pause. Yet every truth we pause, yet every truth we think we knew still buckles when asked the cause. I lift the claims that shout because, as if the claim should end the fight. But every tidy, easy clause dissolves beneath the sea. I chase the proofs that stand too tall, the ones that promise final say, and each one cracks, stone after wall, when gently pushed away. challenge answers dressed as fate, the ones that swear they cannot bend. Yet every path we call innate was chosen, dressed on shifting ground, no perfect map, no certain track, just questions echoing around and answers echoing back. And if the truth is worth the climb, not trapped in script, I'm the lie you find, where the deeper ones don't ever sleep. And on that note, seek wisdom together.